Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Psycho D's nuts.
Ever heard of Up Dog?
What's up, dog?
The human mind. 600 miles of synaptic fiber. 5.5 ounces of cranial fluid.
Pop, 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 pop. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Let's use this.
All right, settle down in here.
Big day tomorrow. Hubba, hubba, hubba.
Like
First, I'm gonna you don't need music. You got Mario Paint. Do 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 do. Ba 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 ba. Huh.
Coach Oleander! He's so nice, and he knows everything!
Too low. Oh shoot, did that mess up my... No, I shouldn't mess up my autosave. How about watching hot tub streams? Should watch some Master Chef while we do this. Okay, no, I have to do a double jump. Yo.
Love Coach Oleander. He's so nice, and he knows everything.
No runs. We're just practicing. What the fuck is Twitch? My favorite Gordon quote.
Love Coach Oleander. He's so nice, and he knows everything.
Ah, this is too much.
I love Coach Oleander. He's so
I'm thinking of reworking my 3D model. My Vroid model. There's something else, something new, something better. Now I can see. Ah, thank you.
I love Coach Oleander. He's so nice, and he knows everything.
Oh,
I love Coach Oleander. He's so nice, and he knows everything.
I missed it. I missed it. Okay. I should download the I think there's a mod someone made where it just resets. You can save Raz's position and load him back, so I don't have to just keep loading in. Didn't mean to do that.
I love Coach Oleander. He's so nice, and he knows everything.
Whoa, way too low.
I love Coach Oleander. He's so nice.
Bop, 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 bop. Bop, 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 bop.
I love Coach Oleander. He's so nice, and he knows everything.
I don't know if that was quicker or not. Would you ever get save states or something? Well, wait, the mod?
Coach Oleander.
Maybe.
He's so nice.
Just to, so I don't have to just keep reloading. If you could. If loading, that would be nice. I think there is
Coach
in the
Oleander.
resources.
So nice, and he knows everything.
Someone made a level selector as well. Let's do this. Let's make
Holy heck.
let's make a split for each level. kinda. Just so I can see what my timing is every time, at least. H drive. Speedrun live splits. Do 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 do. Yeah, because I don't want to mess up my original splits too. Do, 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 do. Window capture. Live split. Live split new. Do, do, do. If I edit this, let's say I delete this. Right, and I save it. Reopen any percent splits. Okay, it's still there. This is control. I can switch between. No, I see. Yeah, okay. Do 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 do. Wish there was a way to just start from a split. Do, 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 do. All right, we'll just do this then. Do 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 do. They splits as levels. Okay. So those should all be the same now. Hit a layout. And we'll just we'll just do this. That was 10 minutes already. Huh. Oops.
I love Coach Oleander. He's so nice, and he knows everything.
Oh, that's unfortunate. I mean, we missed the freaking thing too. Shouldn't it be pausing during? Oh, you know why? Okay, wait. Edit settings. Yeah, okay, and we just do the in-game time.
I love Coach Oleander. He's so nice, and he knows everything.
Admiral, thanks so much for that host, my dude. Hope you're doing well. "19 seconds? We can shorten that. I know we can shorten that. We're just practicing Psychonauts. No actual runs this week. We're just practicing. We're practicing. Let's try this again.
I love Coach Oleander.
Oh, damn it. Forgot to press circle again.
I love Coach Oleander. He's so nice,
And he knows everything. I need a good average.
I love Coach Oleander. He's so nice, and he knows everything.
Quicker. We need to go quicker.
I love Coach Oleander. He's so nice, and he knows
Oh, that's not good.
Coach Oleander!
He's so nice and he knows everything. How high do I have to go after here? Can I just... I'm pressing it too early. Hitting the ladder too low.
I love Coach Oleander! He's so nice, and he knows everything! I love Coach Oleander! He's so nice, and he knows everything!
Every time.
I love Coach Oleander! He's
So nice and he knows everything.
I love Coach Oleander! He's so nice, and he...
I got hold up. Speed run. Psychonauts. Resource. Direct download. Save and load position. And a level selector. And a save editor. How do these work? Probably close the game first. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Squirrel Man with the 4 biddies adding to the gold bar. Oh, it's every sub is 10%. You speed it up. Every sub or gift sub. I think well, if someone subs and it breaks it, I can fix it. Waffle broke it last time. when he gifted when he gave 100 bits, because I didn't realize it was looking at the total bits, not the actual bits he gave. So like in total, Waffle is given like 5,000 something bits, so I had it set so it would read that number instead of the number of bits he gave. It's like, oh my god. Okay, what is this? Psychonaut safe editor. How does this work, man? Where's the readme? File name. Save. Oh, that's okay. That's save game editor. I want the other thing. Position saver. That's what I want. So how the heck does this work? Psychonaut stuff. Okay, so Psychonauts has to be running for that. Level selector. Someone made a Psychonauts bingo card. That's wild. Position saver. Save game editor. Currently select file. Oh, you can set hotkeys? Oh, okay. I could just do hey, pick a file for it. Where am I? How do I find my save files? Browse local? Profiles. Ah, I could do it to like profile 1. Yeah. Okay. Now recognize save file. Pick a different save file. The auto save file has known issues. Oh, okay, so game 0 is say auto. Pick one that exists in your profile within Psychonauts autosave. Oh, because I don't have a save file. Okay. Oh. Window. Alright.
Get off your feet in the heat.
Save.
Drink water and take a seat.
Will this work if the game is opened? Question mark? Oh, Pog, it does. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That and that. Oh, what? That doesn't count as a key press? Or F1 and F2. So if I press
Oleander, he's so nice, and he knows everything.
no. Oops. Oh, is it because do I load it afterwards? That's pretty wild. Oh, that's cool. Okay, alright. Okay. What about the... Position saver? F1 to save position, F2 to load position. For save 1, F2, for save 6. So for save 1, F2, and F6. Wait, what? F1 to save position. F2 to load position. Oh, that's gonna be really useful. Hotkeys are F1 save position. F1 save position. F2. Wait, I thought F2 was to... Oh, you can have multiple saves. Oh. That's pretty neato. Then I'm gonna have to change my binding for these. Not be F2 and F3 and F4. Can I do shift F1 and F2? Am I using any of these F buttons? Kinda. I can kinda do. No. Do 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 do. Yeah, we'll keep it the way it is now. Oops. No, not autosave. Basic is there no basic bring 1, 2,
I love Coach Oleander.
He's so nice. He knows everything. That's not good. Oh, wait. So I could do this. I could put a save. Right here.
Coach Oleander. He's so nice and he knows everything.
I wonder, what if we do it so... This button will be F1. And this will be like F5 or something. Yeah. Is that 5? I'm pretty sure. Does that work? Hold up. Why is it what's it seeing? Oh, desktop. Hold up. Settings. Is there a way to disable? Disable multimedia keyboard. Here we go. Under control panel. Oh, you can. Oh, it's straight up in Chrome. Okay, wait, hold up. What about in Opera? Media key. Maybe media key? Media? Opera, disable media keys. What is it? Oh, hardware, media. Oh, it's one of the flags. That's why. Alright, disable. Relaunch. Good. Good. Now I can't accidentally skip my stuff.
By advertising on YouTube, I catch the eye
pause
of my
stuff.
ideal customers at the right time. I can connect with someone like Corey, who's passionate about watching food videos, or people like Sarah, who's been searching for things connected to my business, like organic ice cream. I can even make sure that only people in my city see my ads, and so can you. I found my customers on YouTube. Get started with YouTube advertising and find yours too.
That's so cool. Alright.
I love Coach Oleander. He's so nice, and he knows everything.
But I guess the camera stays where it is, so. Huh? Thought I saved it. Oh god, momentum keeps going. So like right at the corner could help? Oh, I keep doing that. I can just load. Huh. I kind of broke it.
I love Coach Oleander.
He's so nice and he knows everything. Is it because should I be jumping like right here? No. Maybe I jumped too early. Should I be jumping, doing the double jump a little later or after? A little later. Yeah, okay. Because if I double jump, I'm gonna not hit the ladder. I did it again. Just chill in the Discord. Boo. Boo doo. Oh. Not good. Can I save on a ladder?
Here, birdie, birdie. Here, pretty bird.
Here, birdie, birdie. Yikes. Big oof. Whoa.
I love Coach Oleander.
He's so nice. He knows everything. Oh. I'm definitely freaking slamming way too early. Not too bad. Oops. Didn't mean to save there. Bruh, who even figured you can do that? I know, right? Well, I guess people figured you could bunny hop in this game, and then they slowly figured out you could palm slam to get momentum. But then, like, doing it on, like, stuff like there? Like, how do people even figure that out? Like, wait, let me get to, let me go to, basic braining. Check this out. How do people friggin' figure this out?
Zayana.
Zayana. How you doing, Waffle? Hmm?
I said, how's it going?
This is good. This is good. We just practicing.
Nice, nice.
Why no? So no Game Pass? No, you play Game Pass?
It's a rumor that Uplay Plus will come to Game Pass, but it's 100% coming to Xbox. But that could be the start of it. Who knows?
Who knows?
Ah, that's what.
Supposed to have work tomorrow, which is going to be fun. But might get canceled because we're getting snow again.
Dude, don't get Twitter canceled.
Don't get canceled.
Don't get canceled.
Don't get canceled.
I'll try not to.
Oh no! Goggleore's heading
Oh.
for the
Time to mute the stream. Not actually. Oh boy, this meeting hasn't started yet. It's almost 7.
Uh-oh.
Well, it's supposed to start at 7.
Wait, will I break the game if I load somewhere else and then because it keeps my position?
I love
Oh, oh, where am I? Huh. Yeah, I kind of broke the game.
Oh.
And the fact that people made position saver apps and level selecting stuff. That makes everything so much easier.
You're like molasses going uphill in January. Unless you'd rather just drop and give me 20 right now. Watch out! Fire down below! It's game day, kid! Move, move, move! You hit that ladder hard, son. Show it who's boss. Less waiting, more motivating!
The waffle overall, how was Disney World?
Pretty good, pretty good.
Pretty good. You almost died.
Almost died.
Did the doctor actually say that?
Actually, say what?
That you're allowed to just, you know.
Yeah, because by the time I contacted him,
Owls move more than you do, Pokey.
I wasn't having major symptoms anymore.
What the doctor say?
What?
What the doctor say? What?
He said because I wasn't having any more major symptoms, I could go back out. Listen,
Fair enough.
if I had the Rona, I had the Rona. I think I had it,
Onward and upward, soldiers!
but who knows?
Who knows?
Mackenzie thinks she had it, but also feels like just stomach flu bug thing. But who knows? That's a thing,
mine
right?
Yeah, mine were all symptoms of Omicron. So I have no idea.
You never know now at this point.
My doctor said, I don't think you guys had it,
Stand around when you're
but
dead.
he also doesn't trust the tests, the at-home tests, because there's so many false negatives.
It's Oh my god, I'm so happy I can just reload all this thing. It's the Florida food. Too salty.
It's game day, kid! You'll have plenty of time to stand around when you're dead.
Time for time.
Watch it.
The heck? Oh, god damn it. Didn't save it.
SMH didn't save.
No, wait. F2, F3. I keep doing that.
It is bound.
I love Coach Oleander. He's so nice, and he knows everything.
Oh, what the heck?
I love Coach Oleander. He's so nice, and he knows everything. I love Coach Oleander. He's so nice, and he knows everything.
Mayo. This guy looks like Mayo.
I love Coach Oleander. He's so nice, and he
He knows everything. That's pretty good.
Mayo.
Okay,
Tastes like
Mayo.
Mayo.
I love
Okay,
Coach
Mayo.
Oleander. He's so nice, and he knows everything.
Alex, better known as Immortally She, went live. Crazy.
I love Coach Oleander. He's so nice, and he knows everything.
Waffle, you think they'd ever put Uplay on Game Pass?
Maybe.
Maybe.
I love Coach Oleander. He's so nice.
That's really all Game Pass needs now. Because it has Bethesda, EA. All it's missing is Blizzard, but I doubt they'd want to do that.
Yeah.
I love Coach Oleander. He's so nice, and he knows everything.
I wonder what the Deathloop speedrun looks like.
I've seen people speedrun it.
Oh, really? Is it really fast?
You have.
I mean, how many cycles do you have to go through to really beat the game?
One. If you know where everything is, you can get done in the first cycle, I'm pretty sure.
That's true. But you'd only have so many abilities.
Yeah.
I love Coach Oleander. He's so nice, and he knows everything.
Place to watch together thing. Prediction.
Huh?
Place to watch together thing prediction.
Oh, hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Is it the same link?
Why is the video
The
like
new link?
broken? No, it's a new one. Why is it like weird? There we go.
Opened in the wrong thing. There we go. Right, I have to actually copy the link.
I
There
did
we
put
go.
some cool LEDs.
Yeah, not safe for work. Go to the bathroom. It's bathroom.
Only all eyes and no more, so you can take a picture.
Her face. It's because she saw
Ugh.
She's gonna hit you with the. It's a whip.
It's a whip.
What the hell is going on?
It's our sex dungeon.
Oh, whip.
Wait, pause.
Pause and then
Yeah, you can pause it whenever.
Taco Bell just announced the Taco Lovers Pass that costs $10 and will grant pass holders one taco a day for 30 days.
Why? Is it a meme?
good.
Or are they serious?
No, it's legit.
what a steal.
Why not? That's how you do it. That's the future of fast food is membership.
Okay, try it.
I hate it. Whatever that is, I don't like it. Do you like noise suppression by Crisp?
I
Thanks.
regret with all
Crisp.
my heart that I didn't say when Chef Naisha was like, "Speak from your chest. I really wanted to say, I don't have a chest, chef. That's my biggest regret. I have bad news. I went to go get my lab coat and it was replaced with a man's white shirt. I think my roommate might have taken my lab coat instead of a dress shirt.
Nice.
I think that they didn't pay attention.
Just a fancy lab
This
coat.
motherfucker really just self-promo? What? Did this motherfucker really just self-promo? Yo, Furious, watching me!
Oh!
What the f-
I'll meet you fellers there.
Why?
Hi.
I've been looking for you. Got something I'm I better get going.
I love Coach Oleander. He's so nice, and he knows everything.
What the fuck is that? What the why is there a floating dick stopping my bike shit?
Nice.
What the fuck? Dude! That's my route!
Hi, I'm Nikki, and today we're going to talk about cock blocking. What is cock blocking? Who does it? And why?
Supports memory
I love
and
Coach
focus.
Oleander. He's so nice, and he knows everything.
Oh, there was a bag. LED controller. Power.
They're just roommates.
Wait, what happened?
You okay, Espen?
What?
Oh, you okay? I just a little bit worried about you.
Wait, why? What did I do?
I mean, I didn't know you're.
18 months,
You need
baby.
this.
Let's pump it
No,
up,
this
chat.
is-
Don't
we
you
bought
know?
this
Pump
at
it up.
Walmart.
You got to.
I mean, support memory and focus.
I have HDMI.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, it's because I played a lot of football.
Oh. Oh no. I'll help you. Oh, that's why you couldn't remember like everything.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my god. Sorry. My key.
If God asked you for a joke at the pearly gates, what would you say? I wouldn't say nothing, man. I wouldn't say nothing. I'd just point at the earth. And I'd be like, that's the sickest fucking joke of all, man. And that's on you. And he'd be like, what? And then I'd be like, whoa, whoa, whoa.
Shortcut.
Terrible enough being murdered like that.
Fuck yeah.
Nice.
That's pretty cool.
Pretty
Hey,
cool.
Mikowski, you like that one? That was pretty. Oh god, we're in the Kama Sutra position now. Jesus Christ, Mikowski!
In
Fucking
public.
shoving his nutsack on my chin. Can somebody help us? We're fucking stuck in a 69 in a flipped vehicle. Oh boy.
And I was gonna bring you. So, did I ever tell you what happened with Twitch?
No, you don't tell me shit these days.
You don't talk to me. All right, so here's the thing. So I was doing that interview episode with Twitch, and we didn't have anybody for the last episode. So I said, I'm bringing on Ludwig. Let's see if he'll come on. You said yes. They sent you the release, and I'm like, all right, final episode. We're going out with a bang. Huge thing, right? Whatever. They come back to me and say, that's a no. And I'm like, what do you mean that's a no? And they're like, Ludwig can't come on. I'm like, he didn't get banned. He just left. And they're like, no. And I said, okay, I'm not doing this unless, Lud is the one that comes on. And so they went back to the suits, and they came back with a no.
Why is this so slow? Dude, my legs are really way too short for this.
What, go-karts?
What the fuck? What the fuck?
That's pretty good. Pretty cool. He's so nice.
Pretty good. I got her so good.
She ain't expected to freaking boost. So like, why it's so slow?
I would vote for S stand for best body.
Actually, S-Fed body, I don't want to say, okay. Yeah, his body is...
What? What does that even what?
Yeah, so the weird thing, the thing that's
Whoa, whoa,
always
whoa, whoa,
bothered
whoa,
me
whoa,
so much
whoa, whoa.
about self-driving cars
guess.
is imagine a situation where a car is going down a tight road and there's a whole bunch of obstacles on left and right. At the very same time, an old lady and a small child walk out from the left and right into the path of the car. The car, going at its current rate, can't stop fast enough to stop in front of both of them. So at that point, the car's AI will have to make a decision, which one of these people am I going to run into? Now, obviously, the answer is speed up and hit.
Yes.
Okay, proceed when ready. See, it says like stop in caps lock. Yeah, stop. Get the fuck away from me. I love you. Oh, I actually feel so bad.
Am I on?
Ah.
What the hell is that? Oh, thunder?
Fireworks.
Oh, fireworks. Someone's trying to break into his house.
I sent this TikTok to Nick. And he said, is that a virus? Thank you for the bits. Maybe. Like an actual grandfather. This was in November. This was a long time ago. I sent him this thing because I thought it was funny or cute or whatever. And this is how he responded. What kind of old man do you think that we pee with a pad on? Take it off. You take it off. You pee through it. You pull it to the side. It's a different hole. Like a band-aid. Are you trolling? Are you dead ass right now? All of you. Are you being serious? Are you joking?
I love Coach Oleander.
Through the butthole. Just pee. Chat. How do you pee if you have a pad on? Answer my question. You hold it in. Through your mouth. It stays in the pad. It absorbs the pee. You think it's a diaper?
Absorbs the pee. That's good.
Okay, I'm actually really glad you asked that. Because pads stick to your vagina, the doctor has to go in with a scalpel and they have to cut a baby-shaped hole with the legs and everything, and then it comes out like one of those fucking puzzles boxes where you put the shape in the that's how they come out.
You sure that donator wasn't wrong about the fish being cut
Ja,
out?
helvete! Hva så feil er det? Hvorfor må du si sånne ting? Er du helt idiot? For dem du bor i Oslofjorden er det 540 000 båter der, så betyr ikke det at fisken her er forgiftet. Helvete, for en kuk du er. Du kommer aldri til å ete fisk her i Frøya.
That was you with my mom last night.
Sure. Better.
The fact that she's been able to succeed.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Dude,
Coach Oleander.
snipe you?
Who are you?
Pick a guess.
Who are you? Who are you?
It's me, Ture.
What the hell?
Oh, top donator. Man, don't do that. Why would you do that? He's chasing up.
What the hell? You are not even in chat. You are not even in chat. What the hell? I can't believe it.
They donated 500!
That's wild. Oh, nice. Good.
Can we get poggers and traps, my boy Chance? Woo!
I feel really good. I feel really good. Let's see what we get.
It's the 500, it's the 500, it's the 500, it is not the 500.
Your fortune.
I can't read.
It says, you have been missing someone who does not miss you back or who is no good for you.
I'd be like, yeah, that's.
Damn.
It actually, What do you have to say? What do you think? You gonna fly away? Good.
What is going on?
My wife kicked me out of the house just because she walked in on me whilst measuring my penis. Just for the record, it reaches the back of her sister's throat.
Nice. Pretty good.
Because the cost of eating out has increased, 69 has officially been changed to 96.
3.5 minutes left. We have at 38. Tracy, making it to 31. Let's go.
I told my wife she should embrace her mistakes. She gave me a hug.
Ah.
Look at him, all dressed up like that. What is this? Ladies' night?
Yeah.
You some kind of tough guy? You dress like a woman?
What?
Got on panties like a woman too, huh?
What do you got against women? You prefer men, big boy?
I like women. I like all women. I love my mother, Chico.
Alright, I think you
Did you hear what he said?
Can you drive, amigo?
Yeah.
I love Coach Oleander.
I go inside the first house and see 3 young children playing and having a light-hearted experience.
Is this who you want me to kill, God? These children?
You say, is this who you want me to kill, God? These children?
Coach Oleander. He's so nice, and he knows everything.
God replies yes.
I mean, this is the address of this company that I just made a few $100 on. Bro, I'm going again. Fuck this. Jesus Christ, he's up 100% today. Listen, let me tell you something. I don't know about you,
online only again due to the pandemic.
but I
Say again,
don't
what'd
see
you
a
say?
lot of expenses for
E3
office
will
space.
be online only again.
I don't see. What do they do?
Oh, I
Health technology, pharmaceutical. I mean, honestly, I don't know about you guys, but
Yeah.
this looks like a lot of pharmaceutical transactions go on. I honestly, this might just be a drug dealer who's got his own business that's publicly traded. And you know what? In today's world, I think supporting local small businesses is very important.
Annie, did you like my David Edinburgh Lit School? Just sprayed ain't fucking.
I like waiting until you're about to drink and then I scare you. Thanks, boy.
I'm gonna break the fucking door.
Will be streamer of the year 2021. Whoa. Shit. There he is. Ninja.
Many times. XQC has won this award many times in a row. But did he end up winning it again? The winner is 31% of the vote. Yeah, he did. It's the juicer again. XQCL. XQC, Streamer of the Year, 2021.
2021.
What the fuck is this, dude? Are you kidding me? What the fuck is that?
It's you.
That's you. Wait, why does someone in the lobby have this already?
Guys, oh my god. My mute is so quirky, guys. I love my mute. Oh my god.
Are you fucking kidding me, dude? Why does it wobble like that?
Somebody had put an image of Jake Hurwitz from College Humor just in there. I think it's like, if you search H-Rock, it's somewhere in here. Oh, there it is, right there. It's right there. It's just one of the images. And because it looks similar enough, the people writing just used an image of Jake. This isn't like a joke. They just think that's me. So not only did I get forgotten by Emiru, but in an article about me, they couldn't even get an image of me.
Oh. Welcome to your sorting hat session. Today, I, your professor, am going to show you something funky. Go on. Get jiggy with it. I can show you a type of magic that few would ever believe.
Oh, fuck! Ow! Okay,
What's going on?
I'll get him next time. Here we go. Man. Fuck, almost lived.
Bro.
My dad was in prison. He worked for the Colombian cartel. You know the cartel? Cocaine? Yeah? Drug lords? Gangbang?
Yeah.
My dad worked for the cartel.
Oh, wow.
No, like, actually for real.
I love Coach Oleander. He's so nice, and he knows everything.
Is that Andy? This is actually Andy. Jeez. Looks like Andy.
I love Coach Oleander. He's so nice, and he knows everything.
How's Guardian so far?
I a juicer?
A long game?
What does that even mean? What does that even mean?
I think so.
Isn't a juicer somebody like uses steroids? Because I don't use steroids.
Ah, yes. Have you ever heard of a cloud?
17 hours.
Not bad.
No, but I
For
have heard
just
of
the story. Completionist 23 hours.
Burpees. A slap in the face? Will you slap me?
Slap in the face?
Will
I
you
could
slap
not
me?
slap it. There's no way.
Why not?
I can't.
But if I consent.
No. What? Why would you consent?
What'd I miss?
Yes.
Alright.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6,
5, 4, 3,
3,
2,
2,
1.
Nothing happened.
Happy New Year.
Wait, what do I do?
That's all over his face.
Dude, I've done this like 6,000 times.
These people are drunk, dude. What is that? Ew.
Bro, what is this
Yummy.
life, dude? Slick, what the fuck? That's what it's like shit. It's great, I loved it. Oh, it's terrible, dude. What the hell?
Stan, have you went down on a girl?
No, girls are weird. They scare me.
Do you want practice? I'll teach you.
You dick in a box?
I forgot how to open this. Wait, do I need this?
Oh no.
What's
Do I
going on?
need this?
What are you doing? What are you doing?
No.
Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, I knew it.
What an idiot. Hey, thank you.
So we have you can show the camera this. Oh, actually, do that first.
Do I hold it?
Why did you drop it?
Why'd you drop it?
What are you, what? That's good.
It'll fall the other way.
How do you know?
Trust me, I'm a doctor.
The doctor. Whoa. Nice.
Friendly fire, friendly fire.
Friendly fire.
That's how you do it, baby.
This is
Sometimes
bad.
you gotta hit that.
Maybe I have to join them. That'd be better. Yeah. Oh, nice hair. Very pretty. Are you guys on Twitch? Like, wait, hang on. Wait, hang on. You look damn young. You're like what? 23, 24, what?
Oh yeah.
What? 16. Okay, okay. Bye. Have fun. Bye. Fuck. I was like, what the fuck? Oh my god, Joe Bates. Actual Joe Bates. Fuck. Oh no.
Hello? Hello?
What?
She gone. She dead.
You just
I
disappeared.
can't sit like this.
Why?
Because it hurts my hips.
Your hips?
It's like a deep squat.
Your like butthole? Like
No, that's not what. That's not what a hips is. Hips.
Oh my god.
Butthole, you know.
Oh my god! These are all Ignoglic! I can't fucking believe it! All the mags are all Ignoglic! Dude! How are you not dead? How is this guy not dead? How is he invulnerable? What the fuck?
The Valorant. I'm not ADHD. I
actually got diagnosed. Well, I didn't finish my diagnosis. But Polish Twitch Rewind. But we probably wouldn't be able to understand most of it again, just because most of it is not in English. But I had my doctor appointment. I was trying to get diagnosed, but now I know that I'm just an idiot and I don't even have ADHD.
Nice. I thought I was a goner just now. Thanks for the help. And if you need any supplies, I have a few to sell.
Oops. What's going on?
It's so fun.
Oh,
it's like a history.
Ow.
A history.
Coach Oleander.
Hold up, Tigers. Ow.
Lighting in my Valorant?
Yeah, that's wild. You gonna buy her? When she come out?
This next week coming up?
Oh, is she? Oh, I was gonna say, is she in the test server?
Will be this weekend apparently. It starts on Friday. Tomorrow.
Ah.
Yeah.
There you
So
go.
I shall try her out tomorrow. She's just weird. Her ultimate's weird.
Are you asking
That wall
me to
is.
think of
What's the wall?
Yeah.
That wall
I
is
guess
cool.
it's one of her abilities.
Yeah, I live in Alabama.
Alright, well, I'm from West Virginia, so it all depends on how hot your cousin is, I guess.
So I'm guessing the sprint and the slide are one ability. And then, the wall is another ability, and then her ultimate, and then her,
Oh, whoa!
God, is this
Did you just see anyone who's behind that wall or what?
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
Like that's Rip Phoenix's wall.
Hey, do you guys know how to fly?
Well, someone said on Twitter, why couldn't they just give that to
Like, there's
Phoenix
something wrong with
and
my
do
eyes.
something
My
else
vision's very bad.
for her?
Because I fought that fucking
I guess it would be
wild
nice if they
dinosaur years ago.
change up
Anyway,
some
my vision's bad, actually.
agents, like how Rainbow does it, right?
One
Yeah.
living game.
Tachanka is like
Your
completely
entire
different
life.
now.
Not even sucking dick. I'm better than her at that too. It's actually crazy. She's not better than me at anything except for that one fucking game. GG.
Coach Oleander. He's so nice, and he knows everything.
What a rip.
What happened?
He loaded the game like this.
Damn.
Salmon is amazing. I eat semen.
That's good.
Anyways, I'm actually losing kind of hope looking at those clips, you know, because this world, whatever I try to make the good content, whatever I put so much effort into making content, whatever I tried, whatever I do have a fun, all you guys gonna see is my ass.
Wow, that's good.
Every
Damn.
time I
Good
try
meme.
my best to create content, bringing you guys to a lot of trouble.
The chat.
You are part of the problem, you goddamn fucking bitch.
You guys like him too much.
After a good workout, that shit's great.
My God.
Go harder. Oh,
Fucking
really
yeah.
put it in there.
Sure.
Oh.
Get fucked. We all know I do.
Oleander.
It's okay.
Well, that's good. Yeah, where can I buy that? Can I get that at Williams Sonoma?
That's my like private.
I got a business call.
How do I
What
join
the
you Discord?
fuck?
What's going on here?
You have to watch the stream. Make sure you don't accidentally leak the code.
Oh, I see. Okay. I just leaked the code.
Pop out on Discord, type in the code, and then you can capture it on Zoom
I'm letting you know.
so desire.
It is leaked. It is being leaked as I'm talking, so you might want to leave. It popped out on my main monitor.
It's pretty good.
I didn't expect that.
Tell him one thing.
He had one job.
Do
Overwatch way. Should I be toxic? Alright, I'm gonna be toxic.
It is time to act.
Sumi, you gotta step it up, man.
The fuck you on about? You fucking suck. I love watching you get a negative hook rate.
Wait. Does the split make sure I can't double tap and like end my thing? Huh.
No. You don't have a job yet?
This is my job.
They pay you for that shit?
Yes.
Fine. All right, your word is.
Is it French again? Is it another fucking language?
Schlatt's too good at.
Iridocicolitis.
Oh, iridocyclitis?
You're right. How does he know?
IDOCYCLITIS. Iridocyclitis.
Like what?
Bro, are you in Mensa?
You can't hit me with that iridocyclitis bullshit. This confetti is making me all confused and I still got it.
And you cannot go fast. You just have to cruise along real slow. There he is. That might be a little better of an angle at him. Is he going to eat the camera? Is he going to eat the camera, chat? He's coming to say hi. He loves you. He just he got as close as he could. Look at him. Oh my goodness, that's amazing.
He's a famous cock painter.
Uh-huh.
Like he paints with his cock.
Yeah.
It's crazy, right?
That is crazy.
And you know his shit actually goes like $1,000.
I know. Was that we were talking about that the other day whenever we went to
I
Cross?
found this guy crazy.
Alright.
He actually, well, I'm not saying that's this, but
Yeah.
that is an artist I found. I know you appreciate it.
Okay, here we go.
Unless you'd rather just drop and get me 20 right now.
I messed that up.
Hard, son.
Okay.
Show it who's boss.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Oh.
Okay. It's. Thank you so much. I love it, man. I really.
Damn.
I'm gonna put it up probably on my wall there so I can see it.
Damn.
One app's too short. What the fuck?
Man, I was here to watch fails, not to feel.
Oh, these are the wins.
Oh, these are the wins. Okay. That's fair.
I think it's the only wins one. Then it's then there's perfect timing, and then like 3 more fails videos. And there's more, but let's put that for now.
Unless you'd rather just drop and get me 20 right now.
The bird, really? Come on, man. Oh! Wait! Wait! What?
Dang, my balls move more than you.
No.
Fire down below.
Stop! What? Dude, Merry fucking Christmas, boys! What?
Boys.
Swig?
Oh yeah. Doesn't have a license. Pays a car.
Who?
XUC, right?
Really doesn't have he has a car?
Yeah, just a new car.
I love watching XQC play Stoto Corsa.
Yeah.
That one up, bro. Okay, there he goes, boys. Pay attention. That black car right there. That black car? No, but he's gonna fucking go. Look. He's gonna go. There he goes. Let's fucking go, baby. Let's go. He's gonna go again.
crazy.
Mhm.
What's that?
Merry Christmas. I had
Merry
absolutely no idea. It was delivered by somebody.
Okay.
And this person has also paid for your meal. So there you go. I don't know who the person is, but that is for you. He asked me to deliver that, said Merry Christmas, paid for your meal, and left.
What the hell? Are you joking?
You're joking.
Why would I joke about something like that?
Somebody came here, paid everything.
Paid for your
What
meal.
the fuck?
Wow.
And asked me to deliver that, said Merry Christmas, and I said, shall I say what's wrong? He said no.
Wow.
Oh!
Oh. Oh. Come on.
Yeah.
No.
He's got this.
Oh.
Oh, he had it! Oh!
Yo.
God damn, man.
How long will that take?
Yeah.
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 Streamers crazy. I just don't get it. How?
Insane.
Does he ever like change clothes? I feel like he just wears the mocap suit and like everything every day.
He sleeps with it on.
Yeah, he just sleeps with a little tech on. Like what? It was live.
I'll get him.
Got him. Okay, I got him. Oh, man.
Seven. I don't remember.
Watch out! Fire down below!
Another one? Are you kidding me? D23-3.
No way.
No way.
D23-3.
D23-3.
What is it? Blue shell, blue shell.
That blue shell must
He just drove off. Oh, this is it. No! You're kidding me.
Yes.
I lose my item?
all along.
Lose your item for falling? I hate falling. This is a big throw. This is the throw of the century. I should have had
Don't fall. Don't fall, bro. What are you doing?
No way I get
I
red
planned
shell for a
this
second,
all
right?
along.
Wait, you blocked. Oh, this is bad, guys. X is gonna blue shell. Anybody?
What the fuck?
Wait, is that a skip? Was that a skip?
What? Little laugh.
Blue shell incoming. Oh god.
I've never seen it.
Bro.
What just happened?
I should have had
Don't fall. Don't fall, bro. What are you doing?
This
No way I
nigga's
get
here,
red
yeah.
shell
Planned
for a
this
second,
all
right?
along.
Yeah, it's right here.
Wait, you
Uh-huh.
blocked?
I think.
Oh,
The
this is
blocker?
bad, guys. X is gonna
Oh,
blue
he-
shell. Anybody? He just drove. Wait, is that a skip? Was that a skip?
That's
He
a
drove
skip.
off.
Blue shell incoming. Oh god.
I've never seen it.
Bro.
Damn.
Too good, guys.
I don't like this.
He's literally like on
I don't like
a
this
different
map.
planet. How does he know these tricks?
It makes me
Never
feel
seen
weird.
that before.
Reminiscent of the US Capitol riots. But then, because it's not the States, it's New Zealand, they politely put them back up again.
Oh my god. No way! They did not just say that. They did not just say that on a national Kiwi fucking broadcast. Are you kidding me? I can't watch this. Okay, hey, New Zealand, this is what I have for you, okay? This is what I have for you. How about that? You're right, but fuck you, okay?
Less waiting, more motivated. Watch out! Fire down below!
Like medication sometimes like calm it down a little bit, but you know the pain is always there. And over the last 2 years, it just continuously got worse to the point where I couldn't really walk very far anymore. I use a cane to get around like my house and stuff, but I can't like go to the store or anything like that. So I've been saving up a lot of my streaming money to get a wheelchair. And I was just like, this makes up for everything horrible
Now that
that's
kind of
happened to
wall,
me
you
all
can climb it up, down, sideways, whatever way you want. Just get on it. Quick, like a monkey. Watch those mines, kid. They'll blow you up like...
I mean it. Thank you guys.
That was nice.
Honestly, like, if it wasn't for y'all, I don't think I'd be here because it's really hard to deal with this. So thank you so much.
Move!
Searching for meaning, but I'll be lost art.
Girl whose songs got even more.
Wait, she's kind of bad though, but like as an animated character.
A half-naked 15-year-old.
Damn.
And I stream on Twitch.
Man, what's up with all these fucking streamers getting front page on this shit?
When we came back, I was involved in trying to figure out how to use the controller without having any hand function.
Oh. Never mind.
That kind of sparked my advocacy.
That's oof.
That's how.
It kickstarts a patient's rehabilitation.
Never mind, that answers that.
Going uphill and dead. Watch out.
Stupid
Fire
fucking
down
gun.
below.
Hey, Fidel Castro. You be my teammate?
Sure, man.
Let's go. Yo, I'm gonna follow you, man. All right.
You're gonna die. Oh.
If you can hear someone typing with a Shure microphone, it's not correct. It's not correct. Look at Hassan. Look at Hassan. You can't even hear him breathing. You can't even hear him. Look, it's quiet. Listen.
Like a monkey. Watch those mines, kid.
Does he have a big penis? I don't know.
Like
I'm
a
a
10-cent kazoo.
Well, you know what I'm talking about.
I'm gonna take a guess right now. Is Mizkit sitting down, doing nothing, and Emeru is maybe there, asked to be there by Miz, and she probably wants to go upstairs.
You can go now. That's good.
Unless you'd rather just drop and give me 20 right now.
Hey, there's a door back there. Yeah, that door right there.
Who are the boys, by the way?
Nahi?
Chance, you idiot, have you not seen American Cops? There is still a living civilian in there, get shooting.
Oh god, fuck.
Good timing.
You know what happened to the last guy who called me lazy? Huh? Do you remember him? That did not happen to the last guy, and I swear if you fucking clip this, I'm DMCAing the shit out of that fuck. Fuck, stop, what?
I thought I saw bigger table trees, didn't I?
You'll have plenty of time to stand around when you're dead. Now that kind of wall, you can climb it up, down, sideways, whatever way you want. Just get on it.
Awesome. WTF is this mobile lame looking shit? Also, why is Yukam so stretched? Are you finally copying Pajlada's stream setup because you finally realize he's been doing it better than you since the beginning? Lol lol W washed up streamer.
I'm just trying to match your mom's vagina.
Hey, he thought it was America. I got into his head. Look at this vibe check right there, boys. Not ready for this one. Not ready. He's not ready for another Finland right now. Not ready for it. Shit, I didn't check the language. Sankt Paulsti? Oh my god. I should have checked.
Finland?
I got it exactly right! I'm a beast, dude. Look at that guess. What the fuck? I looked at the picture and I got the exact spot. I couldn't even believe it. I was like, wait, where did I guess? I guessed on the exact same spot. But how far away was I even? In summary? I was I was literally right on it. How long was I? Distance 6 kilometers off. Not bad. Not bad. I'll take it.
I am Optimus Prime, and I have in my pants.
Good.
Come on, I want to be busy. Oh, second time tonight. Oh, come on, that was. Come on, that was second time.
Drop and get me plenty right now. Hey, Mike! Watch out! Fire down below!
He's oil and wrestling. Ignore this donation if you're gay.
Now that kind of wall, you can climb it up, down, sideways, whatever way you want. Just get on it. Quick! Watch those mines, kid. Oh.
Is that where a landmine blew up? That looks like a landmine went off there.
Good.
I'm invincible. Nobody can stop me even if they wanted to.
You're like molasses.
I'm a god.
January.
And I'm the closest thing to
I'm a god.
one, as far as I'm
God.
concerned.
Uh-oh. Everything.
No one told me to pack a shoe.
Dude, I'm not playing this because this game's for babies. I'm a man. Alright?
No fucking way did that just happen. No fucking way.
You know what the end of this month means? Time for people to start sending in their money for Steam Decks.
Steam Decks. Steam Decks.
Because it product launch is next month.
Oh. Uh-oh.
I would love to get moved up. That'd be
It
amazing.
crashed. It crashed in the game and the game crashed itself.
Ooh! Yep! That's the timing on the sound. Flash, thank you for the 100 bits, homie.
Right. Quillbot and Lauren, meet your
To become the greatest content creator of the year. Yes!
Genshin Impact.
Genshin Impact.
We've got more game awards.
Genshin Impact.
Genshin Impact. Classic.
What's good, Chicago? What's the deal?
So glad I unmuted for that.
And you just throw me into New Game Plus, just like that.
Yes, indeed. The dog.
Oh,
That means we gotta make another bingo card this year.
Ooh.
For Summer Game
Are
Fest.
we only gonna get WRs? No, please give me a
I
character.
think you might.
Come on, WR!
Oh my god.
Nayagi!
Wait, you got a character?
Gary!
Present.
Genshin
Impact.
Let's go. The game said no, you're not getting.
No, fuck off! Fuck off! Fuck off right now!
How you doing, Will?
That was the last one! That was the last one!
As well, look at me.
Wait, why is everything anime? What?
Hey, I love your shirt.
What? Ah!
Did you know you can actually find the mythical Pokemon?
What is happening?
How goes practicing?
What's happening?
It was
What's
alright.
happening?
I finally downloaded
I don't have not
the
interested.
things on the website and resources. They have a position saver,
place that's, like,
which is
really
very
close to
useful.
a big city.
So I
It's
could
like
do
5
stuff like
minutes with a car.
this,
So it's like,
or I could save over here and do that. I have 2 different spots to save from.
Say it.
What?
You know what's in 13 days?
Fuck you, bitch.
Dying Light.
No, Rainbow Six Extraction. You know what's in 28 days?
Dying Light.
Dying Light. Do you know what's in 49 days?
Whoa, what?
Saints Row.
Saints Row. Wait, really? I thought that's coming. I thought that was delayed.
February 27th.
I'm pretty sure it's delayed.
It got delayed?
Check. I'm pretty sure it got delayed till summer. Or spring.
Oh yeah, August 13th.
Yeah. That's why I was like,
Damn.
Yeah, it got delayed.
I missed that.
Kidding, I fucking love you too.
Another thing that's handy is I can also change where I save. So if I want to go over here, I load, and it changes where my load is. So that box, I could go over here.
I think I'm horrible. I don't give a fuck.
Where does this bring me?
After we had separated, she passed away.
Over here.
Oh my god! This is horrible.
Let's see, what if I did?
The road.
If I did no, it's how it's good practice. What is this? What does this one lead me to? Lungfishopolis. What about this then? Wait, what? Is that it? Is all the levels?
I'm so sorry, chat. I swear, I don't think it's funny.
Lungfishopolis.
Elden Ring's next month too.
I just remembered a joke someone told me.
Yeah, Elden
Everybody's
Ring.
gonna be playing that.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh, basic braining.
It might be a little loud.
Basic braining finish. It's like the Mario 64 ROM you have. Damn, I wish I could add more keybinds. I guess I could always manually change it. Main Lodge, Day, Night, Asylum.
Promise you from the
Eagle
bottom of my
Tiger.
heart, I
It's
wasn't
all the
scared.
levels too, so I could go here.
I genuinely didn't know the sound was this bad. I swear on everything. This is before my trolling time. I was a child.
Oh, wow, I shouldn't even be here.
Don't kill him. Are you sure about that? No, I'm so please, son. Let's just get it over with.
They even give you all the bright things too. All the attacks and stuff. That's useful. But I want meat. Meat circus bosses. So I could just switch here and.
No, wait. No, it doesn't hurt. They're lying. Oh, it's lying. It even feels good.
Oh, I'd have to. Oh shoot! I don't. Oh.
I got scammed. I'm serious.
I don't start off with telekinetic abilities. Yeah, I'd have telekinesis. That's not good.
This is better.
Brother, she's a pole every time.
I even looking at your game, bro. I'm gonna rank
Yeah,
you.
we're practicing more basic
No,
braining.
can't. But it was nice meeting you, man.
It was nice meeting you.
Talk.
Kill yourself.
What? Hey, what do you say?
She's just like my viewers. She's just like my viewers.
I am your viewer.
Unless you'd rather go drop and get me 20 right now.
You hear that? Biggest compliment of all.
She just said she watches you.
She's a viewer.
No, I would slap. You look like he just saw Santa Claus. Oh, did you see that? His eyes are just not real. Yeah.
Oh, impressive. You went there.
Respectfully, I can say that because I said respectfully first. I think that's the rule. I think as long as you say respectfully, you can say whatever the fuck you want to the other person. Like, I fucking hate you respectfully.
Okay, the quad. Respectfully.
Respectfully.
Yeah, see?
Yeah, see, I
think that's how it works. Sorry, get out of the fucking way, respectfully.
Respectfully.
Climb it up, down, sideways, whatever way you want. Just
Yeah.
get on it.
Well,
Quick,
fuck me
like
too.
a monkey.
Not respectfully,
Jesus
just in
Christ.
general.
Watch those mines.
Jesus.
kid. They'll blow.
Oh, damn it.
Okay.
Not know what to say. She's a character. Let me call her.
Okay. It's fine. It's fine.
She's gonna be so mad at me.
Okay. Mom, please.
Hi, son.
What?
Whoa. Whoa.
Unless you'd rather go drop and get me
Why?
money right now.
I love you. Bye. Okay. I told you that I'm grounded now. Thanks a lot, Shelby. I'm grounded.
I need a steamer trunk tag for this guy.
Mentalis uberalis.
Most of the cases of COVID are fake stats, though. Greek, I'm gonna let you know that, like, you know, your privilege as a streamer, it doesn't allow you to just like spread COVID misinformation in this chat, so you can fucking go back and complain about it on your own stream now that you decided to stream again because, you know, maybe you want to make some money in the meantime. I'm gonna let you know that you are teetering on the edge of a ban. Okay? I will ban you. I'm sure that you can farm some more drama as a consequence of that. Like I said, idiots need a place to go to as well. Okay? I know idiots need a place to go to, and you can be that safe harbor for all of those idiots that I already have banned here. But you know, you're aching for one right now. COVID stats are fake, he said.
Damn.
Can you say loser? Say loser.
You'll have plenty of time to stand around when you're dead.
Dada. Dada.
Time to throw pop champ, time to throw pop champ, time to throw pop champ.
Onward and upward, soldier.
Wait. You can't hit. I didn't know you couldn't hit.
Dead in 3.
Pretty good.
Alright, maybe it was just this one time, right? Ты знаешь инструкции. А, точно.
Эй, парень, мне надоело тут сидеть. Давай, уже как-то отсюда. That's what I'm talking about.
5 inches, 10 pounds. I've been living off of just chocolate. I've gained so much knowledge. I learned more knowledge than I did an entire year of high school. I've watched 10 hours of linear algebra, and I've learned how to graph matrices on Grapher and how to create SolidWorks on Random Software Engineers, and I can tell you how Aristotle's logic of thought was turned into Escher's math, and I've learned how to graph matrices on Grapher and how to create SolidWorks on Random
Miskiff. Okay, sure. Let me
Let me tell you about how much I love Miss Kid.
Pretty good.
Oh, and I forgot something.
Can't forget about that part.
Yeah, so I think that's about it.
Less waiting, more motivated. Watch out! Fire down below.
I fucked somebody in front of everyone.
I fucking heard it too from the other.
What? What are you?
I fucked Lakari.
Yeah, that happened. I even told you this on Discord, Crumpet. Remember?
You did?
Yes.
Yeah.
You didn't want to hear the rest.
You're right, I didn't want to hear that. I don't necessarily want to know about what happened after I left. Jesus Christ, what the fuck?
Absolutely. Lakari was there? Dude.
Lakari was in VR?
Lakari came in front of everyone.
Unless you'd rather just drop and get me funny right
Yes.
now.
Yeah. He also cried.
While he came or after? Like when?
I shouldn't be saying these. Yeah.
During?
Yes. I'm dead serious. I'm so serious.
Move! Watch out! Fire down below!
You are like my second favorite streamer.
Second favorite? What did you say? What did you... Oh! What did you say? What the hell did you say? Huh?
Onward and upward, soldier!
Better dude.
Fucking food.
I know.
Down, sideways,
Can't do that. You're gonna make him stronger.
I'm over it. Its fucking throat is literally clogged with Cheetos. Eat the food! Eat it!
What is that?
Can I move on?
30.
Can I please move on? It's supposed to have water? Dude. Time to break it. I don't care. Suck my dick. That's...
Like lift it up?
Yes. Lift the entire tripod.
Okay, so let's...
Gently.
Okay.
Yeah, just lift it. And then turn the
Oopsie
camera and
slam
aim it
surprise.
at this. Yeah, that's the best we're gonna get. Yeah, that's good enough. Oh God. It's another sex doll.
Is it? Oh no.
I didn't know that was gonna.
Okay.
I don't care.
What's in her mouth, Chance?
That's a tampon. No. Oh, I know what these are. So this is what you put inside her vagina to warm her up.
Wait. One,
What?
are you serious?
Yes, absolutely.
Two,
I'm serious.
how do you know that?
Because I've used this before.
Okay, I'm out of here. I'm done.
The door's gotta get the door too.
What?
Yeah, so you plug this in and it starts heating up.
I was adopted.
Is this the theme song that they added in?
My name is Bruno and I became a black person.
No, I can't.
Run him back now!
Unless you'd rather just drop and get me funny right
We're not
now!
streaming 1080. What's the point? Hit right. 1080. Not worth it. 60 FPS. Awful. Looks awful. You need at least 10 to 20,000 bitrate to make 1080 look okay at 60. How many times do I have to tell you this?
Why is there a car? Dude, I'll say it one more time. There's a picture of a car on my screen so that every time I look at my OBS, I can see it.
Okay.
To keep me motivated, keep me grinding, keep me going forward. And maybe in a few years, I'll be able to buy that, my dream car.
Ready? Turn it on.
Hey, is that those torches? The
That's probably not a
flamethrower?
flamethrower.
Yeah, the Boring Company.
Nick, can you stop? You've lost it. You've literally lost it. You've literally lost it. Get the fuck out. Get out. Get out. Are you really this low on...
Ooh!
Are you really this low on content? You're trying to light the house on fire?
What are you talking?
Yeah, listen.
You're
girls
all
wish me,
I'm using tilt controls.
Christmas. Riley Reed was like, "Yo, love the streams, man. Keep it up."
Wait, what?
Wait, Tycoon, why'd you react that way?
My dad was in prison.
Unless you'd rather go drop and get me 20 right now!
Cartel? Cocaine? Yeah? Drug lords? Gangbang? My dad worked for the cartel. Oh, wow. No, like, actually for real.
You'll have plenty of time to stand around when you're dead. Watch out! Fire down below!
Hey, Leslie, look.
For
at guitar.
real.
I don't think so. She's really into that guitar.
I'm broke and haven't bought a gift for my mom. She's she's 72 and have only me left. I'm just gonna spend Christmas me and her, and I got laid off.
You're like molasses
You know
going
what, dude?
uphill in January.
The message me on Twitter, bro.
Kind of wall, you can climb it up,
Usama
down,
Biz.
sideways, whatever way you
Message me
want.
on Twitter. I'll buy you a pizza, man, for Christmas.
Like a
I'll get you a
monkey.
pizza. A fucking pizza.
Watch those
Are you
mines,
guys serious?
kid. They'll blow you up like a
I was offered a man a
10-cent
pizza to
kazoo.
question marketing, man.
That's all you need. There's a pizza? That's all he's giving him.
What did you want me to give him, like $1,000? No. The fuck? Oh, fucking Santa, bro.
Oh, the poor cats.
Damn.
Unless you'd rather just drop and get me 20 right now!
Hello? Let's see what this is.
You know, my mom came down, we went out to like, the zoo, everything's like, whoa, mom, she's recording with her phone. My son, look, he will take me here. My son, look at this. Say, mom, can we just watch this shit? Mom, get off the phone, please. Look at this fish. My son, he's so good. It's like, record me. Georgie, record me while I look at the fish.
Yep, a little look.
Mentales, uber alles! Now that kind of wall, you can climb it up, down, sideways, whatever way you want. Just get on it. Quick, like a monkey. Watch those mines, kid. They'll blow you up like a 10-cent kazoo.
Are you serious? Dude, just put your foot up, man. Just real quick.
So, this...
What the fuck is this? Is it a walk? Oh!
Oh.
Unless you'd rather just drop and get me 20 right now!
Okay, that was a mistake. It was a test run. I only told the doctor I didn't want one vaccine. for her.
Screenshotted it?
That was it. But the looks and the judgment I got for that, I'll never forget. I will never forget. What do you mean, attaboy, K-Kona? No, no.
You just sent me something?
Listen, I am not telling you how to live your life,
sorry.
guys. And I'm not telling you how to be a parent.
Hmm.
But let me tell you something, okay? All right, I have the right to decide what goes in my child's body, all right? What no, not poisons. What?
Dang, my
Because
bowels
fucking
move
YouTube
more
keep
than
on
you do,
deleting
Pokey.
everything. YouTube delete all of my junk rating videos.
They deleted the Russian stream with me wearing a bikini. They say that's sexual. And then I turn on and that's Google for like rap, music videos, and all these girls are like grinding. You know, you can see the camel toe, and they're like doing grinding everything that they see.
You'll
and
have
that's not
plenty of
sexual.
time to stand
but
around
me
when you're
wearing
dead.
a little Russian bikini, dancing around, trying to be funny, they deleted that. Cardi B showing off her fat ass all over YouTube, and no problem.
And bring about the positive change you want to see in this world, because the revolution will not be televised. Revolution will not.
Uh-oh.
So good.
Very interesting to see, the pot calling the kettle white. That's me! You're talking about me and you think I'm pretty! He thinks I'm pretty! He said the soul keep laughing. Everyone is sipping for Senna. Oh my god, the chat really likes me!
Get out of here.
Okay, I was. Okay, I'll put it in, okay?
They thought I was dope.
You just.
Fanfan's really good at that. Which is, yeah. So she's doing a good job.
You'll have plenty of time to stand around when you're dead.
Same.
I got it. I got a breaching shotgun. Get ready.
Whoa. Why?
Bowels move more than you do, Bobby.
Oh, too much.
You suck. Wait, you brought a gas grenade? Oh shit. Oh shit.
Yeah, watch this.
Hold.
Give it a few seconds.
Checking the stairs.
Yeah, gas about.
Alright, I have a gas.
There we go.
Fuck! Get the fuck out of it! I can't move! Shut the door! They all gassed themselves. What the fuck?
The fuck?
Yes. Nice. Pretty good.
Here, go stand next to Zoil. Is this what every streamer does when they meet me for the first time? Yeah, well, the short ones. You're literally almost. She's like 2/3 your height. Isn't that crazy? Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
And watching Maya mess this up gives me so much confidence. I'm like, man, I'm gonna be fine. I like, no matter what.
I love Coach Oleander.
Every single time we finish a map, they literally say mandatory 15-minute break. They haven't said it, but I know they're smoking weed. And then this other dude just shoots hoops. 15 minutes. Every time. Very consistent. I don't know what the other dude's doing. He's the one buying all the stacking.
Nice.
Oh no!
I love Coach Oleander. He's so nice and he knows everything.
Louisa, what do you think about your dad going to the gym today? That's wrong?
Yes, Christmas Day.
Yeah, but what are we going to do? Just wait?
Christmas is about having fun with your family, not going
Maybe you can join me. Come with me and have fun with your dad.
Very nice to meet you, but I have to go. Yeah, as slow as I am, you're still somehow slower. The horse is so slow that the game is slow. I think everything is slow. I've been. Oh! Whoa! 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 Oh!
Wild.
Whoa! Hold on! Hold on! That's not right. Oh, I'm drifting. It's Tokyo fucking drift out here. Wrong way! Wrong way! Get back to the ground. You got this. You got this. Come on, horse. Come on. Come on, horse. Come on. A little bit. Nope. This way. Wrong way.
And then,
yes.
I mean, how can you possibly mix up sugar and salt? Like, watch out! What's fire down below? Like, tell me it's rigged, Leslie. Like, did you actually put salt in your little cake thing there?
To this day, I still don't know. And I mean that honestly. I'm not saying it because I don't want to answer it. But when I tasted the cake tasted fine to me.
Guys, you have to stop spawning Nazeems. You're gonna actually break my game.
Right on the chin. Let's go.
Do you get to the Cloud District very often? Oh, what am I saying? Of course you don't.
Excuse me.
Oh, it took years.
Excuse me.
But I earned my way to the top.
Excuse me.
I owned Chill for a
Dog's bad.
Oh shit, somebody's car exploded. Oh shit, somebody's car fucking exploded, bro. What the fuck? Oh, that's a fucking Chrysler 300.
You're not gonna get another chance like this.
Oh, and I'm running this way. Fuck that. Hey, go that way. Go that way. Go that way. I'm out. I'm out. Fuck that. Something's spraying on that shit.
Give me 20 right now.
Hell no. Bro, they better call the fire department.
Couldn't be me.
He's probably gonna get one from me next, right?
How much you want to bet?
$20.
20 bucks? Deal. Have a good day.
But I don't like my brother. Because my brother has a girlfriend. But that's not why I don't like my brother. If my
You know what I was thinking? I'm saying penis. Penis.
Hard, son. Show it up.
Pretty good.
Penis.
Penis.
You guys are leaving us? Yeah, take this. Well, you gotta do something with that boner.
What? Game day, kid.
What does that mean? Oh, you come with us. It doesn't take him but 15 seconds. I don't have a boner yet. What do you guys get to do? All he needs is one of those little teeny bars of soap. I can't see.
Dude, what the fuck? This is the best thumbnail of my life.
Damn it.
Let's party.
classroom of our children. Shame on you.
Move, move, move!
So no one win.
Nobody won.
Nobody won.
No.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they had to go back.
Oh my god. Oh shit. Is that okay?
Oh wow, look at that.
Oh my.
You should be an American football coach.
Oh.
Do you think you could do it?
If I learn, yeah. Oh my god, is he not okay?
He died.
Oh shit.
No, I'm just kidding. He's fine. He has strong neck.
No way. Oh my god.
That's all I put in there. There's more, but it's gonna take me a second. What number was that? 102 at the lowest.
Yeah, 102.
There's 101. I'm doing this with a trackpad. Can I clear this? Oh, yeah, just do the X. Add to playlist. Let's get the phone out of the way.
Watch out! Fire down below! Hit!
Oops.
These actually take quite a while to go through, huh?
There it is! Unless you'd rather just drop and give me 20 right now!
As
oh, watch that. Oh, what? Oh,
Sammy used to come
wait,
up
what?
to me when I was zookeeping.
As I said in the intro, the only talent show in history where it is dominated by women. That is right. Women, power to the ladies. Ludwig.
Wait a minute, you said power to the ladies, but I hear our voices don't matter today.
Well, okay, no. That's
True,
not.
It's like the only time it doesn't matter.
No.
Way
Foosley, you are sadly mistaken. I was trying to give make them feel like they had power.
Yikes, dude.
Okay,
Damn.
let me explain myself. In the previous shows, you guys would give a golden buzzer and it would give a slight boost in the poll, but that boost didn't make a difference most of the time, okay? Except the last show. But
hey, you don't have to explain yourself. You support Trump as a gay man and also hate women.
No, I don't hate women. Look. I don't hate women. I love
You
women.
just dislike them.
I don't dislike women.
From the women,
This is not about.
Damn, just a downward spiral, dude.
Wait, can I say something nice about me if I get at least one number one answer, please?
You will.
What's up?
Come on.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's okay. Alright, everybody.
Yes.
Welcome to my stream. Today we're gonna throw car batteries into the ocean. Let's go.
Woo.
Can I get some pogs in the chat?
Ah, damn. Cut out the clip.
Play with sound, play with sound.
There's not a soggy patch on there. It's all the way round, okay?
Made a noise.
God damn it.
Someone set up a phone, I guess, in his room.
Oh my god!
That
is the most meta shit I've ever.
Whoa.
What? That's the most meta shit I've.
Wild.
That's terrifying, though.
What the fuck?
Hey, man, watch out! Fire down below!
Philadelphia Collector's Edition.
Nice.
Open this very quietly, okay, Alinity? I don't want you to fuck this up. Open it very safely.
But she's my competition.
I'm good with leather. Here.
Ton is really tight.
Okay, this might be TOS. It's like a keyboard.
No.
Don't show this.
Show that though.
Unless you'd rather just drop and give me 20 right now!
By Philadelphia.
And it's like a mouse and a keyboard and stuff.
Dude, a mouse.
Tampon.
I don't
That's
want
hard.
Megan making a fool out of the kids.
Fire down below!
Also, that fat cunt Santa is not taking the goddamn credit, dude. I bought the fucking presents. Megan bought the fucking presents. This fat bitch is gonna come on in his sleigh and fucking steal all the credit? Oh, winds me up. And then he eats the pie and milk. Like, I'm putting dinner out for this cunt on Christmas Eve, while he takes all the credit for buying all the presents.
Big mummy milky honky wonky. What does that mean? Alinity wants you to come over. If he doesn't. Yeah.
Unless you'd rather just drop and give me 20 right now!
You got.
It's pretty good.
I don't know. I think this is. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Watch out! Fire down below!
No! Damn it.
So.
When we get an new art.
When Rockstar becomes a good company again.
Oh, are you guys from Brazil?
Yes.
Oh, you guys suck at soccer. Germany is better.
Germany.
Germany is way better than you guys at FIFA.
FIFA.
11 September.
11 September.
What?
Unless you'd rather just drop and give me 20 right now!
He did a shoey?
Watch out! Fire down below!
Hey Siri.
It's game day, kid! Now that kind of wall, you can climb it up, down, sideways, whatever way you want. Just get on it. Quick, like a monkey.
Hey Siri.
Watch those mines, kid.
He was hiding
Blow
his
you up
dick
like
for
a
some reason.
tin-cent kazoo.
Okay.
Hey Siri. Oh, Oh wait, I'm stupid. Hey Alexa.
It's for carbonara, okay? It's like with noodles.
What?
Oh, okay. I thought you meant like
and then
instant noodles you
yeah,
pour the milk in.
Nah. And then I left it in the pot,
and I left it inside the sink, okay, and set it for like more than a month, and every day it smelled like garbage. And what I had done is I had put a big ass garbage bag over the whole sink, and I didn't cook, I didn't touch the sink. I took it off, and there was this big ass dome of like foam, and it was like mold that started like flying almost. It's crazy.
Why didn't you just you know, dump it out?
You see, who wouldn't clean?
No, it was disgusting after like a week.
Oh yeah, that's
Come in,
probably
come in.
true. It's disgusting.
Ah! Good job, Reina! She coming! Very good job, Reina! Very good job, Reina! Q&A? Bomb on fucking B, you...
Drop and give me 20 right now!
I meet you, son of a bitch. I fucking up your mom die instantly, idiot.
Fucking noob, Jet. Can you stop crying on your fucking microphone, Rita?
What's with all the French people?
Imagine having a virgin voice and talking like this fucking bastard you are. Go ahead.
Oh my god.
Bastard you are.
Multi's dog, dude.
Today is 12/11/2021. Here's a look at Twitch and the current viewer base. It's around 12:30 Pacific Standard Time. So you can see Warzone still up there, you know, close to 100,000 viewers. Halo 52,000. And the main reason why I'm making this video is Battlefield 2042.
Unless you'd rather just drop and give me 20 right now!
It was a flop. Call of Duty.
Where is
Vanguard,
it?
I mean, even that's higher. Destiny 2, that's higher than Battlefield 2042.
Wait, where the hell's Battlefield?
I mean, Smite. Let's get real.
You'll have plenty of time to
Sad
settle
stuff.
your
Today is 12/11/2021.
Wait, where was it?
At Twitch.
It was only had 6,000 viewers. No, and then Pokey looked and it had 2. It flopped hard.
Holy
Rest in peace, Battlefield.
shit, this game fell the fuck off hard.
I'll play it if it comes on Game Pass.
They might have to put it on Game Pass to make some kind of money.
How's Ubisoft still even making money? Like, there's people buying the game.
Sammy used to come up to me when I was zookeeping, and she would tickle me, and I would throw myself in the chain link. And it fucking sucked.
All you have to do to tickle Maya, is
Unless
just
you'd
touch
rather
her.
just drop and give me 20 right
you just
now!
have to like touch her side, and she just.
I knew it. I was so ready.
Move! Watch out! Fire down below!
Mall Bio Boy. One banned 10 timeouts. Banned by Refrigerator. He says, but why am I banned?
I've never seen that one before.
Oh my god.
There's like a clamp, and then you just kind of take this out. I usually do it.
Can I lean on you?
Maybe you should ask before you actually lean on the person.
Was Life is Strange?
Well, she did.
Ow! Oh!
Oh no, it's
Hold on. Slower.
12 minutes?
No. Hold on. Not so fast.
Don't take this the wrong way, but this would be faster if I carried you.
I can walk. Just don't go so fast. Ow! Fine. Carry me.
Okay. I'm gonna grab you here, okay? And here. And lift you up. Okay?
Yeah.
We're doing a piggyback?
Can I lean on you?
All
That's
right,
okay with
here we
me.
go.
All right.
What the fuck?
Shit! How are we? Breaching!
Get ready, get ready!
They're trapped.
He's down, he's down, he's down.
You'll have plenty of time to stand around when you're dead.
Whoa. No.
Drums, gaming guitar controllers, 6 consoles, 10 computers, bunch of fucking wires, sound pads,
XCC?
Yeah. You ever see this animated?
No, I don't think I have.
Hold on. It's great.
Is this English?
Holy shit, my sister's hamster's in my room. What the?
Yo!
Spectre?
I'll play it after.
Yeah.
You're good.
The fuck?
Adjourning.
Okay.
Can't break it.
The time.
Stop! Alex, what the fuck? When you're dead.
We can hear what you're doing, Alex. God, stop! Alex, we're fucking streaming! This is fucking explicit content! Alex! Fucking disgusting! There are children
I
watch
don't
this!
know, jerking off or something? I don't know. I just...
We can hear every fucking sound! Oh my god!
Probably just meme him.
Or they, yeah, they're memeing.
Unless if he's actually doing it, then...
Hey, welcome back!
Hell yeah, maybe he just gets off doing it. There's people watching.
You got a red thing.
I'd come if I made tea.
You'll have plenty of time to stand around when you're
You
dead.
make a good cup of tea.
What are the captions? What? What are the captions? Let me revisit the
Okay, one
captions.
more. Let's go for it.
My asshole hurt, daddy.
My god.
Huh?
3 minutes. Muted.
No.
You're like molasses going
Nice.
uphill in January with crutches.
Scary.
Straddle the goddamn. Oh.
Onward and upward, soldier.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
Nice.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my god, that's scary looking. Careful.
Oh my goodness. Oh my god. Oh my god. Jesus fucking Christ. That is terrible.
We've all been there. I jerked off to 13 ghosts.
Oh, you scared me. I was about to. You scared the shit out of me. That sounded.
Exactly. Wait, did they actually do this because they didn't want things? People actually pee here, so they.
It's like Kia or
Wait,
something.
someone actually even pooped.
Wait, what?
Oh, it's Saran wrap.
It's at IKEA. It's open public. Okay, we're in a public space. IKEA got me back.
Dang, my bowels move more than you do, Pokey.
You looking at someone's wish list?
Now that kind of wall, you can climb it up, down, sideways, whatever way you want. Just get on it, quick, like a monkey. You'll have plenty of time to stand around when you're dead. Watch those mines, kid.
Alright, Rich, we need to talk.
About what?
That's the guy that woke us up this morning.
Firebug over here?
Yep.
So
It's game day, kid!
Listen, I didn't know that there was an extraction fan. We don't have that many. Also,
They cook outside.
why didn't you just do this thing? Because I didn't know. I thought you turn it off in the UK. We turn it off.
You do, but you didn't do it.
But I can't because your ceilings are 18 feet tall.
Jump, motherfucker.
You're already like 16 feet tall. I've never heard you get that mad at anybody but Chad. You were like chat levels of anger.
Mentales Uberalis!
You're like, why
Give me
don't
that
you
cheese.
just do?
Yo, what's up, man? What's the code? What's the code, pal? Okay. Jesus Christ, man. Why do you snipers act like you're not a sniper before you meet me? I don't get it. It's so lame. Oh my god, what's the code? What's the code? What's the code? What's the code?
Bing, bing,
Oh
bing.
my fucking god, I can't, dude.
No, it's bing, bing. Yo.
Yo, what's the code?
Bing, bing.
Oh my fucking god, dude, I can't.
Or Quinn69. Hey, this is Courtney from MasterChef Season 5. And it has been brought to my attention that you're A very good video game player, and B, you stream on Twitch and do pretty well for yourself. And C, you complain about it, about how hard it is. Oh, poor me. It's so hard to play video games all day long with one hand on a bag of chips and the other hand playing.
Number 19 is what Asmund is going to pick. The barmaid is going to step up and get us to number 19. By the way, guys, thank you so much for all the subs and the gifted subs.
Shut the
and
fuck
everything
up,
else.
S-Band.
I did see that in the
Show
chat.
the
I really
booba
appreciate it.
now.
Yeah, but
Shut up, booba.
5. Asmund is now 1 point behind Bruce. So that lucky number 7 with 1 point
Where is-
actually gives Bruce the
How
lead.
long is this gonna take, man?
In around 7. Very good, and we are ready to go
Booba!
into
Oh my
round
God.
number 8.
We're sponsored by NordVPN. Apparently, it gives you high ping, according to Sean. But
It's game day, kid!
it's worth it anyway. I'm glad because it's so good
Sean, you didn't
anyway.
double
Coach Saikuno, guys, they have servers.
I feel like
they do
I think we should at
VPN
least
things.
watch out.
I
was thinking like,
Hear this.
Dude. Stream Deck, analyzer, fucking moderator stance, sound filter, 6 monitors, pedals, drums, gaming guitar controllers, 6 consoles, 10 computers, bunch of fucking wires, sound pads, speakers, antenna, satellites, dog cam, cat tree, cat this, and a bunch of dogs, dude, right? They're ready to fucking analyze NASA's landing speed, dude.
Is the is the original?
Yeah, it's just him. They're sitting there screaming that. I think he was trying to talk about like streamer setups. And he's just standing there. He gets up out of his chair and just starts ranting.
Dude. Stream Deck, analyzer, fucking moderator stance, sound filter, 6 monitors, pedals, drums, gaming guitar controllers, 6 consoles,
6
10
consoles.
computers, bunch of fucking wires, sound pads, speakers, antenna, satellites, dog cam, cat tree, cat this, and a bunch of dogs, dude, right? They're ready to fucking analyze NASA's landing speeds, dude.
That's good. That's good.
I still don't understand what excuse he's trying to say there.
You did.
Yeah, good.
You did.
You did. You did.
You did.
You were #1 on LSF today? What? I'm right here.
Wait, which one? Where did we stop at? Oh, you just put it in. That was the last one. Okay. Dude.
We just toured the galaxy.
That was crazy.
All right, let's get into it. Game of the year.
Call of Duty Vanguard.
This game is about World War II.
So good.
I'm not joking. Google it. Yeah, they really made it about that.
Hitler, you're
coolest place to work. Blizzard. Yo, there's cute
Blizzard.
chicks working everywhere.
You can pretty much
Blizzard.
do whatever you want and say anything to any girl there, and you don't get in trouble. And check it out, free game code sometimes.
Oh, I forgot they make games.
Game that broke barriers.
Resident Evil Village. Us horny people felt oppressed for so long, but now it's okay to be horny again. Yo, I think this woman's ass looks big and juicy.
He's tall as and I'm hard as
Look at the statue I bought. Oh my god, just showing that to you feels so freeing.
Craziest idea for a game. Forza 5.
Ah. Whoa.
Worst name for a game.
Returnal.
Yo, I get it. Rectum and internal. Grow up.
Best name for a game.
Tales of Arise.
Sounds like a boner.
Boner.
Biggest outrage in a game.
Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl.
Yo, where's Doug?
We got Doug.
At least give me fucking Quail, man.
Yeah, Quail, man. That was Doug? Game that's bullshit.
Life is strange. No, it ain't. Best esport athlete brought to you by Red Bull Gaming.
Squirm. Our sponsor wants us to give a shout out to all the other nominees. Burnt Nut, Scrimmel,
Roach,
Foreskin, Valorskin. Congratulations to everyone who was nominated.
Red Bull Gaming really likes you.
Why did they just make us sing?
And now it's time to say goodbye to video games and go outside the box and say best movie of the year.
Ghostbusters. Old guys in, women out.
No more girls in this one. Sorry, Melissa. Sorry, Sandra. Sorry, the other one. I can't remember. You're gone. We got Paul Rudd now.
Men got the movies back. Worst movie of the year.
Tick, tick, boom.
I thought this was going to be an action movie.
Don't allude to explosions. They're going to have an explosion. Give me a real ass song. Maybe a titty or two.
Stop singing about AIDS.
Person who ate sour candy more than me.
The kid who shot everyone in Wisconsin.
Yo, I don't know what he's eating there, but probably atomic warhead. That shit is gnarly.
He's definitely got a warhead.
Yeah,
he's struggling
Yo,
with
me
that.
and this guy, we get it.
He's having a worse time than those guys that shot right in the head. Coolest disease to have.
COVID-19 original variant.
Original variant.
Yo, you can't get that anywhere anymore.
That's like an original Charizard card. Give me $600, I'll cough on you.
Biggest ball.
The guy who thought he could turn the boat around in the Suez Canal.
Yo, you crazy motherfucker.
You thought you could do that.
How you can turn that shit around in
That
there.
guy's just three-point turning like it ain't gonna fuck up Christmas.
You miss all the shots you don't take.
Respect. Biggest disappointment.
Simone Biles.
Yo, just go there to the Olympics and you do nothing.
Yo, Olympic Committee, get me to do it.
Simone, do this next time. Watch this. Watch this. I just take my word for it. I would have won the gold.
He would have gotten it. Jobs I should have never been trusted with. Building condos in Florida.
Yeah, I'm gonna be real. That was not my best work. I didn't exactly know what I was doing.
Signed off on some paperwork that we shouldn't have signed off on.
Next time, I'm just gonna say I don't know how to do this, but you know, you got person who I don't know who they are. Brandon.
Yo, who the fuck are you?
Who's Brandon?
Why are we cheering
Who's
for
Brandon?
him?
I guess people cheer for anyone these days. They're not cheering for me when I show up. You know what? I'm just gonna say it right here and now. Fuck Brandon.
Worst person they canceled.
Me. I guess I made some comment about how I was gonna fuck everyone in one direction. in 2012.
I don't know why he said those things, but he was just kidding.
It was just a joke. Really? I can't work at Sonic now?
Yo, I've seen him on roller skates. He can do it.
I can skate.
Best get rich quick scheme.
NFTs. Yo, I got this monkey now. Now I'm rich.
NFTs.
I don't know how it works.
It was pretty fucking easy. I don't know why no one else is doing this. He is.
It's on a computer
He's
somewhere.
smoking a cigarette. I saved it somewhere.
Monkeys.
We got billions.
Movie with the craziest stunts.
Rust. Yo, those are not fake guns on this set. Neo didn't even do that shit.
I know you're paying these people, but fuck, man, not enough.
I cannot wait to see this when it comes out. Person I feel most sorry for.
Nicki Minaj's cousin. Yo, you don't want big nuts. Whatever happened to that person's nuts sucks.
That's why I don't take medicine. I've been saying it for years. And finally,
the moment you all been waiting for.
Biggest problem we have to solve. Racism.
Racism.
Excuse me. Stop being racist. Don't be racist.
No, I'm good.
Just stop. Don't be racist. Stop.
Don't accuse me of being racist.
No, I'm not. I'm just saying. If you ever... I'm not. I wasn't accusing anybody necessarily. I'm just saying if you go down that road, it's not a good road.
Did we blow that one?
I think we blew that one. Don't be racist. Stop. No, if you're thinking about it, it's
I'm
not
not
a good road.
racist.
You're gonna think about
Don't
that
be
tonight.
racist.
Process that. We gotta stop being racist. Listen.
That's one less racist.
There you
Message
go.
received.
We can all agree to not be racist. Hell yeah, right? Hell yeah.
All right. Yeah, we did it. We did it. We did it.
Did we do it?
We did it.
I punched a dude in the throat because of racism.
You did? And with
Whoa.
I'm in New Orleans, yeah. Yeah, he's fucked up. He's tracheotomy.
Damn. How'd he do it? They stopped racism. It's that easy, man. Hmm.
So I know what you're probably thinking. How do you speedrun Wii Sports Resort Golf? It sounds like a joke. What, do you just smack the ball as hard as you can, trying to hit hole-in-one after hole-in-one? Well, not exactly. The reality is, it's a lot more complicated than just that. You have to plan all your moves ahead of time. Make on-the-spot calculations while under pressure. Aim with impeccable precision. Hit incredibly
game
difficult
crash.
shots while knowing you're on world record pace.
Damn.
Hardly anyone is up to the task, and over the years,
There's a practice
just a few
progress
have risen to the top to claim the world record
Is
for
that
any
right?
stretch of time. This is their story.
Slowly, we're slowly getting
Coach, whatever, something. He knows so
Hmm.
much.
basic brain and
Basic brain.
Wii Sports Resort Golf is a strange speedrun. Given that it's a Wii game, the way you take each stroke is by swinging your arm using the Wii's motion controls. The harder you swing, the further the ball goes. It sounds simple enough, but given the tiny target you're aiming for, you need to be super precise. You can also pick which club to use. Drivers and irons are best for long shots, while wedges and putters are good for shorter range shots. The first run we're going to look at was performed by a guy known as Ya Boy Be True.
Ya boy.
There probably were people who speedran it before him, but he appears to be the first person with recorded speedruns of Wii Sports Resort Golf. He did a series of runs in February 2015, before setting his best time that May. 12 minutes and 46 seconds.
I love Coach Oleander. He's so nice and he knows everything.
True's goal was simple enough. Get through all 18 holes as fast as possible. It all started right here on hole 1.
Closing remarks.
He used the driver to hit the ball down the fairway,
missed it.
then an iron to hit it further onto the green, then used the putter to hit it into the hole. 3 shots. Pretty easy, right? Well, one other thing you had to take into account was the wind speed and direction. It can be one of 8 directions, and range anywhere from perfectly still to 20 miles per hour. He had 20 mile per hour wind to the west on hole 1,
Wild.
so he had to aim all of his shots quite a bit to the right of where he thought they needed to go. It worked out pretty well, and he was able to get himself a birdie. For hole 2, the hole is close enough to the start that you can hit a hole in 1. But True actually didn't want to do that, because of the game's internal system that more or less controls how this game is speedran. The replay system. Although hitting really impressive shots like hole-in-ones or chip-ins seem fast, they ultimately end up losing time, because if the game thinks your shot is good enough, it will show you a long replay of it. The game system is complicated, but replays are generally triggered if one of 3 conditions is satisfied. If you chip the ball in off the flag or have the ball close to the hole, if you putt the ball from far away or with a curved angle, or if you hit the ball from very far away and it either lands in the hole, like a hole-in-one, or lands within a few feet of the hole. The distance the ball can land from the hole and still trigger a replay depends on how far from the hole the shot is from. So, True's strategy for hole 2 was to hit the ball onto the green, but not so close to the hole that it triggers a replay, then plunge into the hole. He did so successfully. On hole 3, he accidentally hit a tree, but was still able to get a solid birdie out of it. On hole 4, he missed the putt on a shot that might have triggered a replay if it went in. Then on hole 5, he overcompensated for the slope of the green. Holes 6 and 7, on the other hand, featured long putts that just barely made it in the hole. Hole 8 featured an interesting situation. He hit it super close to the hole, but then it started rolling. Since it took so long to stop moving and go to the next shot, it actually would have been faster to land further away. It's just another example of the accurate shots not always being the fastest ones. Hole 9 had another pretty bad missed putt, then True was on to the back 9. Hole 10 featured a very long putt, then hole 11 had this shot that probably missed the replay by half a foot.
Nice approach!
Hole 12 has 2 paths you can
Like
take.
how Hassan is
You can go to the right around the fairway,
MasterChef 2.
or aim for this tiny
New
patch
meta.
of grass on the left. The left path is ever so slightly
When's Gordon
faster
gonna
on average,
do
but
some
depending on the hole, the right path
streams?
is sometimes the better move. True went to the left and made it through. Hole 13 is an example of how a bad score can still be fast. True's first shot landed in the bunker, but that meant it didn't roll after landing. So he was able to really quickly set up for the second shot, then tap it in on the third one. Remember, a worse score on a hole doesn't necessarily mean it was slower. Hole 14 is infamous for its trees that line the portion of the course you want to aim at. True hit one with his first shot, but still converted it into a birdie after a nice shot onto the green later on. He unfortunately missed another tough putt on hole 15, and then on hole 16, he had a tough decision to make. There's once again 2 paths to take here, either going around to the left or risking a shot right through the trees to just barely make it onto the green.
I don't know if I can remember to type
The
in
right path is
2022, it'll be fine.
undeniably faster, and True lined up to go for
That's
it.
2023.
Then he saw the wind blowing to the west, which would have made his shot much harder. So he backed out and went left. He still got a birdie, it just wasn't as fast as it could be. His first shot on hole 17 made it onto the green, but it was far from the hole. He had to do 2 putts to get it in. And finally, he was on hole 18. a hole made up of several islands to shoot onto. He made it onto the green with 2 shots, his putt, then tapped it in to complete the world record speed. There were obviously a decent amount of mistakes in this run. He missed 6 putts across the 18 holes, for instance. There was also a lot that True did well. He finished 13 under par, and he wasted little time between shots by very quickly lining the next one up. It was a solid start, but there were still improvements to be made. However, for the next 3 years, nobody else really ran the game at the top level.
And said,
By early 2018,
update. Internet and overall infrastructure and living in LA has been a bit of a little disaster. I don't mind issues and overcoming them, but there comes a time where I snap. We're at the point. I'm flying home whenever that is, back to Big Juice normal streams.
With Super Mario Bros.
ASAP.
World record holder, Darby.
Wait, what? What's he talking about?
He's been moving around from state to state for the past like 6 months.
An event created by speedrunner.
Yeah, he was in Texas for a while. Now he's in LA, and he's just been renting Airbnb. And said he's finally just gonna go back home now.
On every shot.
That's why he's always in like a different.
Because he's just been in Airbnbs for the past couple months.
I've messed up every single one of these putts.
Did you say why?
I think he was just trying to find where he wants to live.
But he got a lot
Oh,
better,
that's fair.
and after the challenge ended, he continued running the game. He found success with it.
Where
lowering
does
his
he usually
personal best
live?
down close to the world record using
No
nearly
idea.
the same strategy as True did. As of February 7th, he was just 5 seconds behind the record. Later that same day, he got a run that was ahead of the record by 5 seconds, thanks to a really accurate shot on hole 2. Keep in mind, his splits are comparing to his personal best, not the world record. He missed an easy putt on hole 4, but the record missed a putt on both holes 4 and 5. So after hole 5, Darbian was 15 seconds ahead of True's record. Unfortunately, the next 2 holes were less than ideal.
I should have. No, that was bad. Yeah, that's a little too much.
You can grab poles like that and swing on them. It's all about upper body strength, you know?
He lost 26 seconds over holes 6, 7, 8, and 9. That meant he was 11 behind the record, but there was still a lot of time to save. True had some missed putts and other bad shots in the first half of his back 9, so Darbian got to work bringing it back.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful. Really, that's beautiful.
Darbian was actually a second ahead of the record going into hole 15. He was in a good position, and if he didn't miss any putts, he had a good shot at beating the record. And perhaps that pressure was on his mind when he got to the end of hole 15.
Not that. Oh, it went in! Holy cow.
This was a really good run. On hole 16, he was committed to going for the right side strat. Pretty much the best case scenario here was getting it in 3 shots. 1 shot to get it into the bunker or somewhere in the general vicinity of the hole, then 1 shot to get it in position for a realistic putt, then 1 shot to put it in. That's what he was going for. Instead, this is what happened.
Nice shot.
Yes! You can't make that shot off.
Nice approach.
Holy cow.
The ball skidded off the bunker just enough to slow it down and have it land right near the hole.
I woke up this morning and I fell asleep on my arm,
Darbian was now
and I could not
23
move my
seconds ahead
arm
of the world
because
record.
it was asleep.
His last 2 holes didn't even have to be that great.
It was so
And they worked.
feeling, you know,
He had to do 2 putts on hole 17, and
it was
he
the
took an extra
feeling
shot
of
to
when
get
I
closer
broke
to the
my
hole on 18.
arm and I couldn't move
It was still enough
like,
to
I was
snap the
afraid
world
I
record.
couldn't move my arm at all.
No, yeah, I do that a lot. I'd like have my arm underneath my head when sleeping sometimes. It's just like, you wake up and it's like, where's my arm?
Yeah.
This
Where's
speedrun
my-
of esports
what the
resort
fuck?
golf
You can't
is a
pick my
perfect
arm up.
example
Right?
of a law that I call the Darbian effect. Darbian had
gross.
several hundred.
It's like a noodle.
Thousands of viewers watching him play Wii Sports Resort Golf, a category that
Harry
had
Potter
just
has a
6
noodle arm.
runs and a world record that
Oh
hadn't been
God.
seriously challenged in 3
Terrifying.
years. When a runner of his popularity brings that much attention to a game with a small speedrunning scene, it's bound to give it a huge boost. And as a result of the Darbian effect, within days of his record, Wii Sports Resort Golf had 3 new runners going for the world record: Alaska XP2, MD Cross, and 10dog. The first one to strike was Alaska XP2, just 4 days after Darbian's world record. Alaska had ran the game months prior, and was actually second place behind True. But Darbian's push for the world record inspired him to keep going, so he lowered his personal best multiple times in early February. On February 11th, just 4 days after Darbian's record, Alaska had a great run going after the first 7 holes. He only had one real mistake up to this point, a single missed putt on hole 4. Unfortunately, this was his hole 8.
No.
Unfortunate.
No.
Thankfully, Alaska cleaned up the run quite a bit in the back 9. He hit this super long putt on 13, then actually matched Darbian's insane hole 16. After a par on 17 and a birdie on 18, Alaska had himself a new world record.
Oh, dude.
MD Cross was next. He had a unique skill set. He quickly became known for being extremely good at hitting shots, but struggled to avoid replays and use the best routes. For example, take this run of his on February 13th. He nailed putt after putt in the first 9 holes, but then accidentally hit this shot on hole 10.
No way.
It triggered a replay that lost him time. And then 2 holes later on hole 12, still, thanks to hitting most of his putts, he was 9 ahead of the record after hole 15.
Huh.
He didn't get the insane
Alright.
hole 16 that Alaska had, and he missed a putt on hole 17. But an excellent hole 18 was just enough to beat out Alaska with a 12-19.
He got it. 12-18. Boom.
Alaska and Cross would each lower the record one more time over the next 3 days. These 2 runs followed the same pattern of Cross typically being more accurate with his shots, but taking longer to set them up. He ultimately had the record of 12-12 by February 16th, before 10dog was on a record-paced run the next day.
End of the line, sucker!
10dog loaded the game via USB, which reduced the loading times between holes by about 6 seconds overall. This method of playing the game would later be banned, but 10dog was allowed to use it at this point in time. Anyway, 10dog missed a putt on hole 5 and he triggered a replay on hole 6, but was even with Cross after the front 9. After pretty much maintaining his pace, he got into hole 18 just a few seconds behind the world record. If he could get an eagle instead of Cross's birdie, he'd just barely get the record. He would have to put the ball in after this shot regardless of where it landed. This was going to be tough. He missed world record by 1 second. This is when a 4th competitor entered into the scene, Sir Tyler. He lowered the record to 12:07 with an unrecorded run, but on February 20th, he took it down to 12:05 with a video. Unfortunately, the video quality is pretty awful. It's not worth looking at this run too closely. So, here's where the situation was at. It had been less than 2 weeks since Darbian's record. 6 new world records had been set in that time, with the latest run clocking in at 12:05. 6 seconds from a sub 12-minute run, with 4 top-level competitors going for it. It was a mad scramble. Who was going to get the first 11-minute time? Well, the day after Sir Tyler's 12:05, MD Cross was in position to smash it. He was virtually perfect through 8 holes. Then even after missing a tough putt on hole 9, he was 5 seconds ahead of the world record. He had a clean 10 and 11, then nailed the left side strand on hole 12 to pull 12 seconds ahead. He kept hitting all of his shots, even hitting the flagpole on hole 14. And then it was time for hole 16, a hole that Tyler messed up pretty badly in his record. All Cross could do was aim to the right and hope for the best.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it was. Are you gonna? Oh! First time I've seen you get on the green. Get him in the ball. No! He got it. No replay, no replay, no replay.
Cross was now an incredible 33 seconds ahead of the world record, with time to save on hole 17 since Tyler was out of par. He was on pace to get an 1120x. This was incredible. Unfortunately, he barely missed his putt on hole 17, so his pace fell back to the 1130s. But this was a chance to get a massive world record. He just had to get through hole
18. Get up there. Get up
Fucking air.
What'd you do?
I put it that I did a sub for 64 months, and he said
You're a
that's
sub?
one way to protect your virginity. And I said crying emoji, and he said, "Ah, I got him." I said, "May or may not be $319," and he said, "It's like you want me to make fun of you." He said, "Could be worse. Could have dropped that money on OnlyFans."
I am so bad at this game.
A triple bogey on hole 18. Cross missed the record by 6 seconds. Sub 12 would just have to wait. Until later that same day.
That ain't right, Chief.
I was playing Red Dead Redemption 2.
You got sub 12.
VK, how are you doing?
Oh my god.
We're just playing some Psychonauts. We're just practicing some runs. Or not runs, but just practicing while we're watching Summoning Salt.
The record to a sub 12, but it clearly had the potential to go much lower. Cross triggered a replay on hole 5, and holes 7 and 14 were pretty disastrous. Besides, he just had a run that was on 11:20 pace going into the last few holes, and even that run wasn't perfect. So yes, there was an 11:59, but the community's work wasn't done yet. The top 4 runners were all still there, ready to take the run lower into the 11.
I wonder if...
So, over the next few weeks, here's what they accomplished.
Could I be... Open my splits. Also, let's save layout.
Oh my god!
What?
Test. Or practice. Open layouts, Psychonauts. I'm good. This game was recommended to me. Is any good? Oh, Psychonauts? I love Psychonauts. Psychonauts is such a great game if you enjoy 3D platforming and wacky worlds.
And at this point, something very
It's very simple. It's easy to get
After
into.
a guy known as the Roadrunner,
The
tied
sequel is
record with
amazing.
11:34,
Sequel was
Tyler just
worth
started to
the
take off.
16-year wait
While
or
the other
so.
competitors stayed in the background,
It may
Tyler
be
kept
dated
going.
a bit in terms of
He wasn't
like
doing anything
controls,
drastically different.
because
He
it
was
came
just
out in
hitting
like
nearly all of his shots and wasting no
2005,
time.
4.
Sub
But
12
it's
was
worth.
smashed.
It's a very
Sub
fun
11, a real
3D
possibility.
platformer with like unique abilities you get eventually, and Waffle. Yeah, I think it's his friend.
And then something big was figured out.
Because it says on Xbox.
While Tyler was in the middle of his grind to lower the record, he and
I
Ten
don't
Dog
know.
made a forum post detailing a new strategy that would.
And
forever
right now we're
change
just
the way Wii
practicing
Sports
our
Resort Golf was
runs.
Played. Pin manip.
I think wait, it's what, Tuesday?
The pin
Wednesday?
location refers to the location of the
Workday?
flagpole, and
Yeah,
subsequently
you'd
the
be at
hole
work right now.
on each of the 18 greens.
But
its exact
then again,
position is random each time you play,
it also says he's
which
online
speedrunners just
online.
had to accept. Sometimes the pin location would be favorable to make an easy putt, while other times it would be on a slope or in a much harder position. But in March 2018, TenDog made a speedrun.com
but yeah, it's definitely a
forum post
must
explaining how the
play.
system isn't actually as random as it seems.
If you enjoy 3D
As it turns
platformers.
out, there's a total of 6 pin locations on each hole. 3 are A pins, while 3 are B pins.
Once
The
they go
B
back
pins
to
are
work for
easier
me
than A
tomorrow.
pins. They're located
Let's
usually
do
in the center of
test.
the green,
No.
typically away from slopes. The A pins, on the
Yeah,
other hand,
ooh,
are farther
practice
from the
run.
center and
See if I
out.
can at least beat.
The way the game
See if I can
runs
go
is where
faster
you
than
get
what
an
I'm
A or a
doing.
B pin is your overall score. If you're doing well and are significantly under par, the game tries to make life harder on you and gives you an A pin. If you're struggling and your score is worse, the game throws you a bone by giving you a B pin. Now, speedrunners are pretty good at the game, so without exception, they were getting A pins
Probably
on every
30
single
seconds
hole.
by the time we go
And
into
that
this
just made
door.
sinking all of their putts even harder.
Yeah.
So, this new understanding of how pins worked was nice and all.
I want to
but
beat
did it actually
basic.
matter?
That's all I want to do at
It
least.
didn't. Until
I can
Tyler
drop
and
my
TenDog
time to
figured out
like.
how to use it to their advantage. Water strats on hole 1. The game forces you to give up and move on to the next hole after missing enough shots. So on hole 1, you could just hit the ball into the water over and over again until you moved on to hole 2. It takes 6 shots to get to give up on hole 1, and this is about 4 seconds slower than the traditional strategy of getting a birdie. However, it also puts your score at +8, meaning you're set to get the easier B pins on nearly every single hole until the end. So, even though
Not
you
good,
lose a
but
few
we could
seconds on
probably
hole
save
1,
it.
it made life way better in the long run.
Unless you'd
All of
rather
those
just
missed
drop and
putts
get me
from
20
previous
right
runs
now!
would now become a lot easier. With pin manip to his advantage, Tyler kept doing attempts. He got an 11:07 unrecorded.
But yeah, I'd recommend this game and then the second game, because the second game is just
To give up on hole 1,
is just as good.
kept moving. Thanks to better pin locations,
No.
he was getting birdies and eagles on a bunch of
Unfortunate.
different holes. It wasn't perfect,
Let's see if
since
this
he still
works.
did miss a putt on hole 7, but in general, it was obvious the pin locations
Maybe
were
save some
helping a
time
lot.
if I do this.
He got a couple pars in the back 9, but still had a slim chance at sub 11 after a solid birdie on hole 16. Hole 17 was another birdie, and then he answered hole 18. If he could get an eagle here, completing the hole in 3 strokes, he had a shot at sub 11, but he needed to play perfectly.
We're also watching We're also watching Summoning Assault.
Now that kind of wall, you can climb it up, down, sideways, whatever way you want. Just
More
get on
speed
it.
running videos
Like a monkey.
in the background.
Watch those mines, kid. They'll blow you up like a 10-cent kazoo.
Oh,
Hey, my bowels move more than you do, Pokey.
Not
Yes.
good.
Oh, yes. Oh my god. And just barely. 10:59.
And so,
10:44.
the Wii Sports record had been brought under 11 minutes.
Oh wait.
It's important to keep in mind that this still happened in March 2018. Darbian's record was just a month and a half earlier. Over the course of those 6 weeks, everything had changed. 19 new world records were
Settings.
set by 6 different runners, lowering the record down almost
Splits.
2 full minutes. But after this 10:59, Tyler and most of the rest of the community took a break. He was cemented at the top of the leaderboard, with nobody else within 30 seconds of him, and he lowered the
Weird.
record down time and time again over the past month. And so, for the first time since
It
Darbian's
shouldn't
record,
be going
the world record
the
remains
time while
for 1 month.
like, oh, no.
Starting in April 2018, Tyler spent the next several months running the category on and off. As was mentioned earlier,
Time shouldn't be
no
going
one
when
was
I'm
even
loading.
close to him, so he was the only hope to keep the record lower.
I don't know why it's doing that.
Even though the world record was under 11 minutes, there was still time to save. Tyler could avoid the few missed putts he still had,
I don't lay
get
out.
more birdies and eagles instead of pars, and be faster between each of his shots. So that's what he worked on doing. He got back-to-back records in the 1050s in April,
all the same
before
layout,
coming
right?
back for more
Yeah.
in June. He
I
had a run
think,
that was
it's
13
my
behind the record
current
after the front
place.
9 thanks to some missed putts, but went all out in the back nine. Birdie after birdie, with eagles mixed in too. It would end up being a huge world record of 1040.
Here,
And
the
given
game
how
time,
far
there we
behind
go.
he was early, this run proved that a time in the 1020s was possible. Some more months passed after this record, but something absolutely insane happened. Something that nobody could have seen coming. That changed the way viewers would see Wii Sports Resort golf speedruns. Tyler got a capture card. Armed with a clear video feed, Tyler continued doing attempts and lowering the record
Game
over the course of
breaking.
2018. His attempt counter
Speed
showed
run
that he had done
breaking,
more
getting
than
a capture card.
13,000 runs of golf. That's a lot of attempts. And a few months later, he would begin using a trick that gave him just slightly better odds than a new record. Wind Minute. In March 2018, Tendon explained how, just like the pin locations, the wind wasn't entirely random either. As was mentioned earlier, there's 8 wind directions. The game is forced to select one of the 8 directions for each of the first 8 holes without repeating any, then do the same for the next 8 holes, before 2 random directions for the final 2 holes. So, whichever direction you get for the first hole, you can guarantee you won't see again until at least hole 9. This comes into play on holes 3 and 5, 2 holes where
He's so
generally
nice,
eagles
he
are
knows
only possible if the
everything.
wind isn't blowing south in any of the 3 directions. If you get a southern wind on hole 1, that means that specific wind direction was eliminated for holes 3 and 5 too, since it can't be repeated. So, if Tyler saw wind on hole 1 that didn't point south in some way, he would immediately restart and try again, hoping to boost his odds by a bit by taking one of the southern winds away. Naturally, this would increase his attempt counter since more than half of his runs were reset just seconds into it. It also is convenient because of a new timing method that runners began using. Runs used to start upon selecting 18 holes from the menu, but now started upon pressing restart. That meant the timer now started with about 3 seconds added to it already to compensate, since the game begins quicker after hitting the restart button. Over the next several months, Tyler took a few seconds off the world record. There were highlights such as this run, where he got eagles on holes 3 and 5, but missed several putts after, before bringing it back with this shot on hole 18.
These aren't real runs, I'm just practicing, training.
By November 2018, Tyler had
Hopefully I
taken
could
the record down
actually
to
just
1035. He
get a
had
good
surpassed
time
13 world records
for
in a
my
row,
first split.
and quite simply seemed untouchable. He had a 43-second lead over second place, and the odds of any of them catching up were minuscule. It's remarkable to see someone this dominant in a game for this long. You occasionally see it in people like Andrew G with Super Mario Bros. Or Arcus with Ninja Gaiden. Just like them, Tyler had no rival. He was just too far ahead. And there was only one person who could stop him.
Oh, what? That's too long, that's too much
This
time.
is Danny, better known as the world record holder in the original Wii Sports Golf.
Wild.
By a mile. His closest rival in that game was none other than Tyler himself, but Danny had a big lead. He was the undisputed champion of Wii Sports Golf.
Oh,
the same
okay,
type
I need
of
to practice
stranglehold in
that.
that game as Tyler in Wii Sports Resort. Everyone was waiting for him to start playing Wii Sports Resort Golf, and he finally began in March 2019. Danny was pretty much the only person in the world with the skill needed to catch up to Tyler, so everyone was quickly monitoring his progress. He posted his first personal best on March 16th. This is where he got his time to by April 6th. It became obvious right away that Danny was going to make a push for the world record. He was the only one who could do it. One of his big strengths was sinking putts quickly and accurately.
Dude, why can't I do
Rarely
those in
missed
runs?
And never took more than a fraction of a second to aim. It was remarkable to watch. Just a few days later, he got a run going that was looking good early. He got the eagle on hole 3, but didn't get the wind for it on hole 5.
Yikes.
Still, his front 9 was nearly perfect, as he sunk putt after putt on every hole. He kept it up in the back 9 too, and was 9 seconds ahead of the record after hole 16. Unfortunately, on hole 17, his first shot went into the water, causing him to lose his whole lead. Still, thanks to an eagle on hole 18, he managed to finish just over 0.2 of a second ahead of Tyler. It was just barely a new world record, and it took him less than a month after starting. But Danny wanted more, so he kept playing, and about a month later, he had this run that looked innocent enough early after getting birdies on both holes 3 and 5. After the front 9, he was 8 seconds behind the record. But he wasn't out of it yet, because he kept hitting putt after putt. On hole 17, he went for a different strategy, the intentional give up. He repeatedly shot the ball into the water over and over, similar to on hole 1. It's a couple seconds slower than getting a birdie here, but it's faster than a par, and given how difficult a birdie can be, it's usually safer to just take the give up and lose a tiny bit of time. So he had a bit of a lead going into the last hole, where he would need an eagle to beat the record. Shot 1 was good, but Danny undershot the next one, landing far from the hole. An eagle seemed impossible. But then, he did this.
What do you do? What Danny do? Chipping.
What was that? Well, the flagpole in Wii Sports Resort Golf has some weird properties.
Hey yo, what?
It may look like a cloth flag, but it acts like a wall. If you hit it, the ball usually just drops straight down. So Danny pulled out a driver.
If you hit the flag, it's just a freaking wall.
And aimed
That's
right
insane.
For the flag. It's really precise, but possible to
How do
hit
people
that
figure that
tiny
out?
target. And Danny did, at the end of a run, on world record pace. It was amazing, and it was enough for a new world record of 10:27. For the first time in several months, Tyler had been knocked off the top. Danny was the new champion. And even though Tyler had been so dominant in the past, this time he wasn't even trying to beat it. So, Danny's record stood alone.
That's wild.
And then, 9 months later,
He's just
Tyler
that
came
good.
back. He had one goal in mind, beat 10:27, which he had made splits for to compare it to. And on attempt number 18,402, he had a shot at it. He was half a second ahead going into the last hole. If he could get an eagle, he would get the record. All he had to do was sink this putt and he would once again be crowned the champion of Wii Sports Resort. Tyler had some work to do.
Poor Tyler. Seconds.
I love Coach Ole. I love Coach.
Wait, what? I pressed it. There we go.
I love Coach Oleander. He's so nice and he knows everything.
He was back. After 20,000 attempts of Wii Sports Resort Golf, Tyler had himself a 10:24. He was once again alone on top of Wii
18
Sports.
seconds.
But he wasn't done yet.
Something's all music.
Coach Oleander. He's so nice and he knows everything.
You know it's good once that song hits.
I love Coach Oleander. He's so nice and he knows everything.
By June 2020, Tyler had taken the record down to 10:14, which is where the world record stands today. Tyler is the true champion of Wii Sports Resort Golf. It's hard to argue with nearly 26,000 attempts and 19 world records. His name currently rests at the top of the leaderboard, and it'll probably stay there for a while. How low can the speedrun go? Adding together the fastest front 9 holes with the fastest back 9 comes out to 10:05, but getting under 10 minutes is theoretically possible. MD Cross was the first person to get an 11-minute run. Tyler was the first to get a 10-minute run. So, who's going to be the first to get a 9-minute run?
Imagine speedrunning Wii Sports Resort. Or Wii Sports, like what the heck?
Hey boys, I gotta go bed.
Oh, boy.
Alright, good night, Waffle.
Good night,
Bye.
boy. I was not paying attention to any of that video. Just zooming through all these videos.
Alright, I'm heading out too.
This
I
is
gotta go to bed now.
Nintendo Entertainment
Finally didn't work
System.
for the night though.
It's
It was
one
kinda
of the
scary.
greatest games
Each
ever
team
made.
was scary
But for the
sometimes.
past 15 years,
You miss, like, one
gamers
thing.
from around the
It's
world
like,
have competed with each other to beat it as
game
fast
over.
as possible, culminating in a world record
Look
that
at
has
Ball.
been traded back and forth for years. Most speedrun record
And then
progressions
that was
have a
it.
degree of
There's
drama,
just me left.
but Ninja Gaiden is unlike any other. It has seemingly unbeatable world records, cheaters falsely claiming victory, communities hidden from the rest of the world, and a streak of dominance practically never seen in a game more than 30 years old. Let's see how it got there.
Love Coach Oleander.
He's so nice and he knows everything.
Like for so many other games, the very early history of Ninja Gaiden speedrunning is hard to accurately track.
What if we
From
tried
looking
this?
at old leaderboards, the world record was initially traded back and forth between Japanese runners Osaka, Remuda, and shivering erotic King Banana.
What a name.
But it unfortunately seems like most of these runs don't have videos that are around today. However, over in the West, runners were also competing on Ninja Gaiden, submitting their fastest times to the website Speed Demos Archive. And while these times were slower than the ones in Japan, they at least have video we can look at today. This 1349 from T-Mont appears to be the oldest surviving time with video, and is a great introduction to how Ninja Gaiden speedruns work. Ninja Gaiden is broken into 6 acts, and each act has a few different stages in it. Stage 1-1 is pretty easy even for non-speedrunners. You simply have to use Ryu's sword to slash all the enemies out of your way while running and jumping your way through the stage. There's a few special weapons that can be picked up along the way. There's 5 total weapons, but Spin Slash blows the other 4 out of the water.
Gotta be a quicker way to do all
When
that.
used in the air, it deals 1 damage per frame to every enemy you're touching. Ryu essentially turns into an invincible hitbox when Spin Slash is used, killing anything he comes into contact with. However, it takes 5 Ninpo to use Spin Slash, which must be picked up as you go through the levels. At the end of each act is a boss, who normally takes several hits to kill, but since Spin Slash deals 1 damage per frame to enemies, yeah, it's pretty overpowered. Spin Slash must be re-picked up in each act, so T-Mont quickly did so in 2-1. The general strategy when you're running through stages is to kill each enemy while you're in the air, since if you're on the ground, you must briefly stand still to slash them. So, whenever T-Mont could, he was able to jump and kill enemies on the way up and on the way down. Stage 2-2 featured heavy use of Spin Slash, using it to just obliterate enemies that were in his path. It also featured the first notable randomness in the run. These enemies, nicknamed Hammer Brothers, throw their projectiles at random times and at random trajectories. Although it often led to getting knocked back, this time T-Mont was able to cleanly get through the 2-2 Hammer Brothers. After another quick boss fight came Act 3, the only act in the game to not have Spin Slash.
Yikes.
So, T-Mont instead had to use the Throwing Star in 3-1 to pick up the Art of the Fire Wheel, which he would use later against the Act 3 boss. As for Act 3 itself, 3-1 was fairly straightforward, using the sword while in the air as much as possible to defeat enemies. 3-2 was quite a bit harder and featured more random Hammer Bros. T-Mont got good Hammer Brother luck again, but slowed down a few times throughout the level. In stage 4-1, T-Mont picked up the Spin Slash once again and used it to tear through enemies. He had to do quite a bit of wall climbing in this stage, where you wiggle the D-pad back and forth very precisely to climb up walls as quickly as possible. 4-2 featured more random Hammer Brothers, but thanks to the Spin Slash, they were no big deal. He did get knocked back a few times by other enemies though. 4-3 is a stage featuring a lot of enemies and a lot of wall climbing. T-Mont took sections of it very slowly to play it safe and avoid dying. Act 5 is where the game takes a big step up in difficulty, and stage 5-1 is one of the toughest in the game. There are enemies everywhere, many of which have random positionings and random hammer throws. This time, T-Mont wasn't immune to all of them. 5-2 is similar, but this time T-Mont was more stocked up on Ninpo, so he was able to use Spin Slash to take most enemies down easily. 5-3 was more the same, stocking up on Ninpo and using Spin Slash over and over. Act 6 is the final act in the game, and they certainly saved the toughest for last. It starts with 6-1, a stage where T-Mont had to almost non-stop jump and slash enemy after enemy. That prepared him for 6-2, another one of the hardest and most random levels of the game. There's enemies everywhere, many of them randomly throwing hammers or walking in various directions. T-Mont did a lot of standing slashes instead of jumping to slash, meaning he repeatedly stopped to stand still throughout the level. 6-3 is similar to 6-2. Spin slash, enemies, and hectic gameplay everywhere. T-Mont made it through with some more standing slashes, and then he was on to the final bosses. There's 3 of them in Ninja Gaiden.
17
For the first
seconds
one,
to get up
you
there.
get to keep your special weapon. So, T-Mont made quick work of him with the Spin Slash. After this is Jackio, one of the hardest boss fights on the NES. You can only hit him by leaping into the air and slashing him with your sword. All the while, Jackio is moving back and forth and hitting you with fireballs. T-Mont slowly hit him one shot at a time, and after about 45 seconds, he was able to take him down. Finally came Form 3 of the final boss, the Demon. T-Mont attempted to use a technique here called slash canceling. You can normally only use your sword a couple of times while in the air, but by pressing down and B over and over, you can use it several more times. The faster you can mash those two buttons, the faster Ryu will attack. T-Mont slash canceled over and over to destroy the demon's head, then slashed on the ground repeatedly to take out the tail. All the while, the so-called shrimp were being launched from the demon randomly, potentially hitting and damaging Ryu. Finally, T-Mont was able to slash cancel some more on the demon's heart, and after landing the last hit, he had defeated Ninja Gaiden in 1349. It was a solid run. There were mistakes and slowdowns, but beating Ninja Gaiden in under 14 minutes was still a great achievement. Over the next few years, the record on Speed Demo's archive would be lowered by several great players, eventually even coming under 13 minutes. And that was nice and all, but the truth is, compared to what was going on in Japan, they came up way short. In September 2007, a Japanese player known as Riley got a time of 12:31. At the time, a full minute ahead of the record on Speed Demo's archive. It's unknown if this time was actually a world record or not, but unlike many times from back then, it has a video we can look at. This run was essentially a much more refined version of the product on Speed Demo's archive. Those standing slashes that T-Mont had in his run were few and far between in Riley's run. He also went for more boosts off of enemies. In Ninja Gaiden, when an enemy hits you, you get propelled up and back. This can actually be done at strategic times to reach new areas faster, like off of this bullet in 4-3 to avoid falling down and climbing up the ladder. Thanks largely to boosts like that and fewer standing slashes, Riley was 20 seconds ahead of the Speed Demos archive record after Act 4. Acts 5 and 6 had way less slowing down too. Thanks to knowing when to pick up an info and precisely when to use it, he once again didn't need to do as many standing slashes. But his biggest time save came against Jackio, the second form of the final boss. A cycle of Jackio is defined as him making a full movement across the screen, starting from the right and then making it back there. Timon's run took 13 cycles to kill Jackio, and the SDA record by the time Riley's run happened, by Liger of Fortune, featured an 8.5 cycle fight. But Riley was able to more effectively slash cancel while avoiding getting knocked around as much as possible. It ended up being just a 5 cycle fight, saving more than a dozen seconds. Riley's demon fight was similar to the others, and it all led to a time way ahead of what Speed Demos Archive had been able to do. And over the following years, Japan would continue their dominance. A player known as R50000 lowered it down to 1212 in 2008. The best that Speed Demos Archive could get by then was a 1244, still more than half a minute behind. Japan was on top, and they were there to stay. Until Arcus came along. By early 2012, more than 4 years after Riley's run, a player known as Arcus had been able to match the 1231. It was celebrated across the community, but it's not worth going into detail exactly how he did it, since everyone knew that it wasn't really the world record. Because just like how the Western community had improved over the past 4 years, so had the Japanese community. All evidence showed that by early 2012, the world record had been lowered all the way down to a 1205 by Japanese player Hodarubi. At the time, the run had no video. Its existence stemmed from a Japanese leaderboard that had Hodarubi's time at the top.
Can you stop doing that? I keep
but even
running
though there
up.
wasn't a video they could access, everybody knew that this record was legitimate. Hodarubi is one of the most legendary speedrunners of all time. He had held the world records in Super Metroid, Ninja Gaiden 2, and several other games, each with video proof. And during research for this project, video for his Ninja Gaiden 1 run was ultimately found. So it probably did exist back in 2012, but couldn't be found by anybody in the West. So this mystical 1205 without a video was the time to beat. But by this point, even the 1231 by Arcus was very, very optimized. Where were 27 seconds going to come off of it to get a 1204? Nobody was able to do it. So for months, it stood as the best known time on Speed Demos Archive. Half a minute behind the world record. But then, Arcus had a breakthrough.
I love Coach Oleander! He's so nice, and he knows everything!
It didn't get him all the way there, but in April 2012, Arcus was able to cut the gap in half. Compared to Riley's 1231, Arcus traded small time saves and time losses early on, but saved a couple of seconds in 4-3 by cleaning up the knockbacks that Riley had taken. In 5-3, Arcus saved another 4-second chunk by successfully getting the SP boost. By climbing your way up this section very quickly, you can get to the top and jump to the left just as the enemy trails you, allowing you to boost higher and activate the next screen sooner. Act 6 was just a few seconds cleaner overall too, with few slowdowns or knockbacks. And finally, on Jackio, Arcus's better matching was able to get him a 4-round fight instead of a 5-round one, saving a couple of seconds. The final time was a 12:17. He was getting closer, but saving 13 more seconds seemed almost impossible. He had an extremely optimal first 4 acts, more boosts than ever before, and a 4-round Jackio fight to cap it off. If Arcus was going to take it to sub 1205, he would need some help. And later that year, that's exactly what he got. A player known as Dexter and a third player who will remain nameless started pushing their Ninja Gaiden 1 times down near Arcus's level. The third player was later discovered to have cheated many of his speedruns, so his times will be ignored. But Dexter quickly pulled up to the same level as Arcus, matching his 12:17 in October 2012.
Mad lad.
Yes.
Over the following several months, Arcus and Dexter would form one of the best rivalries in all of speedrunning. They show each other new strategies, collaborated to figure out the most optimal places to save time, and formulated just how they could take the 13 seconds off their records to beat Hotarubi. And as they played, they realized that
Coming for
12:05
you.
didn't need to be
Crazy.
the final frontier. Was that 12-minute barrier possible to break? Here's what they did.
Oh, music's so good.
Done. Wow, that's a PB. Fuck yes.
It's not the same because the freaking Psy-Core isn't there. Ooh, low still.
On February
It's the
4th,
optimal
2013,
spot where we could
Arcus
stand
finally
or
did it.
jump.
The final time was 11:58. There were still slowdowns toward the end of the run, most apparent at the start of 6-2 and 6-3. But the rest
think
of the
we have to
run
go
more
high.
than made up for that. Very few mistakes in the early acts, boosts used
I think
all
we
over
just
the place,
wanna
good luck from
go
the
in
hammer
that
builders.
corner.
And to cap it off at the end, a 3-round Jackio
too
and
high. So we
blazing
can go,
fast
like,
Demon
here.
fight that went straight for the heart. Arcus had done it. Sub 12 was achieved. And
Mad
finally,
lad.
after almost a decade of being behind, Japan had been beaten. At least that's what they thought. But they were wrong. The timeline for Ninja Gaiden was about to be put on its head, because it turns out Hotarubi's 12:05 wasn't actually Japan's fastest time.
Oh?
In January 2013, a user posted to the Speed Demos Archive forum that they had found another Ninja Gaiden run from Japan. The runner's name was Ohan. The date of the run was April 2010, 3 years before
One
Arcus
before.
58. And the time of the run was 11:56.
What?
It was unbelievable. In April 2010, the
Some rando
fastest
dude?
time outside of Japan was a 12:44, which just paled in comparison. Ohan's run was way ahead of its time. So that means Hotarubi's 12:05 was never the world record. This guy Ohan had apparently held the world record ever since March 2009. By 2013, his 11:56 was still standing as the fastest time in the world. That means Arcus's 11:58 wasn't the record either. Ohan alone was ahead of the efforts of the entire Western community, nearly 4 years before they could even get their first sub 12. As for the run itself, it was brilliant. He used even more boosts early on to save fractions of a second, like the precise double bird boost in 3-2, where a bird is left on the screen to boost off of twice. He cleaned up the slowdowns at the start of 6-2 that Arcus had, and then had similar final boss fights at the end. It was enough to save about 2 seconds over Arcus overall. Ohan was the undisputed king of Ninja Gaiden. He had been on top of the world for 4 years straight, and even still he was ahead of Arcus by 2 seconds. But if there was one thing people could complain about, it was that his 11:56 was performed on an emulator instead of an actual NES. That technically left the possibility more open of finding the run being cheated or faked somehow. So in April 2013, Ohan went ahead and did attempts on an actual console.
Hell yeah.
And I guarantee, nobody in the world could have anticipated the time that he was about to pull off.
Wait. He
Every
been
now and then,
by like
a
10
game
seconds?
will get a record that's so good, people don't even think it's worth trying to beat. This was that run for Ninja Gaiden. When Ohan completed it, it was widely considered to be one of the greatest speedruns ever performed.
That's insane.
How on earth did he get it down to 11:48? The big thing he did was really good wall climbing. When climbing up a ladder, it's possible to wiggle the D-pad back and forth while pressing A to jump up the ladder slightly quicker than normal. Each of these wall jumps saves about 1/10 of a second if done properly, so across a whole run, it's good enough to save a few seconds. It's very difficult to wall climb effectively, but Ohan got really good at them and executed them all over the run. He got the double bird boost again in 3-2, and thanks to good wall jumping in 4-1, he got a boost off of this bird. He also manipulated where a Hammer Brother spawned at the start of 5-1 to boost off of him, but outside of that, that was about all for the new strats. He had a solid 3-round Jackio fight and a good demon kill, but the real time saves just came from
Should be like
wall
random
jumping
corner.
across nearly every ladder in the game. It was the only sub 1150. It was one of the best speedruns ever performed.
That's
Ohan
insane.
was 10 seconds ahead of anybody else in the world. And so, as
Mad
expected,
lad.
it stood all throughout 2013, and 2014, and 2015. By March 2016, going back to the first record he had set, Ohan had held the world record in Ninja Gaiden for the past 7 years straight.
That's insane.
That is just complete and utter dominance. But it couldn't just go on forever. Someone had to at least try to beat him eventually. So, years later, someone finally decided to attempt to improve enough to get on Ohan's level.
Who was it?
And funnily enough, it was the guy who had been beaten by Ohan all those years prior. It was Arcus. This time around, Arcus was doing
Yeah,
things
for
a bit differently.
revenge.
He was streaming his attempts live on Twitch for anyone to watch this time, and his personal best was 1154. Somehow, he had to find a way to save time over Ohan's 1148. But even though 1148 was so good, it wasn't perfect. Ohan got knocked back by an enemy in 4-3, and didn't go for a risky, faster boost at the end of 6-2. Those two combined for about 1.5 seconds of potential time save. And his boss fights could have been improved a little bit too. Better mashing on Jackio could potentially beat him in slightly less time, making for a so-called 2.5 round fight instead of a 3-round fight. And it took him 3 jumps to take down the head of the demon. That could potentially be done in 2 jumps with better mashing, saving a little bit of time. He had to get that on top of all the other crazy execution and wall jumping Ohan did for 12 minutes straight. But at least he had a bit of wiggle room now. As his attempt counter climbed into the thousands, Arcus got better and better. For the past 7 years, nobody had even attempted to take the Ninja Gaiden record from Ohan. But now, that was changing.
No
There was no turning
way.
back. Arcus was going all in to beat Ohan.
That was so good.
That's
Yes.
insane.
1152. Oh, we got it. 1151 flat. There it is. Yes. Oh boy.
It's everything.
I can't mash. The nerves are real. Yes! Oh my god. That's good enough.
Man, when I'm doing freaking the Psychonaut runs and whenever I'm
think I got it. I think
close
this
to
is it.
being my PB, my heart's racing at the
Yes!
end.
I did it! That was the urn. Oh my god. I was almost hyperventilating at the end there.
So I
It
couldn't
actually
imagine what's like.
On March 24th, 2016, Arcus beat Ohan with an 1147. There were a few slowdowns along the way, but there were also some time saves. A clean 4-3, a fast boost in 6-2, and faster boss fights at the end. It had taken him more than 5 years since learning how to run the game, but Arcus had finally set a world record. What Ohan had done to the game for the past 7 years was legendary, and really cannot be overstated. For 3 years straight, his 1148 stood as more than just a world record. It symbolized
Yeah, at least I'm
near
not hitting
perfection in the
like
speedrunning
no.
community. but it had finally been broken.
At least I'm
and
hitting
now
the ladder
it was
and not
Arcus' turn
missing
to
it.
talk. And to put it bluntly, what Arcus did next made that 1148 pale in comparison. The 1148 stood as the world record for 35 months.
That's
This
insane.
is what Arcus did over the following 4 months.
What, 1150?
Arcus was revolutionizing this game. What had he done to Ninja Gaiden? Well, starting around the time he first got the record, Arcus began streaming full-time, and one of his first projects was to push the Ninja Gaiden record even lower. So, he did tons of attempts, with his counter climbing higher into the thousands. He still had time saves to get. There was potential for a faster kill on the Act 3 boss, the bird boost that Ohan got in 4-1, fewer slowdowns in 5-2 and 5-3, and then even more time saves on the final bosses. With really good mashing, Jackio could potentially be beaten in just 4 jumps, making for a 2-round fight where Jackio isn't able to leave the left side of the screen. All of those time saves added together meant several seconds of potential. As he did more attempts, Arcus developed this amazingly calming presence. He grew a mustache and started wearing a cowboy hat. He had played the game so many times now that he had to add his own sound effects into the game just to mix things up.
What?
Every boost off an enemy was a boom. Killing a boss with Spin Slash was a bzzzt.
What?
His wall climbing was usually kept track of by counting. This star throw in 2-2 was the swag star.
That is a swag star.
Oh yeah, dude.
Spin Slash usage in a
That's how
stage
long he's been
was
running the
usually
game, my
accompanied with a
god.
spin.
I'll do 2 more spins.
Other little narrations were thrown in too.
Jump and throw. Jump and slice. Jump and slice. Jump. Some free fall action there. Do some flip flop in there. Nice. Hoo-wah. Made it through
For run after run after run. But whatever he did, it sure did work.
Oh, I did it! This might even be 1145. I'll have to frame count it. I don't think that did it. Oh my god, did that do it? Oh, we did it! It's a
1140
world record. It was just good enough.
By December 2016,
How, man?
Arcus had set the past 8 world records in Ninja Gaiden, and taken it down all the way to 1144.2. Nobody else was close to him on the leaderboards. He was way ahead of anyone else in the world skill-wise, and he could have just stopped right there, and his record probably would have stood for years. But like any good speedrunner, Arcus wasn't satisfied. He knew he could do better. Mainly, because on December 24th, 2016, a Christmas miracle came from an unexpected source. This is Stuck in a Plate. He's best known for running Super Mario Bros. And Ghosts and Goblins, but that December, he posted this video to his YouTube account. It was a 2-round Jackio fight, but with a different approach. He ran straight to the center of the screen, then attacked Jackio on both sides as he moved back and forth. This enabled him to get in more hits as Jackio passed, since he didn't just have to stand in the corner and wait. Stuck in a Plate acknowledged in the description that with this strat, it was probably possible to get a 1.5 round fight if your mashing was good enough. It turned out, he was right. Jackio started on the right, moved to the left and back, then was killed before he could reach the center of the screen for a second time. A 1.5 round fight. The Jackio kill in the world record at the time was much slower, a 3-round fight. Mashing well enough to get a 1.5 rounder on Jackio would save more than 5 seconds. Now that was a lot of potential. There was also a fast kill on the demon he was going for, the Rich Kill, named after its discoverer, Old School Ritual. After getting a 2-jump kill on the head, it was possible to jump in the tail in such a way that it never hits you, allowing you to kill the heart without ever getting hit. The tail's hitbox is active while it's in the middle, so it's possible to time your jumps perfectly to be in the air while it can damage you, then land safely while it can't. 3 jumps without getting knocked back is enough to take out the demon. Arcus had been going for the Rich Kill for a while now. In the record, he got one that was almost it. He had to do a 4th jump because his mashing wasn't good enough. costing him about 2/3 of a second. Add that with the time save on Jackio, and that meant Arcus could potentially save 6 seconds just on the final bosses. Now, the odds in actually saving those 6 seconds were staggeringly low. The mashing and movement needed for a 1.5 round fight is really good, and even getting a 2-cycle fight is hard. The Rich Kill, in addition to being difficult, is also insanely random. The shrimp projectiles that the demon launches go in random trajectories, and none of them are allowed to hit you for the entire fight in order to get the kill to work. The Heart's hitbox also isn't active right away, and it's random how long it takes until you can begin to do damage to it. Arcus calculated the odds in him getting a perfect pair of boss fights was
in my PB, how slow or fast was I going? That's the real question. Speedrun.com. Okay, well, so technically, starts here. "19 seconds? I noticed a pause. Okay. Alright.
well under 1%. So, he started referring to runs that made it there as lottery tickets. Getting runs to the end of the game was hard enough, but actually getting the boss fights needed at the end, even if they weren't perfect, was just so unlikely. So, he kept doing attempts, trying to get as many lottery tickets as possible. Most of them didn't go well, but on January 2nd, 2017, he got himself a 2-rounder on Jackio.
Oh wow. 2-cycle hype, we're in there. Did that do it? I think we got it.
Good.
I think this is a new record. It's gonna be close.
20 seconds.
11:43. I did it. I did it. Wow.
A week later, he got on a run that just kept gaining time. More and more and more. Sustaining a pace like that is nearly impossible, so he bled some of it in the later stages. Some poor wall climbing lost him time in both 5.3 and 6.2. This is a pretty good illustration of how much a pace can bounce around during a run. But still, he had a 2-second lead going into the bosses.
Wow, we're still in it. Alright, let's see a decent demon. Ah, bad shrimp. I don't know what this is. Is this a record? I don't know. We don't know.
We don't know.
I don't know. I guess.
Keep in mind, although these runs were done just 1 week apart, Arcus had done 500 runs between them. And
Wow.
dozens of those made it to the final bosses, but every time, one or more of them went poorly and killed the run. Most of these failed attempts are lost in time. Since
Speaking
there
of
was no
attempts,
point
I'm gonna have
adding
to
them
reset.
So they can't be
'cause
showcased here.
It keeps adding
At
every
this
time I
point,
reset.
World records were very small. Just a fraction of a second was taken off at
And
a
that's
time.
not really
because
the
there was
exact
so much
amount
that
of
had to
attempts
go
I'm
into a
doing.
run for it to be world record.
Okay,
Of course, there was potential to go lower, but for that to happen, you would need a winning lottery ticket at the end of an insanely good run. So, he was going to just keep chipping away at his time, 1/10 of a second by 1/10 of a second, until he approached the 1140 barrier. And remember, his 1142 had an amazing first 6 acts. It was 2 seconds ahead after Act 6, and just about his only time losses were from failed wall climbs. So almost every run he had that made it deep
Practice
was behind going into
basic
the final
braining
bosses.
again.
And he was hoping to just make up the time there with a 1.5 round fight or the rich kill.
I mean,
and then he had this run.
Wait, let's see how.
There it is, 1.5.
Unless you'd rather just drop and give me 20 right now!
That might be a new record. I think we got it. Oh, this is huge. Boom! 1140. Holy cow, I did it.
Holy cow.
Oh my god.
Sounds so like humble.
Oh my god. I wonder if that could be 1139.
It was miraculous. Arcus took 2.5 seconds off the world record, thanks to a 1.5 round Jackio and a good demon fight at the end of an amazing run.
Wild.
There was a pretty good possibility that this run was actually an 1139, since he split a little bit late at the end. But after a frame count, the run was retimed to 1140.000.
Damn,
Arcus
exactly.
was 1,000th of a second away from 1139. This was an incredibly cool run. He had a beautiful first 3 acts, then got the bird boost in full 1. Act 5 was excellent too, barring a missed boost at the end of 5-2. The only real slowdown was in 6-2,
I knew it.
where he got trolled by the Hammer Brother at the start, then messed up a wall climb later on. But other than that, it was an amazing run into the final bosses. The Jackio fight was a rare 1.5 rounder, then despite not getting the Rich Kill, he got a solid enough demon fight after 2 rounds. It was a huge gain over the old world record. But since Arcus only had to take 1 frame off for an 1139, the next step seemed easy. And 3 months later, some 4,000 attempts in the future, he was on a heck of a run. It was even against the amazing 1140 going into Act 6, with a second and a half to save in 6-2, which he did. Arcus was 1.5 ahead going into the bosses.
Wow, okay. 1.5, really good pace.
Unless you'd rather just drop and give me 20 right
It
now!
would all be for nothing if he couldn't get a good Jackio.
Yes! Alright, we're still in there. Whew. Let's go.
A 2-rounder. It was good enough. With time to save on the demon from the Rich Kill, it still had a slim chance at 1139.
Did I get it? Is this it? Is this 1139? I sure hope so. Come on. Come on. I don't know. We gotta frame count this. We gotta frame count this one. I might have
frame count it.
1140.00. No, I think I might have got it. I think this might be it.
His splits read 1140 on the nose, but this time, things were looking pretty good. Arcus was known to usually start his splits a little early, meaning the time displayed at the end was typically longer than the actual length of the run. So he went to retime it, feeling pretty good about himself. The final time was 1140.000. Again.
Damn, again,
the odds
dude.
of getting 2 runs that physically could not be any closer to 1139 are staggeringly low. But after 24,000 attempts, that's what had happened. All he could do was keep on doing attempts.
Did he say
Alright,
24,000?
where a 2
Unless you'd rather just drop and give me 20 right now!
We got a 1.5. I like my odds here. No.
Watch out! Fire down below!
That wasn't very good. I don't think we got it. It's like 1140-ish. Darn. Such a good run there.
Incredibly, after being
That's
a
very
second and a half ahead going into the
unfortunate,
final
man.
bosses, Arcus had hit a 1.5 round kill on Jackio. This run would later be retimed to 1140.07. That's 3 runs within a tenth of a second of 1139 without being fast enough. It was nothing short of tragic. But just like before, Arcus's only choice was to keep going. And on May 29th, 2017, this is what happened.
Alright, let's see what we can do here. Bzzzt. That was a good bzzzt.
Bzzzt. Good bzzzt.
Oh my goodness gracious, this is it. This is the urn. I have never been on this pace in my life.
Arcus had done over 27,000 runs of Ninja Gaiden. This was the best pace of all of them. Arcus never gets noticeably flustered by anything Ninja Gaiden related, but it was obvious he knew the magnitude of this moment.
Oh.
He just needed something acceptable on the demon fight.
No! Stop it! Oh, is that it? I don't know, I think it's 1140. That was a bad demon.
Unless you'd rather just drop and give me 20 right now!
Did it again. 1140. 1140.
Tragically, on the best run of his life, Arcus had just missed the 1139 again.
Big,
this was the fourth
sad.
low 1140 that Arcus had gone.
You're like molasses,
But of course, it's possible he split too late, so he had to frame count it to be sure. So, that's what he spent the next several minutes doing.
I guess we can frame count it, right?
And really, it's almost poetic how cool, calm, and collected Arcus was after finishing this run. That's how he had been for the past 27,000 attempts.
He's
and while it's a
he's
shame
super
we don't
calm.
see his reaction, we can still at least see the aftermath after we realized what he had just done.
No way. Did he beat the 40 seconds? What? Yo. And he was so calm at the end. But I mean, like,
Understandably, Arcus took a break from Ninja Gaiden after this run.
Damn.
Perhaps 27,000 attempts had finally taken a toll on him. But a year later, he was once again back to it. Partially due to a trick that had been discovered just before his first sub 1140. RNG manipulation.
Oh?
This isn't fully understood by the community yet, but it seems that Hammer Brother patterns are dependent upon a timing window that starts counting after the game is turned on or reset. Every second and a half or so, the Hammer Brothers will change their patterns to move or throw their hammers in a different way. That means that as long as you arrive at a particular Hammer Brother during the correct second and a half window, it'll never give a bad pattern. Arcus found that by starting the game immediately after resetting, then playing well, he was never getting hit by Hammer Brothers in the first 4 acts.
Wow.
That cut down on his resets a lot, and left the door open to later random events being manipulated in the future too. A manipulation for the demon would be amazing, with its random shrimp and heart, but as of now, there's no known way to do that. So, by April 2018, Arcus was back to doing attempts. Pretty much all of the possible time save over the world record was in the demon fight.
1140,
So Arcus
that's
was just
insane to
hoping
think
to get
about,
runs
man.
deep, even if they were well behind, in hopes of saving a couple of seconds there. And on April 24th, he got one of those lottery tickets.
Yes! Okay, we have a chance here.
Damn.
Finally got the plate kill. I don't know if that was it. It was really good. This might do it. And... clonk! 1139. It is a new record. It's not 1138, though. It is a new world record.
He just barely missed the rich kill. But besides that, his boss fights were essentially perfect.
But he managed to actually get like
Now his splits
1139
were oriented the other way, with time saves early on, but really good boss fights.
without having to count frames.
And 4 days later, he gained some of that time back early, then destroyed the final bosses again.
No. Okay, I think I got it. I think it's 1138. Clonk! I did it! It is 1138. We got it. We got it. We got the 1138.
This was the first 1138 in the history of Ninja Gaiden. It only took 30,000 attempts.
Only.
But in all of those attempts, there was one thing Arcus had never actually done. Get a perfect pair of bosses at the end of the world record run. They always had something go wrong. Either a 2-rounder on Jackio or a shrimp hitting Ryu on the demon. Arcus just couldn't quite close it out, even if it wasn't always his fault. So, just like he had been doing for the past few years, Arcus kept going. He had done more than 34,000 attempts. He just needed one to get the perfect pair of boss fights at the end. It didn't need to be a perfect run, it just needed the perfect ending.
There it is.
Still seems like the perfect run to me.
Oh boy. That was the first major mistake of this run. Alright, we have a lottery ticket here. Bzzzt.
Or I guess not.
Not very exciting one.
Unless you'd rather just drop and give me 20 right now!
Yes, alright.
Man, I'm digging the hat in the stash.
Oh, I think I might have got it. I think that was the rich kill, right? And clunk. Yes, it is a new record. Perfect boss fights. We did it. We did it.
34,309 attempts later, Arcus had himself a world record with perfect boss fights at the end.
Is that like the human
Good luck
limit at
finding
that point?
anybody else willing to put that sort of dedication into a game where they're already 10 seconds ahead of anybody else in the world. And that's where the world record stands today, but Arcus is nowhere near done yet.
What?
Recently, Arcus has still been pushing Ninja
How?
Gaiden for an 1137. His attempt counter is now over 40,000. Ninja Gaiden's time can go lower, since RNG manipulation pushes the boundaries into the low
Awesome.
level 30s. How will it get there? We'll just have to wait and see. Thanks for watching.
Damn.
For
Save
summoning Saul!
2. What else we got? Anything worth like an hour? Carl? Any new Carl video?
Hello, you absolute legends. Things haven't been going well lately for Todd Rogers, aka Mr. Activision, aka Todzilla, aka Todd Todgers. For those of you that need a refresher on who Todd Rogers is, he's an old has-been retro gamer that claimed hundreds of video game world records spanning back to the early 80s. In fact, he even held the Guinness World Record for the longest lasting video game world record of all time. This was a score of 5.51 seconds on the Atari 2600 game Dragster, which he claimed to have achieved in 1982. Todd had it all: fame, money, women, and most importantly of all, video game world records. But in 2017, it all came crashing down, after a pesky speedrunner known as OmniGamer looked deeply into Dragster's code and discovered that Todd's claimed score wasn't physically possible. You just can't go that fast, and no matter how much human element you inject into the equation, it will never ever happen. After a lengthy investigation by Twin Galaxies, the video game high score authority, Todd Rogers was banned from competition and all of his scores were removed. Guinness World Records then followed suit, stripping Rogers of his most prized possession. Left with nothing, Rogers spiraled out of control, and in an attempt to pressure Guinness into giving his record back, he sued them and Twin Galaxies for defamation. But in a surprising turn of events, Guinness fought back. And I describe it as surprising because when Billy Mitchell sued them for essentially the same thing, they bent the knee so quickly that I swear the bottom of their leg snapped clean off. This time, Guinness was serious, and Todd Rogers got destroyed. In today's video, we will take a look at the Todd Rogers vs. Guinness and Twin Galaxies lawsuit that has recently come to an end. It was hilarious. Even Todd's own lawyer ended up bailing, but not before calling Todd Rogers a liar. I really hope you enjoy. Now, Legends, I have a very important question for you. Are you trimming downstairs? If not, I'll give you 3 quick reasons why you should. 1, it makes you look bigger. Not that we would ever need that, of course. 2, it looks cleaner. And 3, most partners prefer it if you do. And when you trim, you should be using a very specialized tool, which is where today's sponsor, Manscaped, has got you covered. The Lawnmower 4.0 is masterfully crafted to make grooming your sensitive areas safe and easy. I am really glad Manscaped hit me up earlier in the year, because I've been using the lawnmower ever since, and I love it. It's waterproof, so I use it in the shower, and it takes like 2 minutes. I recommend getting the Performance Package because it includes the lawnmower plus everything else you need, and makes taking care of yourself super simple. Trust me, when you look good and smell good down there, you will reap the rewards. So click on the link in the description and pick up a lawnmower today. And if you use my link, you'll get 20% off and free shipping. I definitely recommend it. Todd Rogers doesn't get anywhere near the credit he deserves. In his gaming career, he claims to have thousands of world records. He even claims to be the first professional video gamer in history.
Damn.
Which is a funny claim because Guinness World Records, whom these ancient gamers worship as the be-all and end-all, says that the first pro gamer was Dennis Fong. Todd has claimed a lot over the years, and for most of his life, people believed him without a second's hesitation. But here's the extraordinary thing about Todd. Of all of the world records and high scores he ever claimed, he doesn't have proof for a single one. I've spent years researching this guy, and I can't find a single video or any piece of footage of him actually achieving a high score world record. Ex-Twin Galaxies head referee Robert Merchek said the same thing, stating, after multiple requests spanning several years, my request for proof was rebuffed at every turn. The reason cited was always the same, that the tapes were buried amidst hundreds of tapes, and he had to find them, then make copies, and just did not have the time. It's astonishing he got the credit he did, but that just goes to show how powerful and corrupt Twin Galaxies was back in the day. But I digress. After his drags to score, and many other scores were proven to be impossible, Todd was banned from Twin Galaxies, and Guinness stripped him of his awards. Then in January of 2020, Todd sued both Guinness and Twin Galaxies for defamation. Todd filed his complaint pro se, which means he was representing himself and didn't have a lawyer. The complaint was terribly written. In a defamation lawsuit, there are a few basics you need to establish. You need to let the court know what the statements were, you need to establish they were false, and because Todd Rogers would be considered a public figure, given that he labels himself as a well-known video game player, he also needs to establish that the defendants made the statements with malice, meaning that they knew the statements were false and made them anyway. Todd's filing did none of these things. The only quote included was from Guinness, but he never established why it was defamatory and never stated any facts that would suggest Guinness made it, knowing it was false. The best word to describe this complaint is dumb. Really dumb. It never had any chance of winning, none whatsoever. But that's not really the point. Lawsuits like this aren't designed to win. They aren't supposed to have any merit. This lawsuit had one purpose, and one purpose only: scare Guinness and Twin Galaxies into giving him his record back. Todd Rogers wasn't necessarily deluded in thinking this would work either. Billy Mitchell threatened Guinness in 2019 after they stripped him of his records, and they did give them back. It worked once, so it had a pretty good shot of working a second time. You also have to consider the fact that Todd Rogers and Billy Mitchell are close friends, and Todd would be very influenced by Billy's actions. Todd's execution, however, was far worse. Unlike Billy, who, fake as it may have been, actually had video evidence, Todd has no evidence at all. He didn't even have witnesses who would give their testimony backing up any of his scores. And it wasn't just evidence that Todd didn't have either. He also lacks money, and a good lawsuit requires capital. As someone who is currently being sued and is also helping others with their lawsuits, I'm very aware of how expensive lawyers are. Todd just can't afford a good lawyer, or to pay for any of their time. The end result is a plaintiff that submits their own poorly written complaint and has no idea what they are doing. In Florida courts, you have 120 days to serve defendants after a complaint has been filed. Until papers are served, nothing happens. And for those unaware, the serving process is where the defendant is given the papers of the lawsuit in person to make sure they are aware they are being sued. From the moment they are served, they have 20 days to reply to the court with a defense. Todd didn't serve anyone, ever. And luckily for him, historically courts have been really slack when it comes to proactively enforcing these rules. So the lawsuit just sat there for months with nothing happening, until September of 2020, where Todd actually did find a lawyer, who advised the court that he would be appearing on Todd's behalf. But again, after that, nothing happened. Months went by with no activity, until April of 2021, at which time Todd's lawyer filed an amended complaint, which was basically just an update to the original filing. It did add some extra information explaining why Todd could sue Guinness and Twin Galaxies in the state of Florida, but as far as the defamation claim and establishing malice goes, it added nothing. Here is where things start to get really interesting though. Even though no party had been served, on the 24th of May, Guinness notified the court of the appearance of their lawyer, despite not having been served. They entered the lawsuit anyway, which I find to be really strange, but perhaps Guinness deals with a lot of these lawsuits and like to be proactive. In any case, a month later in June, Guinness filed a motion to dismiss. A motion to dismiss is a plea to the judge to terminate the lawsuit before it goes to trial. The motion was filed because Todd's complaint failed to adequately establish why the Florida court had jurisdiction over Guinness World Records, and also because it didn't meet the basic requirements for a defamation claim. The motion was very well written, and it showed that Guinness wasn't going to roll over this time. The funniest thing though was the final paragraph. It stated, plaintiff has named the wrong Guinness World Records entity in the amended complaint. Plaintiff's allegations related to the 2019 Guinness World Records Gamers Edition. However, the 2019 Guinness World Records Gamers Edition was published by Guinness World Records Limited, an English company. Todd's lawyer didn't even put the correct company on the complaint. Generally, a party has 10 days to reply to a motion if they want to argue against it. But of course, this takes time, energy, and money, and Todd's lawyer simply ignored it. I mean, what could he really say? The motion made a slam-dunk case as to why the lawsuit should be dismissed. But unfortunately for Todd, his strategy of burying his head in the sand didn't work. On the 30th of July, the judge finally stepped in and dropped a bombshell. The judge basically said this: "Dude, Todd, you filed this lawsuit in January of last year, and you were supposed to serve the defendants over a year ago. What are you doing, bro? Also, I've read the motion to dismiss, and it's pretty good, you just can't ignore it. So therefore, you have 10 days to serve all of the defendants, and 10 days to reply to the motion to dismiss." Now, I don't know for sure what happened between Todd and his lawyer, but evidently his lawyer panicked big time. He said to himself, holy shit, Guinness is a massive company with a lot of money, they have a really good lawyer, and there is no way I'm wasting my time defending this extremely stupid and baseless lawsuit. So this is where I exit the vehicle, but not before sabotaging the entire lawsuit by filing a voluntary dismissal, which is where the plaintiff lets the court know it's ceasing all action and no longer wishes to proceed. At this point, the lawsuit was closed. And given that Todd was now
I know that
outside
music.
the
That's
statute of limitations,
FTL.
this is where the story ends. Or
It's
it
faster
doesn't.
than light music.
No, it doesn't. This is where the fun begins. 10 days after the case was closed, Todd's lawyer submits a motion to withdraw as counsel, stating that the client insists upon taking action that the lawyer considers imprudent, or with which the lawyer has a fundamental disagreement. It also admits that the lawyer only took on the case because he thought that Guinness and Twin Galaxies would settle, but now that it was clear that Guinness was hell-bent on defending, he was no longer interested in representing Todd in his ridiculous lawsuit. Several days after this, Todd himself wrote a letter to the judge claiming that the lawyer filed the dismissal without his consent. He accused his lawyer of committing numerous errors, including the infamous misspelling of his name, which we all fondly remember being Todd Todges. He even said he was going to file a malpractice suit. He asked the judge to reverse the dismissal so that Todd could proceed with the lawsuit. It appears as though Todd was also panicking because he sent another letter to the judge a week later, repeating his request to reopen the case. Several days later, the judge responded, saying, "Dude, Todd, you keep sending letters but you still have a lawyer representing you, so I can't even accept them. Your lawyer did request to withdraw his counsel, but he did it incorrectly, so technically he's still your lawyer until I say otherwise." In response to this order, Todd's lawyer filed a motion to reopen the case so that he could be relieved. In the motion, he called Todd a liar, saying that he filed the voluntary dismissal with Todd's consent. He then states that after this was filed, Todd changed his mind. I'm going to have to go ahead and believe the lawyer on this one. Todd Rogers has been a compulsive liar for 40 years, so I really doubt he's being truthful in his letters. The judge granted the lawyer's motion, ordering that the court reopen the case for the sole purpose of allowing the lawyer to withdraw. The lawyer then submitted the motion to withdraw again, which is now correct seeing as the case status is open. This time, the judge granted the motion, discharging Todd's lawyer and ordering the case to be reclosed. And this is where the story ends. Or does it? No, of course not. Todd wasn't going to give up that easily. He was going to send more letters. On September 27th, he sent a letter saying the same thing as before, and after several weeks with no response, he sent another letter. Despite the fact that the lawsuit was closed, the judge, surprisingly, did actually respond. The judge said, "Dude, Todd, you still keep sending letters, but the case was dismissed ages ago. You have no idea what you were doing, and the letters make no sense. Like, we have procedures you need to follow. You can't just write me letters and expect things to happen." What's funny about Todd's letters is that the judge said specifically not to send letters. Remember the order the judge gave giving Todd 10 days to reply to the Guinness motion and to serve the defendants? There was also another order included which demanded that all parties follow the correct procedures. I'm guessing this was in response to Todd not doing anything correctly for the entire duration of the lawsuit. In any case, the order from the judge included this guideline, which states, "All applications to the court requesting relief in any form shall be made in writing in accordance with this order and in appropriate form pursuant to the Florida Rules of Civil Procedure, and unless invited or directed by the court, shall not be addressed or presented to the court in the form of a letter or the like." For example, if Todd wanted to file a motion requesting an enlargement of time, he should have used this form, not write a letter. And you know what is absolutely beautiful? On the judge's final order denying Todd's request to reopen the case, he also misspells Todd's name, this time to Todd Rogues. It really does seem like Todd Rogers just can't catch a break. But let's be fair, Rogers is a hard name to spell. And this is where the story ends. Or does it? Yes, at least for now. The case is closed, Todd is beyond the statute of limitations, so he can't sue them again, and he clearly has no idea what he is doing, so he couldn't reopen the case, even if it were possible. If you want to know more about how Todd Rogers lied for 40 years about his dragster score, I have a full video on it, which I will link in the description. As always, thank you so much for watching, you legends. I hope you are having a fantastic day, and I will see you in the next video.
Thank you, Carl.
Hello, you absolute legends. Mario Kart 64 was released in Japan in December of 1996, so we are 2 months away from celebrating the game's 25th birthday. And as someone who played it when it first came out, that makes me feel extremely old. But despite its age, we are still consistently learning new things about the way the game works. If you've ever seen Mario Kart 64 speedrunning, you'd know that some of the shortcuts players use are pretty bizarre, and as time goes on, more and more levels are being broken apart. Back in November of last year, I released a video describing a recent strategy that involved clipping through a fence in Kalimari Desert. This clip was so precise, the odds of getting it to work were 1 in 90,000. I also spoke of the devastating instance of a player actually getting the clip to work, but then immediately resetting the level due to muscle memory. For sure, one of the worst chokes I've ever seen. Since that video was released, only a single other player, known as Dossie, has ever successfully made that clip, going on to set a new world record in the process. Sometimes strategies are so unreliable that when someone actually does pull it off once, everyone else just stops trying. The pain of grinding such a ridiculous strategy just isn't worth the potential payoff if you're not the first to do it. The fence clip on Kalimari Desert was a terrible, monotonous, boring strategy. And honestly, who knows how long it would have
Monkey
been
Mayhem
before someone else
Gaming
successfully made it work.
with
As
the
fate would have it,
raid.
we will never find out. In the last 2 weeks, Kalimari Desert has been utterly destroyed by
Oh. Thanks for the raid, Lindsay. Good old shout out.
Hey, that's pretty good.
What do we got? Let's click. What we got? What we got over here? Are you just sailing? I need to play some Sea of Thieves. It's been way too long.
You're just trying to start trouble in my chat again. Baby, come on. We're supposed to have fun here, not bring people down.
Don't bring people down. Wah. What were we doing? What was I doing? Oh yeah, we were watching some stuff.
by a brand new strategy that is both faster and much easier. On the surface, this new strategy doesn't seem too complex or outrageous, and we've seen similar looking glitches used on other tracks for many years. But there is much more to this particular trick than meets the eye, and there's a reason it took 25 years to find it. In this video, we will take a look at this brand new technique that has blown apart Kalimari Desert, making redundant one of the worst strategies the game has ever had, and replacing it with something far more tolerable. I hope you enjoy. Now before we go on, a big thank you to this video sponsor, Bespoke Post. Bespoke is a monthly membership club which delivers boxes containing a wide selection of really interesting and useful products. Every month, they will send you something new, and their lineup is constantly changing, so there will always be new things to try. Before your box is shipped, you can preview it and decide if you want to keep it, swap it for something else, or skip the month entirely for no charge. You only ever pay for the items you actually want, and you can cancel at any time. I received the Weekender bag, which ended up being really convenient because I'm literally going on holiday in a couple of days, and this bag is really nice.
Pretty convenient.
But I have to be honest, what I'm extremely excited about is the stealth box. Still, to this day, I do not have a nice knife to use around the house, and this looks fantastic, so I'm definitely going to be ordering this one. Every box has around $70 in retail value, but only costs $45. And if you want 20% off your first box, just go to the link in the description and enter KyleJobs20 at checkout. Again, just click the link in the description. Mario Kart 64 is pretty well known for hosting some crazy glitches and skips, but when it comes to the track Kalimari Desert, it's always been pretty rock solid. For almost its entire history, there were no major exploits or strategies that seemed to break the level. If you look at the course layout, it's extremely basic. The only thing that makes it somewhat interesting is the train line that dissects a portion of the track at two locations. The only shortcut that existed until 2020 was a jump over the train line, which enabled players to cut inside, minimizing the distance traveled. But this really didn't save much time. The non-shortcut world record is 2 minutes and 3 seconds, and until only recently, even in 2021, the shortcut record was only 2 seconds faster. But of course, things got massively shaken up in October of 2020, when a new fence clip was discovered by the Tasser Forest 64. This new clip would essentially allow players to skip half of the map by driving through the train line tunnel that carved through the central mountain. There was just one problem. This new clip was extremely precise. It required precision down to the level that is far beyond human perception. We are talking floating point precision, but that name doesn't really do it justice. Ultimately, the odds of performing this trick were around 1 in 90,000. Going for a trick with these odds is a pretty daunting task, and naturally, not many people took it seriously. One player did manage to win the proverbial lottery though,
maybe right
with
at
Mr.
the corner.
Pitt managing to get through on the 8th of November. Unfortunately, due to muscle memory, he immediately paused afterwards, instantly invalidating
Oh
the
yeah, I remember.
run.
I saw that.
This was
Oh,
a
that's
crushing
so
choke, one of the worst ever for
unfortunate.
sure. It did show that the fence clip was possible, but realistically this was probably just a fluke. No one would be able to repeat Mr. Pitt's feat for almost half a year. The Australian runner Dossie would be the one to do so, nailing the clip on the 27th of April 2021. Dossie finished the 3 laps and closed out the race with a time that beat the existing world record by over 16 seconds, and that's where the story basically ended. Once this clip was used to smash the record once, most people's motivation seemed to dry up. It's one thing to be the first person to clutch a new strategy, but once the dam has been broken, the prestige gets lowered dramatically. No one has repeated the clip since Dossie's record, and that will probably remain the case for the rest of time. The Calamari Desert fence clip will go down in history as one of the worst strategies ever. It's literally bashing your head against a wall for hours until something randomly happens. But thankfully, its reign of terror was relatively short-lived. In September of 2021, the strategic mastermind Forest64, the same person that unleashed hell with the fence clip in the first place, returned to save the day. This time bringing with him a brand new strategy. It was much faster and much easier, changing the way the level would be played forever. The seed for this new development was planted all the way back in 2008 with a tool-assisted speedrun built by Xenos. This one's a bit different because it's performed in Grand Prix rather
happening?
than time
Why can't I
trial,
do this anymore?
which means there are items and other players involved. The task uses 3 different exploits: a star inside the tunnel, a shell to get over the
Mass
fence,
Effect
and
music?
a large jump off of another player. Understanding the first and third of these tricks will help us understand this new strategy, so let's take a look. First, using a star in the tunnel to finish a lap early. This was actually an intended Easter egg, where if you drove through the tunnel with a star activated, you could complete a lap. So what's special about the star? Normally in Mario Kart 64, the finish line basically extends forever, which is why you'll often see speedrunners finish the race off to the side, as it ends up being a straighter line to the finish. This doesn't mean you can finish anywhere though. When you progress a certain amount of distance along a course, the finish line deactivates. The tunnel inside of Calamari Desert isn't far enough along the course for the finish line to automatically deactivate, so the developers did something they don't do on other tracks, which is to intentionally stop the finish line from extending indefinitely. The finish line basically stops at the wall of mountains just to the left. However, when the player activates a star, the finish line does extend forever. This isn't some byproduct of a pre-existing mechanic, this is literally something the designers of the game did as a secret shortcut. There is also one other aspect of the finish line we need to understand before this strategy makes sense. The way the game counts laps is extremely rudimentary.
Remember if you can
When
lock
you cross
on the
the
air.
finish line in the correct direction, the internal lap counter increases by 1. When you cross it going in the opposite direction, it decreases by 1. So if you were to sit at the starting line going back and forth, the internal lap value would just oscillate between -1 and 0. In order to get the lap value to increase further, you need to find a way to get back behind the finish line again without crossing it. Obviously, this is done normally by driving around the track, but there are other ways one can achieve the same goal. This is where shortcuts thrive. A really great example of a very illustrative shortcut is the one used on Wario Stadium. Players will immediately jump over the wall to the left and circle around behind the finish line. While we don't get far away from the finish line in terms of distance, we are progressed enough along the track so that the finish line unloads. You can see here that the track is black. This means that particular section is unloaded, and you can see that it becomes loaded when our cart is above it. When this section of the track is loaded, the section containing the starting line is unloaded and the finish line deactivates. We can then circle around behind the finish line and jump back over the wall. Again, you can actually see that the track containing the finish line is unloaded until our cart is directly above that section. Once the finish line loads again and we cross it, the lap counter increases by 1. Repeat this process 3 times, and the lap counter increases up to a value of 3, which completes the race. Let's go back to Kalimari Desert. By going through the tunnel, we can quickly get behind the finish line if we were to imagine it extending out indefinitely. We then activate the star, which extends the line so that we can cross it and increase the lap counter by 1. This is the exact strategy that the current All Cups World Record uses. Here, Beck Abney activates the star, crosses the line to finish the lap, and then goes out the way he came to continue the race. The TAS is going to do things a bit differently. Instead of going back out the tunnel the way they came, they're going to jump the fence near the finish line. At this point, we have a bit of a problem though. Given that the star is still active, we just can't turn around and continue through the tunnel. If we cross the finish line again going in the opposite direction, we will just lower the lap counter. Therefore, we have 2 options. Waiting for the star animation to finish, or if possible, stopping the star animation
Game
early.
just crashed on me.
Cancelling the animation early is possible by getting the cart into a tumbling state. This method is used by players to get rid of stars quickly when they are looking for a different item. The TAS initiates a tumble by driving into the wall, but because it's flat ground, they can do it in a very precise way, which does technically cause a tumble, but the tumbling animation itself gets cancelled immediately. Now that the star is no longer active, they can turn around and continue back through the tunnel, as when the star animation ended, the finish line no longer extended this far. The second trick implemented, which is a fence jump using a green shell, isn't important to this video, so we'll skip the explanation for this one. However, the third trick is very relevant. After crossing the finish line for the second time, we are now on lap 3. All we need to do is cross it a single time to finish the race. Before we got here, we quickly picked up an item which gave us a mushroom, as we'll need some extra speed for this next trick to work. We wait for another driver to get into the correct position, and then we boost into them, which allows us to get a huge amount of height. With all of this height and speed, we can clear the mountain wall nearby and land out of bounds. Lakitu then places us back on the track just before the finish line, and we complete the race. With our understanding of how the finish line works, this shortcut should be easy to understand. The jump got us behind the wall, which is where the finish line ends. It was vitally important, however, that when we cleared the wall, we were still in front of the finish line. But once we were beyond the wall, the direction we were going put us slightly behind the finish line before we landed out of bounds. When Lakitu decides where to put us back on the track, it will always look for the closest section. In this case, it's technically the tunnel, but Lakitu will never place us there, so the next best thing is the section we just came from. It's basically the same concept as the Wario Stadium shortcut we looked at before, but this is obviously much more complex. This strategy of boosting off of another driver is way too precise to ever be performed by a human. But even if it were, this doesn't help us in time trials, which is where all of the course records are set. In time trials, there are no other drivers, and no items. The wall we'd have to jump over is much too high, so the idea of clearing this wall in order to go around to the finish line seems impossible. This is why in 25 years, the best anyone could come up with for a shortcut on this level is a hellish 1 in 90,000 fence clip. But as it turns out, there is a mechanic that makes it possible to clear this wall. And in late 2020, the TAS masters Drew Weatherton and Forrest64 would crack the code of a mechanic called the Ultra Bounce. In the past 1.5 years, Mario Kart 64 has been turned upside down by a ton of new shortcut discoveries. Almost every track has been utterly revamped, and many of the current records are now hilariously low. One of the bigger discoveries was the realization that you could drive through walls on specific corners. The YouTuber Bismuth has a very detailed video on this mechanic that you can watch if you want to know more. The wall on Kalimari Desert seemed to be too high to even consider jumping over, but there might have been a chance to achieve the same goal if you could drive straight through it. Using cheats, the TASer Drew Weatherton showed a proof of concept demonstrating that it would work if you could get through the wall. Weatherton tried various angles and ultimately couldn't get it to work. This wall just doesn't meet the requirements necessary to allow the player to get through. But he did notice something interesting. When he made contact with the wall, he would sometimes get a very noticeable bounce upwards. When combined with the jump button, he would get a ton of height. possibly enough to even clear the wall. This type of jump had been seen before. For over 20 years, the strategy for the very first track, Luigi's Raceway, involved jumping over a wall with a similar bounce. This wall is significantly shorter though, making it much easier to clear. Another large jump was the old shortcut strategy for Kalimari Desert. This is where players would jump off of a small bump in the terrain to get over the tracks. The height that you could get off these types of jumps doesn't really make sense, and for the longest time, it wasn't even understood what was happening. In late 2020, Weatherton and Forest64 decided to finally unravel the mystery of these large jumps, and through trial and error, they discovered a new mechanic that was built into the game. I'll let Weatherton himself explain how it works.
As with any video game, Mario Kart 64 has frames that you interact with, and this game runs at 60 physics frames per second. As you approach the ground in a fall, it may be that you have a frame that happens to come very close to the ground, and thus you come to rest on the ground. But it could also be that you're moving fast enough, or you had a certain starting height that made it happen. You end up pretty far below the ground on one of these frames. And if you're at least 1.7 units into the ground, there's a mechanic built in the game that ejects you from the ground. And it's also true that if you happen to press R to jump on that frame where you're on the ground, you get ejected even further. And that's true on flat ground. It's also true on angled ground. So you can drive into a slope, get far enough under the ground that you can get a bounce in that way as well. You can also fall at an angle. So there's a lot of different options of how to get these bounces.
So that explains the why, but finding a way to actually apply it to Kalimari Desert is a whole different ballgame. In order to run some tests, Weatherton went into 150cc Grand Prix and used a star. This gives the fastest possible speed, so if it couldn't work here, it's essentially out of the question entirely.
I feel like
he
the
showed
moment
that it
I
was
grab onto
possible
here,
to get
hold
over
on,
the wall.
do that.
The only problem now is making it work in time trials. Weatherton did try various angles and methods, but he ultimately couldn't do it. But he did come pretty close. In July of 2021, he released a video explaining how the Ultra Bounce worked and included his efforts on Kalimari Desert. Given that he was so close, this inspired a few people to try it themselves. One of them was fellow Tasser, Forest64, who did manage to figure out a way to get over the wall 2 days later on the 27th of July. This was found and performed using tools, so it wasn't legit. The setup he came up with was extremely impractical and never really had any chance of being something a person could implement. It was definitely a good first step though, to show that not only could you get over the wall, but you could also do it in a way that allows you to successfully circumvent the finish line. Another person that was trying to find a way over the wall was none other than Mr. Pitt, who, if you recall, was the player that infamously got the fence clip and immediately paused. Mr. Pitt felt that this new strategy was his chance at redemption, a way to wash away his previous sin and finally claim that elusive world record. Mr. Pitt had no real clue what he was doing, but he was fearless and determined. Sometimes the desire to succeed is all you need. Mr. Pitt would never make it over the wall, but he did come surprisingly close, and most importantly, he was doing it in a way that was much more realistic. He showed that even with a basic setup, a ton of height could still be generated. The problem with this strategy is that it has to be really precise. The game won't tell you where to jump, where to land, or which angle you should use. All of these variables need to be discovered through trial and error. Even if the strategy were possible, there is still a very good chance that a reasonable way to do it would never be found. Mr. Pitt's valiant efforts did inspire Forest64 to re-examine the setup though, taking a more straight-on approach. And seemingly by sheer luck, he stumbled upon the perfect setup. One that was both relatively easy and also extremely fast.
Why did I do that?
Well done, Rod. Well done, Rod.
Wow, why did I hit two?
This looks much simpler than it really is. There is a ton going on here for this to work. Let's break it down. First, we get into our starting position, which should be the same each time. This is important because of something called frame spacing. Given that our goal is to embed ourselves into the slope
Let's
enough
just
for the
jump
game to push
backwards.
us out and cause the ultra bounce, our position on each frame needs to be very specific. We want the previous frame to
Oh, that's
occur as
weird.
close to the wall as possible. This gives us the full
Well
frame
done,
to
well
get
done,
as deep as we can. This should go without saying, but we aim for a very specific spot on the wall, which is helped by the fairly obvious textures. Before we take off, we get into what's called an A-B turn state. When the cart is stationary and you press and hold A and B at the same time, you can turn very quickly. If you hold A and B and then start moving with a boost, you can retain this ability to turn sharper, which we will need. We then activate a mushroom to propel ourselves forward. At the crest of this small mound, we start turning left and jump. This first jump is important because we need to come down and hit the next slope at the best possible angle. This next moment is where everything comes together. We need to land perfectly in the corner of the slope and the vertical wall, hitting both at the same time. Hitting the slope is what gives us the ultra bounce, which we need to clear the wall. But the reason for hitting the wall itself is less obvious. Given that we just jumped from the previous mound, technically we shouldn't be able to jump again to initiate the ultra bounce. This is because the game has a flag that knows if you're in the air due to a jump or not. If you did leave the ground because of a jump, you can't jump again until the flag resets. And you'll need to hit the ground for at least a full frame before that happens. But this is too long to wait, because the ultra bounce requires you to jump on the exact same frame that you land inside of the ground. However, hitting walls also resets the jump flag, and for technical reasons, even if you hit the wall on the same frame, it still allows you to instantly jump again. Long story short, you need to land perfectly in the corner, touching both the wall and the slope, plus press jump on the exact same frame. Plus, embed yourself sufficiently deep enough into the slope, and if everything comes together, you'll be able to pull off an ultra bounce high enough to clear the wall. It's around here that we also cross and get ahead of the finish line. If your angle of attack and turning speed is correct, once you're over the wall, you can cover enough distance to land out of bounds back behind the finish line. When I first saw this jump, I was shocked that it wasn't found sooner, because it really does look simple. But when you understand how many pieces have to fit together to make this happen, it's actually kind of shocking that it was found at all. What's even more shocking is how easy this new strategy turned out to be. Within a day of Forest64 posting the task for this human viable setup, multiple runners had repeated it, the first being iMath.
Well done, Ryan. Well done, Ryan. Good.
Oh, I made it over.
It might have actually worked.
Holy shit, come on. I think
Don't spin out.
Yes, let's go! Darcy is dead! Darcy is fucking dead. Holy shit. Are you serious? I just got Desert fucking Tanko.
iMath's first completed run beat Dossie's record with the fence clip by a full 10 seconds. This was performed using the shortcut a single time, but the goal would be to perform it on all 3 laps. Later that same day, iMath would be the first to perform the jump for 2 out of 3 laps, bringing the time down another 20 seconds.
So we're going to lap 2.
Oops, not basic braining. Oh no, that was...
Oh my god, 2 for 3! Let's go! Oh my god! Let's go! Holy shit! Oh my god, I actually did it!
Well done, Ryan.
Given how quickly 2 out of 3 was achieved, it was pretty clear that 3 out of 3 would be coming shortly. In fact, iMath came very close to doing it on the first day.
Here we go. No, dude, that was really? I got that close? Dude.
But it wouldn't be until the next day that the runner Martin K became the first to do so.
Well done, Ryan. Good. Again. Well done, Ryan.
For the next week, it was a back-and-forth battle between Martin K and Beck Abney, each claiming the 3-lap world record multiple times. For the moment, Martin K holds the current world record with a time of 38.9 seconds, which is just shy of a full minute faster than the fence clip record set by Dossie earlier in the year. There is still definitely time left to be saved on this level, and most of that time will be in the setup of the trick itself. You can still see a bit of hesitation between getting into position and initiating the boost, and as time goes on, this should be reduced. And who knows, maybe an even faster setup will be found. There is so much going on in the world of Mario Kart 64 right now, and I have it on good authority there might even be more major breakthroughs coming in the future. If you like Mario Kart content, let me know in the comments and I might cover more of these crazy shortcuts. Big thanks to Drew Retherton and Forest64 for teaching me about their new discovery. I will put a link to Drew's video outlining a bit more about the Ultra Bounce in the description. As always, thank you so much for watching, you legends. I hope you are having a fantastic day,
Let's do like 3
and
clips.
I will see you in the next video. Hello, you absolute legends. When it comes to speedrunning, there are very few communities that are as ancient with players surrounding the classic first-person shooter, GoldenEye 007. For almost a quarter of a century, devoted gamers have been attempting to crack open GoldenEye's secrets in the pursuit of making the end screen show the lowest possible time. But despite their best efforts, speedrunners haven't really been able to achieve anything too crazy. It's an astoundingly rock-solid game. Not a single out-of-bounds exploit exists, and most of the quote-unquote game-breaking strategies involve very simplistic techniques that are very easy to understand. It does have its quirks though, like the fact that its inconsistent frame rate requires the use of chronic lookdown in order to run as fast as possible. Lookdown has been around for a long time, almost 20 years, but it's not the oldest trick in the book. That honor goes to the humble technique known as the warp. It's the most common exploit used in the game. It's used on almost every single level. If you aren't paying attention, you probably wouldn't even realize it was being performed. It doesn't jump out and demand attention, but it's very important and a staple in every speedrunner's arsenal. The premise is simple. By switching weapons, you can squeeze through smaller gaps than you otherwise could. You can use it to get through a sliding door just that little bit quicker. Warping is so old, so simple, so common, that it's the last technique I would ever expect to be blown open by a new idea. And yet, 24 years after GoldenEye's release, that's exactly what has just happened. A new way to warp has just been found, and in hindsight, it's shocking that it wasn't found 20 years ago. Nonetheless, its discovery has dismantled one of GoldenEye's levels, resulting in multiple new world records. In today's video, we will explore the history of the warp, and the new version that hid in plain sight for over 2 decades. I hope you enjoy.
Good. Again.
Now, before we go on, this video is sponsored by Skillshare, and I really do hope you are spending some of your time advancing your skills and talents. If you do want to learn something new, there is no better place than Skillshare. It offers thousands of terrific and easy to follow classes that make the learning process an incredibly easy one. Personally, I'm always trying to find ways to be more productive. There are so many amazing gaming achievements happening all the time, and I can never seem to work fast enough to cover them all. So whenever Skillshare comes out with a new course on productivity, I definitely make sure to check it out. I just completed the course Productivity for Creatives by Thomas Frank, and I highly recommend it, as learning to be more efficient with your time is always a good decision. Now, the first 1,000 legends who click the link in the description will get a 1-month free trial of Skillshare Premium. Just click the link and get a free month. It's that simple. The concept of warping dates back to at least 1999. While not completely refined, players definitely knew that the speed at which you could exit through sliding doors could improve significantly given the right circumstances. Sliding doors don't open immediately, and generally you need to wait while the door slowly opens before the gap is big enough to pass through. By warping, you can squeeze through while the gap is small, therefore saving time. Originally, warping was attempted by either shooting into the wall besides the door or by switching weapons. The goal of both of these actions is the same, which is to create what speedrunners call lag. But more accurately, what players are really after is a large drop in the frame rate. The low frame rate is what allows Bond to pass through incredibly small holes, and it's a byproduct of the way the game calculates Bond's position. It's actually a very similar mechanic to what other gamers use to pass through walls. Mario 64 is the easiest comparison because most of you know it already, and this is where players build up so much speed that in a single frame they can cross from one side of the door to the other. In GoldenEye we are essentially doing the same thing, but not by increasing Bond's speed, but rather by lowering the frame rate. Bond's speed is calculated separately from the frame rate, so the lower the frame rate, the faster his relative speed is. There is one major difference though. Bond cannot pass through.
Wait, can I skip that cutscene
There
with
does have to
A?
be some kind of gap. If you've ever used explosives in GoldenEye, you would be well aware of how taxing it is to the game's frame rate, and a similar, although weaker effect can be achieved by shooting directly into a wall. This is why shooting was used when warping was initially implemented. It was discovered rather quickly, however, that the best way to achieve a good warp is to switch weapons. This is because of the quick change in drawn polygons on the screen, which for a brief moment induces sufficient load on the console to lower the frame rate. The craziest warp by far is the depot warp, which allows Bond to squeeze through a gap barely more than a pixel wide. You can't even see it, and it's so precise that it can take several hours to achieve a single time. Warps weren't just allocated to squeezing through gaps either, it's also used to climb ladders instantly. GoldenEye's collision detection is quasi-3D with a lot of 2D elements, and as a result of this, vertical obstacles can be bypassed entirely by a similar mechanism. And it doesn't just work on ladders. Basically any vertical platform that Bond can jump off of can be climbed by warping. A good example is the pit on Aztec. It's antiquated now, but the very first strategies on this level involved killing Jaws and then warping back up this pit in order to complete the stage in the best order. Turbo mode is where warps become fun, and the Turbo Mode League is a casual competition that some speedrunners partake in. Bond's increased speed makes warps significantly easier, to the point where many of them no longer require a weapon switch or a drop in frame rate. Something like the depot warp becomes trivial, and it's why it was used in Turbo Mode many years before it was legitimately used in speedruns. Many of the crazy warps we see today were first used in Turbo Mode, and it's how many of them were initially discovered. All of them were eventually ported to normal records though. Well, all of them except one. There is one warp that was known about and used in Turbo Mode competition for 20 years that had never been implemented in standard play, and that was the Bunker 2 Cell Warp. On Bunker 2, you begin locked in a jail cell with no weapon, but you do have a watch with a magnet attract feature that can be used to collect a key hanging on the opposite wall. The only way to select it is by pausing, which is why every speedrun begins with a pause. There is a tiny gap between the bars and the door that theoretically can be used to warp through. With Turbo Mode, it's a joke. You can simply run straight through. This has been known about for at least 2 decades, and in 2003, Brian Bossart got a pretty decent time of 16 seconds with the cheat on, which is still only 1 second behind the current Turbo Mode record. Without cheats on, this warp is a whole different story. Technically, you can warp through by switching weapons. It's extremely precise and hard to do, comparable to the depot warp, but there's one major problem. You don't have any weapons to switch to or from. The only way you can possibly switch weapons is by pausing, selecting the watch magnet, unpausing, and then switching from the magnet to unarmed. But if you do that, you may as well just use the magnet. Warping the cell door is a bit faster, but realistically it's not fast enough to have any real chance of beating the existing world record. Especially given that the record was already so tight, resulting in a time of around 23.9 seconds. So it would need to be a full second faster, which I think theoretically it could be, but the odds of getting a perfect warp and doing everything else perfectly was just far too low. People had fiddled around with it though. Randy Bukima tested it out in 2015, and Matthew Burden recorded a pretty nice warp in 2017. But it was so inconsistent, no one had a single run that had any chance of getting a good time. The Cell Warp was relegated to the list of theoretical, TAS-only strategies that will likely never see the light of day. Now, let's talk about a different technique that is definitely not related to any potential game-breaking strategies. I repeat, what I'm about to talk about is completely irrelevant. It could never be applied here. It's called the Arlene throw. I have mentioned it a few times before. It was number 3 on my top 5 hardest tricks video. Definitely do not go and watch that. My voice sounded terrible back then. The Arlene throw is a way to throw objects much further than normal. By pressing R, you bring out the crosshair, which allows you to aim more precisely. If you press the left or right C buttons while aiming, Bond will very quickly lean left or right. This is an extremely effective strategy in multiplayer if you want to peek out momentarily to shoot your opponent. When leaning left or right, Bond moves a lot quicker than he does when he's running. But it only lasts a split second. If you time a throw well enough, you can use that brief momentum to throw a grenade or a mine an insane distance. If you want the furthest possible throw, you need to lean to one side and then quickly lean to the opposite side in one motion. This achieves a faster speed than just going from neutral to one side. Let's talk about another absolutely random technique that in no way, shape or form relates to this video. I don't even know why I'm bringing it up, but this is footage of myself from all the way back in the year 2000. I'm speedrunning Aztec on Secret Agent, and at the time I was playing this, many of you watching weren't even born. I mentioned before that we used to kill Jaws and then walk back up the pit, and this was done by switching weapons, which you can see demonstrated by the first truly dominant world champion, Sterling Neblet, in 1999. But for some strange reason, I didn't use this method, and if you watch closely, you can see the crosshair appear when I try to warp up. This is because I'm using a different technique, which is to lean into the wall, which produces enough speed to achieve a warp. I have no idea how I learned this method, and I can't find any other footage of anyone else ever doing it. It's definitely interesting though to revisit an old, outdated trick that no one has thought about or used for so long. Now, where were we? Oh yes, we were talking about the Bunker 2 Cell Warp, and why it was never really used because switching weapons was both incredibly difficult and not much faster. So if this particular warp is to ever be implemented, we would need to find a different way of doing it. But alas, no other warps exist. Wait a minute, didn't I just mention that I used to use a different type of warp 20 years ago? Didn't I also just mention that the fastest speed you can achieve is by leaning? Could it be possible that just by leaning, you can warp through gaps? I mean, that's such an obvious idea that if it were true, it would have surely been used already. There is just no way the entire speedrunning community didn't think of this extremely obvious idea for over 2 decades. Son of a bitch. The funny thing about this new warp is that it wasn't even first discovered by someone within the speedrunning community. All the way back in October of last year, a completely random, unassociated person called Arcady uploaded a video of themselves playing Bunker 2 on emulator, where they warped the cell door with a lean. This video would sit unwatched for almost a full year, until by complete chance, Arcady's channel was found by speedrunners of the Xbox Live Arcade version of GoldenEye that was leaked earlier this year. On initial impression, it was assumed to be an emulator-only glitch, but as soon as someone tried it on console, it worked. Granted, it's slightly more complicated than merely leaning into the gap. You do have to do it in a particular way to make it work. But still, this definitely should have been discovered years ago. The lean method of warping can be used anywhere, but it's really only beneficial at the moment on Bunker 2. This is mainly because when you bring up the crosshair, you can no longer run, so you lose maximum running speed. Where possible, it is still faster to switch weapons to warp. It saves a ton of time on Bunker 2 though. 3 seconds on the easiest difficulty Agent, and 5 seconds on both Secret and 00 Agent. The Agent world record has already been brought down from 23 seconds to 20 seconds, and 00 Agent has been lowered a single second.
Keep shooting.
Mind you, Bunker 2 on Secret and 00 Agent is a really complicated level, so it will still take some time before the full time save is realized. I can't emphasize enough how shocking this discovery is, purely because it's so obvious in hindsight. People have been thinking about the cell warp for so many years, and this simple method was never tried a single time. I mean, we already took advantage of the speed generated by leaning to perform throws, and it's such a small leap of logic to apply it to warps. This really makes me think. Are there any other super obvious strategies that are still hidden in plain sight? There probably is. And at the end of the day, that just makes me incredibly excited to see what happens next. As always, thank you so much for watching, you legends. I hope you are having a fantastic day, and I will see you in the next video.
Oh, it's quiet without hearing anything. Oh, god damn it. Freaking out of my way. Alright. What else we got?
Hello, you absolute legends.
Hello, you
In the
absolute
weird and wonderful world of fake speedruns, there are so many methods of choice people can use to cheat that we've amassed a fantastic selection of varying examples. But generally, they always fit into one of two categories. The first group are the fakes that are so easy to spot you can see it just by looking at them. The most famous example being Butterbun's historic Mario speedrun. This is a beautiful piece of art that brings a tear to my eye every
God,
time.
that
In this
speedrun.
case, it was so obvious that even the casual players could tell. But usually, these types of fakes are spotted by experts, noticing something that doesn't make sense according to the rules of the game. The other category would be speedruns that have been faked in ways that are impossible to detect with the human eye, no matter how knowledgeable you are in a game. The most common example would be splicing, editing together two separate videos in an attempt to make it look like one. There are multiple instances where Super Mario 64 world record speedruns were caught as fake through audio analysis, showing clear splicing. But you could never detect that unless you use technology. But sometimes a fake speedrun can lie somewhere in between, and the speedrunner we will take a look at today is the perfect example. The runner Floby, previously named Toxic Flow, joined the Minecraft speedrunning community at the beginning of 2021. At the beginning, nothing seemed out of place, and his progress was pretty typical. Most top runners didn't even know who Floby was, let alone suspect him of foul play. In May, however, things changed. Floby got a really good time, far better than anything he had gotten before. It was so good that it would have put him well into the top 10, beating many of the most well-known players around. Naturally, this caused people to take notice, and for the first time, all eyes were on Floby. But something wasn't quite right about Floby's run. At first glance, everything seemed normal, but when the other top players really thought about what was happening on screen, they knew it didn't add up. There were subtle, almost undetectable nuances in the way Floby was playing that weren't indicative of top-level play. And yet, Floby, after getting his top 10 time, started amassing amazing times extremely quickly. Far quicker than any other
just
runner.
super lucky, right?
For months, Floby's runs attracted
Oh, God.
skepticism and doubt. And yet, there was no hard evidence that he was cheating at all. At least, not until very recently. In this video, we will take a look at an interesting example of how Minecraft speedrunners can detect potential cheaters just by examining the way they play. Minecraft offers a pretty unique way to speedrun that manifests into some really complex ideas that are just fascinating. And today, we will take a look at some of the non-obvious ways that Minecraft pros can detect when someone doesn't really know what they're doing. I hope you enjoy. Now legends, before we go on, this video is sponsored by Mech Arena. Mech Arena is an awesome new team-based 5v5 shooter, and it's the kind of game where you can jump straight into it with no experience and have some fun, or you can really dive deep into the mechanics for some pretty surprising skill-based competition. I really like the mechanized style. It aligns perfectly with the robotic, unemotional delivery of my videos. There are tons of mechs and weapons to unlock, as well as achievements to complete. Through playing and winning battles, you get upgrades which allow you to do more damage, have more health, and you can even unlock special abilities. I'm pretty selfish when I play, I like to wait and hide while my team members soak up damage before I jump out and mop up enemies while they reload. I've always said, if you want to be the best, sometimes sacrifices have to be made, and in this case, the sacrifice just happens to be my teammates. Mech Arena has just launched globally, and in celebration they are running a huge event in the game right now, with some pretty sweet daily welcome rewards which you'll definitely want to grab. It's completely free to play on Android and iOS, and if you use my link or this QR code, you'll receive a Steel Reaper skin, 500 A-coins, and 70,000 credits. I'm gonna be playing this for a while, so you can add me as a friend, and we can even have some matches. Just make sure to use my link when you join up. The skills required to speedrun Minecraft at the top level are not the same as other games. Generally in speedrunning, the thing that separates the pros from the amateurs is mechanical ability. In a game like Mario 64, runners will grind each specific technique thousands upon thousands of times, and at the end of the day, the world record belongs to the person who makes the least mistakes. This is because the environment never changes. No decision making is required, as you already know ahead of time what you're up against. Minecraft is different. The environment changes every time, and therefore it's decision making that rules supreme as the most important skill a runner can possess. Players need to spend time learning theory, learning fluid concepts, memorizing mathematical formulas, and cultivating their spatial awareness. All of these skills have nothing to do with mechanics and occur in a player's mind, not in their fingers. This means that the players with the best runs may not necessarily be the most skilled. All of this being said, the fact that Minecraft's primary weapon decision-making isn't something that you can immediately see does allow more people in the community to cheat. You don't really need to spend 6 months grinding mechanics to make a believable cheated run. It's far better to simply fake your decision-making ability. And what's the easiest way to do that? Well, it's to know what you're going to be dealing with ahead of time, and plan things in advance. This is done by finding a really good seed, learning it, practicing it, and then recording a run, pretending that it's your first time. This is why we've seen some terrible, terrible players claim world record times. These are easily spotted though because they have no idea what they are doing. Sure, they can get a fast time, but it's immediately obvious they already knew where each of the key locations were. But in this most recent example, Floby wasn't a terrible player. He had been speedrunning the game for months, spending a ton of time learning most of the advanced methods. He was good, and he had a decent understanding about how Minecraft should be played at the top level. But even then, it's hard to fake genuine reactions to events you already know are going to happen. Just like it's hard to act in movies, even though we all know what it's like to feel and display emotions. Now let's get into some specifics. Floby's first suspicious run occurred on the 17th of May, with an astonishing time of 12 minutes and 59 seconds, putting him well into the top 10. Now, if you were to examine this run in a vacuum, it's actually not too conspicuous. What I mean by that is based on the seed itself, the gameplay initially makes sense. The problem though is that he shouldn't be playing the seed at all. At the top level, Minecraft speedrunners focus extremely heavily on a concept called reset efficiency. As we all know, one of the goals in this kind of speedrunning is to get a really good seed. The best way to do this is to play as many seeds as possible, increasing the statistical likelihood of getting lucky. This is done by minimizing the amount of time spent in undesirable worlds. If you can detect a seed that isn't optimal quicker than your competitor, you'll reset earlier and get through more seeds, therefore encountering better scenarios more often. Basically, if the average time you spend in each world is lower than someone else, in the long run, you'll roll more optimal seeds. The world that Floby is playing here is not ideal. He spends over a minute gathering wood, crafting, picking up dandelions without seeing any prospects for attaining iron, which is what you need. Any other top player would have reset by now.
Oh
this was
no.
Floby's first good time though, so the fact that he was playing a sub-optimal world wasn't as suspicious as it could have been. Players have been known to fluke a really good time by getting lucky. However, Floby started to get good times very often, more often than even the best of players. In a span of only 3 days in July, he got 3 runs that were under 15 minutes. This is insane. To give a comparison, a couple of months earlier there was a tournament called Break the Record Live. The tournament contained 7 runners who played 12 hours a day for 3 days. Out of those 7 runners, only 5 runs total ended up being less than 15 minutes. But Floby was able to achieve 3 himself in the same time. In each example, Floby's reset efficiency was terrible. The only reason these runs ended up being fast was because he got quote-unquote lucky later on. Top players never hope to get lucky though. If the way forward isn't immediately obvious, they would just move on to the next seed. Floby's contemporaries could tell that based on the way he was playing, he shouldn't be able to achieve times this quickly. Floby's decision-making was also suspicious in other areas, and this leads to another subtle concept known as overcommitment to a scouted route. When you plan things in advance and have a good idea in your mind about how you want to play a seed, it actually makes it pretty hard to make good, spontaneous decisions. You've already made all of your decisions, so there is no need to think and react to events as they occur. This can cause some really weird behavior that again isn't immediately obvious unless you're an experienced player. A great example is the fastest claimed run of 11 minutes and 34 seconds. In the Nether, the Bastion and Fortress are right next to each other, and as is standard practice, Floby does the Bastion portion first. As he's collecting gold to trade with piglins for ender pearls, a swath of blazers are shooting fireballs at him. Naturally, in order to save himself, he hides away. In response to being attacked, this seems like a logical decision. But when you really think about it, it's not logical at all. Attaining blaze rods by killing blazers is a requirement of the speedrun. He shouldn't be hiding from them, he should be killing them. Any other top player would kill these blazers to collect rods, and then get back to the gold. This is not what Floby does though. In fact, on the way to the Bastion, he runs straight past blazers that are right in front of him. So given that you need to kill blazers, and they are right there, why didn't he kill them? It's because he hadn't planned to. In his mind, he already had an idea of what he wanted to do, and when. He knew he wanted to do the Bastion first, and then kill blazers afterwards. So when blazers appeared, he simply ignored them. This might have also happened because when he scouted the seed previously, these blazers weren't there, so they weren't factored into his thought processes. Floby also made incredibly weird decisions when it came to building portals. In one instance, he built a portal right in the middle of lava.
That's
he could have built it
unfortunate.
on land, but for some strange reason he wanted to build it in that specific spot. It's pretty obvious why building a portal in lava is a bad idea, and I can just let the run itself demonstrate why. He loses a ton of time for a completely unnecessary reason, but by building the portal in this exact location, he was able to arrive right next to the stronghold though, which again is very suspicious. Most of Floby's portals were built in weird locations, but his most recent run, the one that ultimately got him caught, was a perfect example of commitment to a scouted route. In this case, he was killing blazers and the final blaze left the spawn area, forcing Floby to go down to a lower section to reach it. After it was killed, he had gathered enough rods to exit the Nether. At this point, a portal should be built immediately, but Floby didn't do that. Instead, he ran back up to the spawner and built a portal there. Again, there was no reason for this, but when you think about it, it makes sense. When Floby was practicing this seed earlier, he always built his portal up here, so when the situation changed and a blaze escaped, he was unable to improvise and make new decisions. Floby's runs also contained more obvious signs of cheating, like knowing where random chests were located, knowing where the portal room was located inside of the stronghold, and a general lack of scouting and looking around. But I found the more subtle clues far more interesting. The things that weren't obvious and only experienced players would even consider. Top players were in general agreement. Floby's runs were cheated, but there was no hard evidence, so nothing could really be done. He did eventually get caught though, in rather anticlimactic fashion 2 weeks ago. It wasn't a new, amazing time that did him in. It wasn't even a completed run. It was a failed run that didn't even finish because he didn't have enough Eyes of Ender to enter the end. The run was notable though, because it was the fastest run to ever leave the Nether after attaining pearls and rods. Everything about this speedrun was incredibly weird though, prompting a Minecraft moderator to ask for Floby's log file.
Weird.
Which is a pretty shocking request, given that this wasn't even a submitted time to the leaderboard. What's possibly even more shocking though is that Floby actually did hand over the log file, and the information stored inside was conclusive. This wasn't a random seed. He had played it multiple times before. Floby immediately confessed and apologized for the fake run, but was adamant that his other runs were legit. His claims weren't taken seriously, as many of his other runs showed the exact same suspicious play. After
Big
one run was
oofers.
exposed, people
Ah,
started
that's
digging,
also big
examining
oofers.
every tiny detail for any clues they could find, and their efforts were rewarded. Resetting in Minecraft used to be a massive chore. You had to quit the title, select single player, click create new world, change the difficulty to easy, and select create new world again. This was really annoying, so a macro was created to do everything with a single click. This process
Or,
was
you know what, I'll
extremely
just do
fast
this.
and resulted in a rapid-fire sound of successive clicks. The clicks were so fast that for the entire time, no one had noticed that Floby's clicks were different. There were 2 extra clicks that shouldn't be there. The top Minecraft speedrunner Ninja Brain was the first to notice, and also spotted something even more troublesome. Using the timer, which tracks time down to the 100th of a second, he was able to ascertain that 2 frames had been cut from the footage of Floby's original top 10 run, his 12-minute and 59-second PB, and those 2 frames just happened to align perfectly with the extra 2 clicks. The only possible explanation was that Floby had altered the macro to include 2 extra steps, selecting more world options and pasting in a seed. Almost every suspicious Floby run had these extra clicks. With mounting evidence that was all but conclusive, Floby confessed again 3 days later, this time admitting that almost every single recent run had been faked. If you want a much more in-depth dissection of Floby's runs as outlined by a top player, I suggest you watch a video by 11Billion, which I will link in the description. The Weekly Thing also put out a video covering Floby's latest run, which was the one that ended up getting him caught initially. There are a lot more obvious signs that I didn't really discuss here, because it really was the subtle things that really fascinated me, the things that only the pros would ever notice. As always, thank you so much for watching, you legends. I hope you're having a
Absolute
fantastic
legends.
day, and I will see you in the next video. Hello, you absolute legends. Good old Minesweeper. You don't hear about it much anymore now that it no longer comes installed with Windows, but Minesweeper is still one of the most played and iconic computer games of all time. It's hard to put into words the feeling of nostalgia I get when I think about this absolute masterpiece. For me personally, it is a direct link to PC gaming in the 90s. As a kid, whenever I found myself in front of a foreign, unfamiliar computer, there was always one place I knew I could go to cure my boredom. At least for a few minutes. Start, programs, accessories, games, Minesweeper.
Hell yeah,
It's more than
Minesweeper.
just a game. It's a symbol of the earliest versions of Windows, and I can't think of one without immediately thinking of the other. Most people today probably consider Minesweeper to be a relic of the past. After all, it was released over 30 years ago. But at the top level, competitive Minesweeper continues to thrive, and when it comes to time trials, or speedrunning, or whatever you want to call it, Minesweeper is insanely active. On Minesweeper Online, the largest rankings, there are over 1 million players who have registered a time, and this doesn't even track the players who use offline software to play. Despite the immense number of players, the world record for the expert difficulty, Minesweeper's most prestigious record, had stood for over 10 years. A time of 31.13 seconds, set in 2010 by Kamil Muransky. This record seemed untouchable, but in September of 2020, the
big-
unlikeliest of challenges,
Big
the
blimp
unthinkable,
skip?
a 12-year-old kid by the name of Xian Zhu obliterated Camille's record by almost 2 seconds. Xian, otherwise known as JZE, had become so good and was so young that people flat out didn't believe it was possible. The predictable accusations of cheating came flooding in. And it wasn't until only recently that JZE was finally able to put most of the doubters to rest by performing live on camera. In today's video, we will take a look at competitive Minesweeper and this new player that has absolutely decimated the competition, sparking a massive controversy. I will also be launching a Minesweeper competition with cash prizes for those who think they can beat my personal time. So stick around to the end of the video for the details. I really hope you enjoy. Now you're probably noticing I'm looking particularly smart.
224.
It's not because of a new haircut.
225 by
If
the
you
time we
look
get there.
closely,
That's
I'm
pretty
actually
wild.
wearing glasses. If you're anything like me, you probably spend a ton of time in front of a computer, whether that be from working or just playing games. The problem with this is that monitors and devices emit a ton of blue light, which can cause eye strain, produce headaches, and disrupt your ability to fall asleep. I am a notoriously bad sleeper, so I need to minimize blue light in the evenings as much as possible, and that's where these bad boys come in. GMG Performance glasses act as a shield against blue light, greatly minimizing the negative side effects. I've been using them at night and have definitely noticed my eyes are more relaxed when I'm in bed, and it's much easier to fall asleep. I don't even wear glasses normally, but these are still very comfortable, and it really didn't take long for me to get used to wearing them. I have on the GMG Orinos, but they also come in several different styles and colors. GMG glasses are really affordable, and if you use my link in the description, you'll get a full 40% off. However, you must be quick because this will only last for 48 hours. Just click the link in the description. Minesweeper is one of those games that is both incredibly simple to learn and complex enough to facilitate a rich history of serious competition. You can learn the rules and start playing in around 30 seconds. You'll be slow, but if you take your time and think about each action, you'll be clearing even the most challenging of boards. The goal of the game is to clear the board of every square that isn't a mine. Each number represents the amount of mines that are on any adjacent squares. So if a square shows the number 3, this means that there are 3 mines somewhere in the 8 squares directly surrounding it. If you think you know where a mine is, you can right-click on the square to place a flag. Placing flags isn't actually a requirement of the game though, and there is even a separate competition for playing the game without placing any flags at all. It's called No Flag, and this style of play requires some serious visualization skills. The number on the top left shows the amount of flags you have remaining, and the number on the top right is the timer. There's 3 different difficulties: beginner, intermediate, and expert.
Well, even if
but the most hardcore competition is performed on expert, with a grid of 16 by 30 containing 99 mines. When it comes to mechanics, the options are rather limited. Left-clicking uncovers a square, and right-clicking places a flag. If a square with a number has a matching amount of flags adjacent to it, you can press both mouse buttons at the same time to uncover every remaining square around it. This is called chording. In order to chord more efficiently, you can keep the right mouse button held after placing a flag so that when you move to the number next to it, you only need to click the left mouse button. This more efficient technique is called 1.5 click. And that's it. As far as playing the game goes, there isn't any more to it. Beyond this point, it comes down to speed, precision, pattern recognition, and decision making. You begin by learning the simplest of patterns: a 1 in a corner, a 3 on an edge. There are a ton of easy to remember combinations that you need to know. You can then use more complex patterns and logic to decipher the more difficult problems. But it's not just knowing where the mines are that will make you a good Minesweeper player. You also have to be able to correctly identify the best way to deal with each situation. You might think that there'd be one specific optimal way of playing the game, whether it be placing flags and chording, or simply ignoring flags altogether. But the fastest way to play is a combination of both. And being able to realize which is best at any moment is the thing that separates the top players from the rest.
Damn it, didn't mean
That
to do
being
that.
said, there is some element of luck involved. Not every board generated is the same, and the amount of clicks that it might take to clear a board can differ greatly. The minimum amount of clicks required to clear any particular board without the use of flags is called Bechtel's Board Benchmark Value, or 3BV, named after Stefan Bechtel. The lower the 3BV, the lower the theoretical time it can take to clear a board. It isn't always the case, and the formation of the mines themselves is also important, but generally a lower 3BV is beneficial. A very low 3BV can be such an advantage, in fact, that the official rankings have limits on what they will accept. If the 3BV is lower than 2 on beginner, 30 on intermediate, and 100 on expert, a time is disqualified from being ranked. Current software used to play the game and websites like Minesweeper Online take this into account and only generate boards above these values. Given the discrepancy between boards, there are 2 different ways times can be ranked. The first and most obvious is just taking the final time, but another metric is to take the 3BV and divide it by the number of seconds played. This gives a score where the higher the number, the quicker you were relative to the 3BV. Personally, I'm not a great Minesweeper player by any means. I don't use 1.5 click, and I haven't yet learned all of the patterns, but I can still tell there is a certain unconscious connection one makes with the game after a certain amount of playtime. When I was practicing for this video, I found myself needing to think less and less the more I played, and noticed myself starting to take actions before I even realized what I was doing. This connection explains the type of insane speeds we see in world-class players, and this brings us of course to the 12-year-old that has shocked the Minesweeper world, destroying the oldest and most respected record in the game.
I don't know what you're broadcasting.
Competitive Minesweeper has a really long history, with the first recognized rankings being created in 1996. This early website reminds me of the first Doom demo hosting websites, and it allowed people to submit their expert times. Since 1995, the expert world record had been in a steady decline. The earliest known record was a time of 64 seconds set by Ruben Spahn. Between 2000 and 2002, the record dropped significantly, down to 41 seconds. This incredible drop was almost entirely spearheaded by the Danish player Lasse Nyholm. By the time 2010 came, it had been lowered another 10 seconds, with Kamil Muransky setting an astonishing time of 31.13 seconds on the 3rd of July. The video for this record has since amassed 1.4 million views on YouTube, and I highly suggest you go and watch it. At this pace, there is almost no chance that anyone watching would have any idea what is happening. It is far quicker than most of our brains can even comprehend. Yet, even at this speed, you can see a clear mix of both chording and no flag. This record was a monster. In the following 10 years, the closest anyone got was a 31.9 by Zhao Dan in 2018, which was a pretty big deal when it happened. With times this low, we begin to start pushing against the genetic limit of human potential. There are multiple factors that need to come together to produce a record this low. Of course, we need insanely fast pattern recognition and decision making, but on the flip side, there is also a crazy amount of mechanical precision required as well. Mouse precision is critical, with each misclick costing valuable tenths. Minesweeper is just as physically demanding as any other video game, perhaps even more so. This requirement of both brain power and surgical accuracy makes it exceedingly rare to find players capable of challenging the world record, which is probably why this expert's time of 31.13 sat unmatched for over a decade. But then came the Chinese prodigy JZE, who joined the Minesweeper ranks in 2018 at the age of 10. Minesweeper does seem like a pretty obscure game, especially for a 10-year-old to be playing, but JZE is a machine when it comes to puzzle games. In April of 2019, he began taking Minesweeper seriously, within a 2.5-month period, lowering his expert time from just over 2 minutes, which is around where I currently sit, down to below 50 seconds, which is incredibly quick. This rate of progress had never been seen before, but he was only just getting started. By the time another year had passed, at the age of 12, he achieved the second quickest time ever, with a 31.53 in August of 2020. It seemed inevitable given his progress that he would eventually dethrone Kamil's record, but no one would have predicted just how devastating a player JZE would become. Only a month later, on the 12th of September 2020, JZE achieved a time of 29.43 seconds. not only beating the longest-lasting Minesweeper record in history by 1.7 seconds, but also attaining the very first sub-30 on Expert. It would be impossible to overstate just how amazing this time is. But what's even more amazing is the fact that JZE has since beaten his own record multiple times. In December of 2020, he achieved a time of 28.84 seconds, and just last month, on the 1st of September, he lowered that again to 28.7. It really appears as though JZE truly is built different. In 30 years, not a single player had gone below 31 seconds on Expert. JZE alone has achieved a time lower than 30 seconds at least 6 times, and has beaten 29 seconds at least twice. And all of this before even hitting puberty. Minesweeper isn't exactly a dead game either. Still, to this day, competition is extremely fierce, especially in China. On speedrun.com, even the most popular games would be lucky to total a few thousand speedrunners. On Minesweeper Online, which is just one rankings, there are over 600,000 registered players for Expert. I'm by no means an advanced player, but I'm certainly not terrible. I've practiced here and there over the years. Still, my not too shabby time of 2 minutes on Expert only ranks around 50,000, and I'm struggling to do much better. For a single person to be so dominant and so far ahead of everyone else, even with so much activity, can only mean one thing. JZE is a genetic freak, with the perfect blend of brain power and fine motor control. He reminds me a lot of Rayan Ezran, who is undoubtedly the most talented GoldenEye and Perfect Dark speedrunner of all time. He also joined the ranks at the age of 10, and it was immediately obvious he was gifted. Naturally, being so good and so young raised a lot of suspicions, and Rayan was immediately met with heavy skepticism. He ultimately quelled any doubt, however, when he recorded a live video of himself playing the game. JZE has also had to deal with the same kind of skepticism, albeit not as drastic, given that he had been a part of the rankings for over 2 years before achieving the world record. Still, claims of cheating certainly were made. Perhaps the biggest skeptic of all is none other than the previous world record holder, Kamil Muransky. It's somewhat understandable. Having held the world record for so long, he probably felt as though it could never be beaten. Certainly not by a child, and by such a huge margin. Kamil conducted his own analysis of JZE's play, drafting a Word document outlining his findings. According to him, JZE's decision-making didn't make sense, and seemed to indicate that JZE could see things that he otherwise shouldn't. His conclusion was that JZE was using UPK and a bot. UPK stands for Unfair Prior Knowledge, which basically means he had played the board before and knew where the mines were. Other experts did not agree with Kamil's conclusion, however, and acknowledged that while JZE's style of play was definitely aggressive and potentially risky at times, it's not indicative of cheating. The simple reality is that in order to get times this fast, some risks need to be taken. And while risky play may not always pay off, as long as you keep playing, it eventually will. This is a philosophy that most speedrunners will be familiar with at the top level. Being so young, it's obviously more difficult for JZE to take the kinds of steps an adult could in order to prove his legitimacy, but he has been providing ample evidence. He has shown his play in live streams, he's recorded himself playing, and recently he's even met with another player where he demonstrated not only his Minesweeper skill, but also his domination of a ton of other puzzle games. The reality is that JZE is not only certainly legit, but he is likely one of the most gifted gamers there has ever been, and he hasn't even reached his peak. It will be interesting to see if he continues to improve his Minesweeper times, and if there will ever be anyone born with enough genetic potential
when I hear the
to give
sound,
any
you have to
kind
do
of
it.
challenge. Only time will tell. Minesweeper is a truly timeless game that will surprise you.
How you doing, Will?
In preparation for this video, I spent around 10 hours practicing.
Yeah, like right when you hear it,
and even in that limited
press
time,
Y.
the learning curve is extremely satisfying. I definitely think you should dip your toes into some Minesweeper time trials, and in order to give you some encouragement, I am launching my own competition for
Playing
the month of
Guardians?
October.
Nice.
I am giving away 5 cash prizes of $50 to anyone who can beat Expert in 200 seconds or less. Winners will be drawn at random, and if you beat my own personal best of 119 seconds, you will get double the chances of winning. Prizes will be drawn on the 1st of
Should I go
November.
for
Submit your
sound or
entries
maybe
via my
like?
Discord, and you can find
Should I
a link
look at
to all of
his
the rules in the
beat
description
first?
or pinned comment. As
Knock it
always,
off.
thank you so much for watching, you legends. I hope you are
Like,
having a fantastic day, and I will
That's a
see
long
you in
enough
the next
time
video.
too. Absolute legends. Get in here. Watch some videos. Like, a lot.
So, the Nintendo Switch Online expansion,
Ah.
an upgrade,
Ah.
an upgrade to the service that most people.
How was Guardians? How's Red
Good.
Dead?
I didn't know what to do, so I turned it off because it's been too long.
What do you
And
mean?
the marker where it showed like a character quest just wasn't there, so I had no idea what I'm supposed to do. So I just turned it off.
How's Red Dead?
It's a good game. It's fun.
Wait, were you playing Red Dead?
Earlier.
Oh, I thought, cause see, I thought it was like someone on your account.
No, I was playing.
Hey, what are you doing up there?
Slowly optimizing stuff, which is good. Slowly.
Getting it tighter and tighter to a better time.
Kind of. I'm like, yeah, cause I'm trying to, yeah, just trying to practice not having to. What's the word? To a point where I don't have to like wait and then place myself at the right spot. I can just like go, you know, just gotta go fast. Because I remember just seeing the sub 36 dude, and he was doing like the easy routes. But he was super fast. Like he was on it every time. Like he wasn't stopping at all. You ready for some Master Chef?
No.
Oh, what are you up to? What's happening? Why are you playing Red Dead?
I watched an Akey Jakey video on it, and I was like, I should play Red Dead.
It's a good game.
The human.
I never played the single player. I hear the single player is really good.
Only have so they can play Nintendo games online at like 50% speed. Sorry, I'm being unfair. Sometimes it's 70. More importantly, what does this expansion give us? Well, Well, for the low annual price of over double the original subscription's value, you can get Animal Crossing's $25 DLC, which will go away the moment you stop paying for the subscription, and official emulators that play worse than their free unofficial alternatives. Aggressive intro, I know. But it's kinda hard to pretend there's value in this at the moment. When this video goes up, it'll only have been around a couple of months since the expansion pack released. So it's more than likely just an at-the-moment kind of issue. At some point, the benefits will add up, and the subscription will be worth it. It's a tactic that a lot of companies are fond of from time to time, Nintendo included. Until then, however, we should absolutely make fun of it until they fix it, because seriously, what is this? You're not here for my random opinions, though. You're here for information. And the information people have been sharing about these emulators is very interesting. Mostly the Nintendo 64 collection, mostly bad things. Many are going as far as to say it's the worst emulator Nintendo has produced yet, citing things like atrocious input lag, missing features, and severe graphical issues. You may have seen the screenshots of the Dark Link room. That's supposed to be water. These are valid complaints, but claiming these to be the worst they've ever done is quite a statement. Whether it's true or not all of the evidence people use to support this claim makes sense. Issues like European games running at their original reduced speed of 50 Hz, or Mario Kart 64 not allowing ghost data, I mean, those suck, but I can't think of an official Nintendo emulator that didn't have those issues. And, unfortunately, even when you bring up issues like atrocious latency, there are strong contenders for that category. So why don't we take a deep dive and test that stance? This is the perfect excuse to take a look back at all the emulators Nintendo made, from the well-loved Wii Virtual Console, to the random secrets and extras found in various Nintendo games. Admittedly, there's going to be a focus on the N64 thanks to my intrigue-induced bias, but I'll make sure I don't overlook the other emulators as well. Nonetheless, I think the information we'll find here is interesting enough to warrant the teardown. Welcome to Tech Rules. But first, a huge thanks to Skillshare for sponsoring today's video. Self-improvement is not exactly the easiest thing in the world, and picking up new skills couldn't be farther from an exception. Like many things in life, it's a commitment. A commitment to your time, a commitment to hunting down the learning resources you need, and a commitment to stick to your goals. That's why Skillshare exists. They provide an ad-free online learning community with thousands of great classes, allowing you to hone your skills, pick up brand new ones, or just explore an astounding amount of topics and creative outlets you wouldn't even have thought about otherwise. On top of this, Skillshare utilizes video lessons, class projects, and hands-on feedback to maximize your learning, with bite-sized lessons that can fit in just about any busy schedule. Trust me, I know a thing or two about busy schedules. There are quite a few things I never would have tried out if it weren't for Skillshare having an easy-to-digest course on it. Here's a great example, actually. Modern CSS, writing better, cleaner, more scalable code by Harry Roberts. As many programmers learned the hard way, writing something the quick and easy way now doesn't mean you saved yourself some time for later. In fact, it probably means more time and frustration further down the line when you can't build on whatever nonsense you originally made. CSS in particular can be a nightmare for this. And this course is a great resource for those who want to avoid putting themselves in that corner. Interested? Try it now. The first 1,000 people to click the link in the description will get a 1-month free trial of Skillshare. As you can see, Skillshare can help you make 2022 a year of new learning, growth, and connection through creativity. So act fast and start exploring your creativity today. Anyway, on to the video. Before we can talk about the emulators themselves, it's probably important to distinguish what is and isn't an emulator. Probably sounds pointless to some of you, right? An emulator is just a piece of software that imitates another device. Okay, well, let me mention the Super Game Boy, the device that let you play Game Boy games on the Super Nintendo. Is that an emulator? I mean, considering how I brought up the question, the answer is obviously no, but here's why. The Super Game Boy takes advantage of something called virtualization. The most taxing part of emulation is the actual conversion and interpretation of code. The SNES's architecture, which means the way it handles code from a hardware perspective, is entirely different than that of a Game Boy. Despite the fact that the SNES is more powerful than the Game Boy, emulating it would require taking those instructions, converting them into something the SNES understands, and running said instructions, all in real time. This explains the overhead that causes slowdowns in emulation. If the instructions can't be processed as soon as we get them, then we need to slow down so we can. Virtualization, on the other hand, doesn't have this limitation. There's minimal conversion for virtualization, as the code being sent over is already something the machine understands. The only things that need to be emulated in this case are smaller and typically much less demanding aspects of the system. This is why the Wii was able to play GameCube games pretty much perfectly. Same for the DS for GBA games. In these cases, the architecture of the devices is almost identical to their predecessors. They resemble more powerful versions of the old device in a way. Also explains why unofficial emulators for these devices often cover both iterations. It just makes sense to do so unless your project is hyper-focused on one of the devices in particular. It's important that I explain that now, since it's going to be a bit of a running theme down the line. For now, let's refocus on the Super Game Boy. Namely, I still haven't explained how the Super Game Boy is able to process Game Boy code natively, which, as we just established, is required for virtualization. The answer is probably simpler than you'd expect. It's just because it is a Game Boy. Literally, I think it's just missing the screen and buttons and all that. The only thing the SNES really does here
Yeah, I
is
saw your
interface
model
with the game
flop
hand-
around.
Flopping around.
Flopping around.
Or MasterChef? Jersey Shore?
Jersey Shore?
Was
Wait,
he
watch it
alive?
on CTV? No, he was watching 90 Day Fiance with his dad. I got a gift sub to him. So now I've got emotes. I got the
Oh.
Jersey Shore emotes.
Yeah, Jersey Shore emotes? Fist pump. Is he like a Jersey Shore fan? Is that why he's...
I think it's just because he has to watch it for all 6 seasons, so might as well have emotes based on it.
Oh, I mean, well, is he watching Jersey Shore because he was a fan of it, or...
He said he watched it back in the
Mm.
day, so shit's gonna get crazy though.
He started season 2 yet?
I don't think so. He wasn't live the next night.
Would he
And
be
then
live now?
like last night, but he's live now watching 90 Day Fiance with his dad. And I don't think he's gonna watch it tonight. I wouldn't think so.
What do you want to watch?
I guess, do I have the watch together open? I don't even know. I don't think so.
No, there's a new one. Just made a new one. Wait.
Yeah.
Can you do the CTV on the... Would it work? Probably not. But I do want to try.
Six to 10 people.
Did it work?
Living with you the whole summer. The nightlife.
Did it work?
No, I tried it before.
I cannot wait to
Really?
get to the
Are
Jersey
you
Shore.
playing it right now? I hear it.
I hear
House
it.
is wild.
Link
That's when the
video.
Yeah, link video.
Wants to share the contents of your screen.
What?
Oh.
No. What?
Oh, what?
No, I already have it playing. Wait, link video? Oh, wait, what? Oh, it didn't just give you an external thing?
Mine looks the same as yours.
Like you didn't get this? what's it called? Oh, it didn't get this window pop up.
Oh, I see. It's on my monitor that I don't have active because of the Xbox. Yeah, it's there.
Wild. Click the play button.
Off and the bikinis come out.
Oh my
And
God.
that's where you want to be.
A share house is
It works.
6 to 10 people.
It's crazy.
It works.
It works.
It
That's
works.
nuts. Hold up.
You'll have to change the thing though when
Wait
you're